Muy buenos días, espero que todos estén teniendo un excelente día, muy feliz mañana, vamos a darle con todo. Me llamo Alejandro Salomón y bienvenidos al casino del tío Salo. Pero antes de esto, quiero platicar con ustedes rápidamente, como siempre, del tío Joe Biden. En realidad, no platicar como siempre del tío Joe Biden, platicar como siempre, nada más. El día de hoy quiero platicar con ustedes del tío Joe Biden y todas las cosas que están haciendo. Uno, este fin de semana nos anunciaron que Joe Biden por fin le dio permiso a Ucrania de usar estos misiles de alto alcance, etcétera. Y todo el mundo está preocupado y están diciendo que esto va a ser la tercera guerra mundial, etcétera. Algo que quiero comentar acá es, personalmente, yo creo que algo así va a acabar siendo lo que se arme, porque no creo que, bueno, ok, en realidad me acabo de dar cuenta de algo que tiene conflicto de interés con mi idea, o tiene un conflicto de ideal, básicamente idealista más bien. Y eso es bastante sencillo. Uno, te están vendiendo eso para decirte que el mercado va a caer hoy, ¿no? Eso lo hacen en fin de semana, te preparan para el lunes porque el viernes el mercado cerró horrible y ahora te están diciendo, tío, todo se va a ir al pito, el tío Biden quiere la tercera guerra mundial y todo el mundo está actuando como locos. La cosa que debería preocuparle a todo el mundo, deberíamos de ponerlo en la mesa también, es que estos tíos, usando ese tipo de retórica, el famoso vamos a una tercera guerra mundial, pueden hacer lo que Zelensky hizo y lo hemos platicado varias veces, donde se quedan ellos en poder, como Zelensky, y suspendes las elecciones, etcétera, pero ya tuvimos elecciones. Yo creo que sería bastante difícil de vender eso. Lo que personalmente yo creo a este punto, y donde tengo un conflicto, donde hace conflicto con mi idea, porque es lo que yo pensaba. Dije, güey, ¿cómo estos güeyes que están tan hambrientos por poder están dispuestos a hacer todo menos lo que ya tienen en la mesa, ¿no? Y disculpen mis pelos, así me desperté. Este, eh, ¿cómo es que esta gente que ya tiene todo esto en la mesa para poder seguir agregándole calor, leña al fuego con lo de la guerra, por qué no lo usarían? Se me hace tonto. Pero también al mismo tiempo, el día de hoy, el primer ministro Justin Trudeau, uno de los güeyes más socialistas de mierda del planeta, una de las peores personas en el mundo, alguien que ha completamente destruido a Canadá. Cuando yo era chico, Canadá estaba a punto de ser potencia mundial. No chico, estoy hablando cuando llegué a Estados Unidos. El dólar canadiense no solo estaba 1-1 con el dólar americano, llegó a estar encima del dólar americano. Y Justin Trudeau vino a absolutamente destruir todo eso, crear inflación en todos lados, dejar inmigración masiva entrar al país, destruir a todo el mundo con impuestos, etcétera. Y ahora, ese güey, Justin Trudeau, si pudiéramos, sería Gavin Newsom, el gobernador de California, el que fue el alcalde de San Francisco que destruyó a California, es la misma persona. La mismita persona. Y tenemos que darnos cuenta de algo. Justin Trudeau acaba de prohibir, o bueno, no está prohibiendo, está creando reglas más fuertes para inmigración por los próximos 3 años. ¿Pero por qué? Si la agenda de todo este pedo era traer un chingo de gente, ¿no? Y lo único que lo está deteniendo es la nueva superalianza de Trump, Elon Musk y todo eso, y por eso nosotros vamos a detener el crimen en Estados Unidos. O, atención, esto simplemente es el cleanup del que habíamos hablado. Y esto voy a hacer un video acabando este en vivo, no acabando luego, pero después de este en vivo voy a hacer un video donde vamos a explicar perfectamente todo esto. Porque yo creo que aquí hay una trampa grande que nos están jugando a absolutamente todos y vamos a ponerlo enfrente de todos para poder discutirlo. Se me hace bastante necesario, porque aparte esto va a dictar a dónde va nuestro país. Se los digo, nadie que Estados Unidos va a recortar gasto público y que van a fortalecer el dólar. Nadie. Y normalmente cuando nadie cree en algo, eso es lo que pasa. Cuando todo el mundo está del mismo lado y todos estamos del mismo lado, que Trump va a causar más inflación, que va a causar que la economía sea buena, que va a bajar los tipos, etcétera, normalmente estamos mal. Así que pongamos muchísima atención ahí. Otra cosa de la que quería platicar hoy es, señores, ¿a qué punto, quiero preguntarles a ustedes, ¿a qué punto se vuelve esta locura dentro de ustedes desesperación por la sociedad. ¿Y a qué me refiero con esto? Están viendo ahorita, hay varias retóricas, ¿no? Obviamente, en línea. Y una de ellas es, por otra vez, una vez más, la gente se está yendo de Twitter, de X, a Blue Sky, a la nueva aplicación esta de Jack Dorsey, ¿no? Es lo que está pasando. ¿Nadie se acuerda de lo que pasó hace 2 años? Nadie. Absolutamente nadie se acuerda que Mark Zuckerberg literalmente creó una red social que se llama Threads, porque el gobierno le pidió para que pudieran migrar a todo el mundo de X a Threads. Nadie se acuerda de eso. Donde todo el mundo dijo, me voy de Twitter porque ahora que el cerdo de Elon Musk lo compró, ya no va a existir mi libertad. No entiendo cómo mierdas juntan esas cosas, pero bueno. Y todo el mundo se fue a Threads. La cosa fue que nadie se fue a Threads. Todo el mundo se quedó en X y X siguió creciendo. ¿Me pueden explicar a este punto, viendo a todas estas celebridades, entre comillas, y políticos y activistas que se están yendo de X, no más o menos ya les huele a esta gente? Deberíamos de literalmente bloquearlas completamente, porque son los corruptos más grandes del planeta y nos lo están diciendo de frente. Simplemente nos quieren lavar la cabeza con la idea de que es que Elon Musk, y fueron a crear una nueva red social una vez más, 2 años después, y dicen que creen que nuestros gobiernos no creen que somos imbéciles. O sea, ni siquiera te están jugando una excelente nueva jugada, te están literalmente dando la mismita jugada, idéntica a la de hace 2 años, cuando Mark Zuckerberg fue el que puso las manos y dijo, güey, permíteme ser el que pone la red social para que todos nos vayamos. Falló. Pero ahí te enseñó Mark Zuckerberg para quién trabaja. Y ahora Jack Dorsey, Blue Sky, te está enseñando para quién trabaja. Por tanto que le hizo pedo. No, es que con X no pude hacer nada con Twitter porque el gobierno me estaba agarrando. ¿Y qué hizo Elon? Jack Dorsey es la misma puta del sistema que lo es Mark Zuckerberg y todos estos güeyes, entendamos esto. Pero lo impresionante es el poco respeto que nos tienen a este punto, porque personalmente a mí me vuelve loco ya que me estén jugando las mismas estupideces una y otra vez. O sea, es no nada más esta. ¿Cuál es la otra? La de cuando nos están diciendo ahora que antes era, teníamos que demonizar a toda la gente que no se quería poner la puta vacuna de mierda, ¿no? Con todas sus mentiras. Eso era la idea. Demonízalos. Esa gente no merece estar invitada a tu cena de Navidad. Esa gente no merece ver a tu abuelita. Esa gente que se la coma completa. Esa gente es lo peor que existe. Son unos tontos, bla, bla, bla. Yo caí en esa. No vuelvo a caer en mi puta vida. Y ahora estamos en lo mismo. Toda esta gente que votó por Trump, no dejen que vayan a su casa. No dejen que vayan a su cena de Thanksgiving. ¿Alguien más se está dando cuenta de esto o no? De que se les están acabando absolutamente todas las ideas. Es como Hollywood, porque Hollywood es también de ellos. Es como Hollywood, que ya no puede hacer un original bueno. No tenemos cosas originales buenas. Es lo mismo. Estamos yendo en este ciclo de mierda, de estupidez, y aparte, ni siquiera nos lo alejan tanto. Esto pasó hace 2 años. Lo de la pandemia con todo lo del odio a la gente que votó por Trump pasó hace 4 años. Y aún así nadie se acuerda de nada. Lo de la guerra con Ucrania acaba de pasar. Lo de Israel, que también estamos apoyando lo mismo, que es contradictorio a lo que estamos apoyando con Ucrania. Ayer estaba platicando con mi suegro y me estaba diciendo, no, es que pues, la guerra en Ucrania, la de Rusia con Ucrania es diferente a la de Israel. Le digo, no, es lo mismo, solamente tenemos diferentes excusas. Y se voltea y me dice, pues sí, están. Rusia, debemos detenerlos para que no tomen territorios. Israel, debemos apoyarlos para que tomen territorios. O sea, por favor, no quiero empezar mi semana así, ¿eh? No quiero ponerme loco, pero me voy a poner loco si no estamos aprendiendo algo de esto, carajo. Es una verdadera locura que nos la jueguen y aparte back to back, una tras otra, tras otra, tras otra, tras otra, y ni siquiera tengamos un break, porque nadie aprende nada. No entiendo cómo sea eso posible, de verdad, de corazón. No entiendo cómo es eso posible, pero me gustaría escuchar de ustedes. Quiero saber cómo esto es posible, donde todo se nos olvida absolutamente todo lo que pasó ayer. Nadie se acuerda de lo mismito que pasó una vez más. Y aquí estamos. O la gente no es real y este mundo no es real, que también podría ser una gran posibilidad, o el nivel de estupidez de la civilización está literalmente las redes sociales han funcionado perfectamente para hacernos más estúpidos, porque es impresionante el nivel de lo que se están saliendo con en estos momentos y que nadie se acuerde. Pero bueno, vamos a empezar acá con el casino del tío Salo. Ya tengo a Alex, a Farhan también por acá. Les quería decir a todos ustedes, a los que quieren aprender trading, tenemos nuestro curso de Cero a Trader, que por cierto está tomando una vida por sí misma. Nunca me imaginé que eso fuera a pegar al nivel que pegó. La cantidad de gente que lo está comprando diario y el excelente feedback que nos están dando de corazón. Es impresionante, porque nunca imaginé hacer esto para empezar, nunca. Entonces, el hecho de que hayamos podido encontrar la manera de poder enseñarle a alguien que nunca ha visto nada de una gráfica a aprender todo lo que estamos platicando acá, se los voy a dejar acá en ¿cómo se llama? En los enlaces de abajo para que vengan al eTrading Academy. Si quieren aprender esto y jugar con nosotros en el casino del tío Salo, ya pusimos todo acá, ya tienes todos los servicios, los trading alerts también para que entren a platicar con nosotros. Y aquí abajo también el curso, $24, tío. Literalmente no hay nada más barato en el mercado. Y la razón por qué es porque queremos que la mayor cantidad de ustedes aprendan de corazón. Se los daríamos gratis, pero si le das a la gente algo gratis, no lo toma como si valiera algo. Pero bueno, ese es otro día para otro problema. Vamos a empezar con el casino del tío Salo, que hay muchas cosas moviéndose. Voy a traer a Alex, Farhan y vayamos a darle. Recuerden, les doy el análisis. Les damos el análisis en inglés, después yo se los traduzco a español y vamos una por una. Y entre todos estos análisis, el tío Salo hace lagartijas, sentadillas, abdominales y otro ejercicio. Así que si me ven de repente muriéndome, sepan que es por eso. All righty, boys. Welcome.
Good morning.
Yo, what up, boys?
We did it. I'm sorry. I was getting a little passionate about my speech because I find it so insane learning anything that we're getting played again with the same bullshit as we were with threats that Mark Zuckerberg came out with these fucking bullshit social media and was like, we are all leaving Twitter. We need to go to a better place. And Mark Zuckerberg was like, guys, I own you. So you're going to send everyone to my website. And he created Threads, an app that failed miserably. And now, 2 years later, 2 fucking years later, we're going through the same thing, but now the new app, it's called Blue Sky. What happened to Threads? Why can we go to Threads? What happened? And no one is learning anything.
I was promised that Threads was going to kill Twitter.
Yeah, be the replacement.
Well, and they're promising us right now Blue Sky is going to do the same, which it makes me want to shove a tree up my ass because I have no faith in humanity.
Did you see the statement that Blue Sky put out like a few days ago, where they're receiving 42,000 reports every 5 minutes?
Well, can you imagine just all the people that are brainwashed in one place chatting with each other?
Oh yeah, they're gonna report everything. Hurt their fees even slightly. Report. You know that one Twitter account, End Wokeness?
Yeah.
So he made an account on there, and he tweeted his first post. He posted saying there's only 2 genders. Immediately banned.
Dude, by the way, how ridiculous is that? How ridiculous is that?
Immediately, within seconds, he was banned.
My God. All right. Well, the good news is we want to get started, and we're going to do it with Bitcoin, boys. Good old Bitcoin that fucked us this weekend. Fucked us good.
Should have wined and dined me before it fucked me.
Yeah.
I know. At least kiss me in the lips before you do it. Just
Give me
something.
a cigarette after something.
Yeah. God damn. Who wants to get it started?
Let me open up my trading view.
Whoever shares the screen first, that's the one I'm putting first.
It's a race loaded.
This whole Threads thing is really fucking driving me nuts. I mean, the Blue Sky thing. Sorry.
I wish we could bet on Blue Sky to fail.
That would be incredible if you could short it to fail. Oh.
Polymarket needs to get that worked up.
Yeah. Well, he's busy right now attending the FBI for telling everyone.
FBI. Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh yeah, they couldn't stand that he actually gave the accurate election probabilities.
No. Like, how dare you? We were trying to do something. I actually don't think so. I think this is all part of a plan, and I'll get to it later, not right now. Let's enjoy the Bitcoin. Let's enjoy the Bitcoin and the charts. It's the greatest asset of all time. Michael Saylor's buying more. Let's get it.
All right. So I'm going to start on, do I do the quarterly? I'll do the quarterly. If my HPDR will load, there we go. So on the quarterly, it's still maintaining this bottom 38.2. We kind of back tested this 5 EMA, and we're getting like some massive expansion off of here. And as of this moment, the median is still going to be a magnet for price action. And that median is currently at $113,000. However, though, I don't think it's going to go straight there. I think we're probably going to get one of those flush outs beforehand, wipe all the leverage off of the board, and then take us to over 6 figures. Because right now there's very, very, very significant resistance around that $94,000 to $98,000 area. And if we get over that, I think not only we're going to go to 100K, but we're going to go well over 100K. And that's where that median takes us to at right around $113,000. Possibly we go a little bit over it, maybe 115 to 120. But right now, the only number you can really get, which has any statistics behind it, is that 113. Our volatility is currently expanding from very extreme areas, and the momentum is currently basing off of this moving average right here. So this is where you would expect the momentum to start flipping back up. And we have about a month and a half left to go. And whenever this monthly candle closes, as long as we're above this previous candle's high right here, which is at 73,757, we're very likely going to flip that momentum back to the upside. And the median is going to be the next point that we touch. Right now, this median's at 113, but it's going to change. We don't know where it's going to go to. It would just be guessing to put a number out there. But we would have to keep an eye on that median to see what an accurate target is going to be for price action. Over that median right now is a George number at $287,000. And you would target that if you get any type of close over the median, which right now I don't think is going to happen. I think what happens in our cycle top is that we go towards the median, we test it maybe a little bit over it, make a massive shooting star candle, and then from there I think that would be our cycle top. But as you see right here, back in January of 2024, whenever we went up towards about $61,000, we rejected the median exactly, and that's where we got our long form consolidation. And then we went up towards, what is this? 69,000. Where's our high of 70s? 61. Oh, this is 2021. My bad. I'm retarded. In our previous cycle, in 2021, whenever we went to $65,000, rejected the median, came back down. We came all the way down towards the 100%, which seeing on the quarterly is pretty extreme. But then again, you got to remember it was a 50% dump in like 1 or 2 months, like probably like 1 month where we dumped 50%. This one red candle was 58% towards the downside. And then we came up towards, 73,700, which was a front run of the median. We didn't even touch the median in March whenever we hit our previous all-time highs. So as right now, that we would have to expect the same relationship is going to hold true, and the median is going to be a resistance again. And that's where we probably find our macro high. The only time
we didn't even reach it on the last cycle high.
Yeah.
So wouldn't you expect kind of like the same
on the cycle high we did right here? This was our current mid-cycle high. So that one didn't reach it.
Gotcha.
The only time we actually got above the median was back in our 2017 rally, where we went literally vertical from I believe like $3,000 or $4,000 to almost $20,000 in the span of a couple of weeks. And we haven't seen an actual rally like that on Bitcoin ever since then. And since then, the market cap is significantly larger as well. So we can't expect these type of returns ever again in Bitcoin history because of how large the asset is now. I mean, you don't see gold getting like 15 or 20% candles in a single day because the asset class is so large. Now, Bitcoin at the high. As the higher the market cap goes, the lower the volatility is going to be. So you're that much less likely to close over the median than you were back then. Let's go to the monthly. The monthly is just about to tap the median. The median's at $96,444 in the monthly, and we're getting over our basically every single one of our previous wick highs. So if you were to close over all of those, this median is going to change a little bit. It might stay here, it might go up a little bit, but then that median is also going to be a magnet. And then from there, if you close over that median, it takes you to 38.2. And that's also kind of a George number right now. It's at $158,000. The monthly has what we're looking for to happen on the quarterly already, where the momentum is flipping back up. Volatility is still at very extreme lows. We're at 6% on volatility. The last time we were this low on volatility while momentum was flipped up was right here in December, October of 2023 for that Hamas setup. Right now, the jewel is also starting to flip around. It's basing off of this pink, which is exactly what you'd want to see if you're bullish. The first time around at our previous mid-cycle highs at $72,000. We rejected the critical zone. Now the jewel is giving this white neutral, and on the next quarterly open, this is going to shift to cyan light blue. And because we rejected the critical zone the first time around, this time around, we're probably going to enter the critical zone and stay there for a decent amount of time, like we did back in 2017. In our previous cycle high in 2021, when we hit $65,000, we just quickly popped into the critical zone, and then we got kicked back out. And then from there, basically the bear market started. So as of this moment, whenever we enter the critical zone and then we leave the critical zone, that's where we have a very high probability that the cycle top is almost certainly in, and then we should be looking for bear market and extended down only from there.
Well, good thing we're still heading there.
I love saying down only and up only.
It's the best.
Currently on the 2-week, we're getting a little bit of rejection here, but it's not too bad considering the candle is still green. And we have our momentum and volatility still pointed towards the upside. And the jewel is now re-entered into the bullish control zone. And it's giving us this light blue cyan. This should theoretically be some resistance right here around this pink and this yellow, which is probably why we're not able to blast right through $94,000 just yet. I think we would need some type of catalyst to get us all solidly over that, or we would need a solid leverage wipe. Get off of this table, sir. We would need a solid leverage wipe because there's way too much leverage in the system right now. There's more Bitcoin open interest than there's ever been in Bitcoin history. I believe it's approaching $60 billion now. I don't know if you guys remember back in the 2021 cycle, there was a certain relationship where every time open interest went above $11 billion, we would almost always get a 15 to 20% flush. And we haven't really seen that yet. And open interest has been going like 5 times higher than it was back in 2021. So either Bitcoin
really?
Yeah. So either Bitcoin is truly in up only, no pullback mode, never down again, or we're probably gonna get one of those flushes pretty soon, relatively soon. Open interest can only get so high because, as you guys know, like it doesn't want people to make money. And right now, everybody's bidding to the long side. Everybody is ultra mega bullish. They're going full long. They're taking Michael Saylor's advice, selling the house, mortgaging the companies, going all into the hardest asset known to man.
When you start hearing about Michael Saylor nonstop, that's when it's close to the top. It's like you have to look up for the signals. Coinbase becomes the #1 most downloaded app. Everyone on TV starts interviewing, like George starts coming up on TV, and they interview him in like those cheap shows like Fox or whatever it is about Bitcoin. Then Michael Saylor, did I say Michael Saylor is everywhere? Because okay, so Michael Saylor everywhere, the Coinbase app, people get interviewed. And then pretty much anywhere online, all the chat is about the new crypto token that someone's finding. And it's starting to be there. It's starting to be there.
You know that dude, Pump?
No.
Let me get his full name. Anthony Pompliano. He's like one of those old guys who used to shield Bitcoin. The second you see him do an interview on CNBC, you want to max short.
That's what I'm saying. Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's starting, dude. It's getting close. It's getting close.
The dude is so hilarious. For all of the 2021 cycle, guy had laser eyes. He was talking about 6 figures Bitcoin. The second the bear market started, he took off his laser eyes and never talked about Bitcoin ever again.
It's like, we're out. I don't blame him. I don't blame him. It's still the one trade that no matter how many good trades I get right, still everybody, you got Bitcoin wrong.
And then he started selling mattresses instead.
Yeah.
Kind of like Peter Schiff's son. Guy put his entire net worth into Bitcoin, was talking so much shit about Bitcoin. He was going into Twitter beefs with his own dad about Bitcoin. And then towards the bottom, he shifted and was like, nah, Bitcoin's over. And it's all about AI now. Good for him. But he's trying to ride the waves and gets in on the cycle top of every single thing he gets in on. I guess one thing Peter Schiff did say that was I can't argue against, where people were like, why are you so against Bitcoin if your son loves it so much? And he's like, my son is just gonna piss away all of my net worth.
Damn, that's also true.
So as of right now on this weekly, we are getting a little bit of a shooting star candle, and if we close like this, it's very early in the week. We still got 6 days to go, but if we get a close like this, I would expect that pullback to come now, that leverage wipe rather than later. And targets would be somewhere around this 5 EMA towards this 78.6, or maybe even the 9 EMA at the worst case scenario. Right now, that first target area is somewhere around low $80,000, like 81,000 to like 80,500, which is going to be the area for like hopium. If we do pull back and there's a lot of strength, a lot of buyers step in, here's where we can find our next local low and continue resume the rally. But if we really want to drive some fear into the market, properly wipe the leverage, make people no longer bullish and have them think the cycle top is in, that's when we would tap this 9 EMA. And that 9 EMA is sitting currently at $76,000, which would be a perfect gap fill. It would go down, fill that CME gap, remove all the bullishness, and then take us up from there towards 6 figures, which is what I'm currently slightly biased towards happening. Right now, our momentum is entering the bullish control and volatility is flipped up as well. And now the jewel is crossing well into the bullish control and is about to cross into the critical zone. Pink is about to cross over the yellow. The last 2 times we were in the critical zone on the weekly was in our March current mid-cycle high at $72,000, and before that was on the Hamas setup. So right now we're about to get that once again where we enter into the critical zone, and ever since, like, whenever the jewel enters the critical zone on the current cycle high, that was it. That was like basically it, and then from there we ended up getting our summer correction. In the Hamas setup, whenever we entered the critical zone, once again, that was the high before we had that $10,000 candle from $48,000 to $38,000, and then we went to our new all-time highs. So is this time going to be different? Probably not. Probably going to hit the critical zone right when we've made our macros or local top, and then from there we should be expecting consolidation. And since we're at such extremes on our other time frames and volatility is at very extreme levels, that's probably going to be our cycle top. And then from there we enter into bear market territory. 5-day currently is still within the bullish control, but momentum is starting to flip down a little bit, and volatility is flipping down too. So that tells us that whatever move we get is likely to be a corrective move. And right now the 5 days are already kind of red. We have 2 days and 9 hours left to go, and we're currently rejecting the 61.8. So if we do close like this, that once again brings the same idea from the weekly where we would get that long form pullback, and that would take us towards this top 38 too. And that right now is at right around $81,000. We could wick below it a little bit towards like 80,500. And then from there, once again, it's going to be that hopium area where the bulls are absolutely going to need to step in and make a higher low so we can continue our rally to the upside. Otherwise, we're going to go back down towards that 9 EMA around $76,000. And that would be an epic pullback. We went to 93, 94s, and then we end up pulling back all the way down to 76,000. That's like an $18,000 pullback. Very
what is
big
that,
coin,
like 30%?
I can't do the math.
I'll do it.
What
You
was it?
continue.
All right, so the 2-day already put in that little bit of a top candle right now. So you would want this high right here. Where is it? This one. You would want this high not to get broken. If it does, then the pullback idea is invalidated, and we'd probably go up from there. And that number right now is at 93,432. If we even take above this number, we don't even need a close. If we go above this number, we're probably going to go significantly higher, and we're probably back in up-only mode. So that would be your high probability short. But this wouldn't be the best entry, though, because you're about $4,000 away from that. But if you were like a degenerate and you really wanted to short this, you would have that as your stop loss. If we get anywhere above that, you would probably flip long, and you would continue riding the wave towards the upside. Momentum right now is at pretty extreme levels, at 81%. We can still go a little bit higher. Volatility is also there as well. And the jewel is starting to give us this God mode sell signal within the critical zone. Last time we had one of those, let's see, back in our current cycle highs, mid-cycle highs at $72,000. And then from there, we got a pretty significant correction. We went from 73,000 all the way down to 49.5. That's like more than a $20,000 dump. It's closer to $25,000 dump.
Significant.
Yeah, that was like 33%, something like that. 33 or 35%. So if we were to calculate 30% from here,
It would basically be $30,000, $28,000 less.
it brings us all the way down to the low $60,000 area. If that happens, this cycle is almost certainly over.
Still far away from it, thank God.
Yeah. Daily is currently still above the median. We came after this consolidation area, the blue 38.2 area caught up to where price is right now. We're still over the median. We're still holding this 5 EMA. As long as we're over the median and over the 5 EMA, we can't really be expecting any type of correction. We would have to be expecting that the trend is still to the upside. Because the last time that we lost the median, we haven't lost it since November, since the election time. We've been over that median ever since then. And that's when we had our close over. We lost it in October of 2020, mid to late October. Whenever we got this red candle, then we were below the median. We were below it for a couple of weeks. I believe that is 22nd until the 28th. So that's about 1 week we were below it. And then we got a close above. We went towards this 61.8, rejected, got another pullback. And then from there, we started up only mode. But and since if you also look, every time we were above the median, we just continued upwards towards that 61.8 number. So as long as we're above the median, we would have to target 61.8. That number is currently at just under $100,000 at $98,000.
Of course.
Currently, momentum is flipped down, volatility is flipped down as well, and now the jewel has flipped into this dark blue cell while we have a God mode red background too, and we're about to leave the critical zone. Last time we were in the critical zone and left it was in October when we had that pullback, I believe, down to $59,000, somewhere like that. Let me see. Nope. Where's October? 60s. It was in the 60s. Yeah, just below 60. 59, 58, 890. Tether is currently trying to bounce, very weak bounce, but trying nonetheless at the 78.6%, which lines right up with these previous week lows. If you were to close anywhere below these, this low is going to get taken, and we're probably going to come straight down towards this 100 EMA, get a little bit of a bounce here, maybe back to this meme line, and then I expect it to continue dumping even more. And that's at currently 3.26%, which is still a pretty decent move from where we are now. Tether dominance. That'd be more than a 20% move. This is probably the one that takes us over $100,000. But when this happens, who knows? Because this is a monthly candle.
Great. That's just great, Farhan.
Possibly we do absolutely nothing until Christmas and then take over back in around New Year time where we continue the upwards rally. Maybe a little bit of a Santa rally.
That'd be nice. Fucking Santa hasn't brought me anything in a long time.
Yeah, except for sadness and misery and
Joe Biden.
Yep. Did you hear that Jake Paul's fighting him next?
Yeah.
Momentum on the monthly on Tether dominance is in the bearish control, while volatility is pointed heavily up. Currently 78% volatility. So there's enough room in volatility left to get that second dump towards that 100 EMA. That would be somewhere around $100,000 Bitcoin area. And then from there, bulls would be on watch. They would be on like a more cautious area because that's where the bears can easily step in and flip the momentum towards the downside and send Bitcoin into its bear market. Because if we reverse the trend on Tether dominance in the monthly, that's usually whenever our bear market starts on crypto.
Well, yeah.
Right now, I'm sorry?
No, nothing. I'm sorry.
Oh, no. All right, the 2 week is currently bouncing off of the 78.6. And the ranges move down a little bit, which is what you would want to see if you're bearish on something, is for the ranges to move down. Right now, we're rejecting the 61.8 again, and we're moving down again. And now this 78.6 lines up perfectly with this meme line right here. So if you were to come back down, possibly we could get some type of anemic bounce here, but I don't think it's going to hold. And I think we're going to go straight down towards this 95%, which is currently around that same mid 3% number. Around like 3.35%. Weekly currently is also at the 78.6 after we bounced off of it once. And since we bounced off of it before, we were not able to really get any type of bounce over it. We would have to assume that this is still going to hold as resistance, and we're probably still going to go down from there. And we're also below every single one of our major moving averages. Momentum is into the bearish control zone. Volatility is pointed up to support it. Only at 80% volatility, so we could still keep going. And the jewel is now entering into bearish control below the 38, and it's still on dark blue. Last time we entered the bearish control freshly on the jewel, while dark blue, was in November of 2023. What happened in November of 2023? That was the Hamas setup.
Hamas.
Yep. But no, actually, that was the Nagasaki setup because we're looking at tether dominance.
Oh, I'm sorry. God. Setups.
I get my explosive countries confused sometimes. I saw this one thing that said Japan has recorded the hottest temperature ever in its country, and I'm like, I don't know about that. There was a certain day in December of 1942 where it might have been a little bit hotter.
Just a tiny little bit hotter.
A smidge hotter.
Look at us joking about stuff like that. Fuck, we're terrible.
It's fine. It's been 100 years.
On the 5-day currently, we're also in the bearish control, but momentum is trying to flip back up now. If we can exit this bearish control, that's when we probably resume our upside on Tether and downside on crypto, and that's where we would get that long form pullback that we were expecting in the leverage wipe. Volatility is also nearing very extreme areas, and now it's starting to flip down, and that's telling us that we should see some type of corrective move on Tether. Which right now, since it's moving to the downside, the corrective move would be to the upside. We have a fresh silver cross to the downside on the 5-day as well on Tether dominance. So if we do see a move up, we could have this 9 EMA come back down towards this meme line, and then we retest that, and then from there we would dump. Because we still have not really tested the silver cross ever since it happened. Two-day as well is well within the bearish control. And from here, it would not be that difficult for this momentum to flip back up for us to get that mean reversion bounce on Tether and the pullback on the cryptos. Volatility is at pretty high levels as well. It's at 91%. So still go a little bit more towards the downside before we get that bounce. Daily is already flipped back up. We're already back into the positive area on the momentum, and volatility is at pretty low levels. It's starting to contract. So that's telling us that this bounce that we're getting right now, if you can even call this a bounce, because we can't even get over the 5 EMA, is a corrective move. Jewels right now flip back around as well into this light blue cyan. It's at technical resistance right near this pink and yellow. So if we could get over here, it would take us towards this edge of the bearish control, and that's probably when we get that leverage wipe on Bitcoin. Ding. Momentum is currently flipped to the upside on the monthly as long as we're closing above $81,550. We're close to $10,000 above that currently, so pretty safe to say that we're probably going to hold it. But although we have seen crazier things than the $10,000 candle to the downside in 2 weeks on Bitcoin. So, I mean, we've seen one time of 58% move to the downside in that amount of time. Currently, volatility is trying to flip back up. It's still below the moving average. So as long as we're not above the moving average, you can't really consider that volatility expansion. But to see volatility expansion in this, when prices are this high and we're already within the critical zone, that is going to be a very, very insane move, probably towards that 110 to 115 number. Let's see if we can find a comparable time where volatility started expanding while we were already there. Right here in our 2017 cycle, whenever we moved up from here, God, it's so low you can't even. It's insane whenever you have an asset that moves in excess like this, because then you can't really see what that previous price was.
Oh yeah, no, it's navigating the chart. It's a fucking nightmare, but it's pretty cool.
We got a 3,384%. Holy shit. Are we about to get a 33x on Bitcoin? Is Kathy Woods bearish? That takes it to several $1 million a coin.
Oh my God. Kathy Wood's vagina would get so moist that the entire ocean would have to deal with that as competition.
2 weeks out, is still firing off from many periods of 0% volatility. We're currently at 32.9%. This on volatility on the 2 week, usually whenever we get to extreme highs, that's our cycle top. Or a very long macro top. Like right here around March, whenever we hit $73,000, we went up somewhere around like 80%. We topped there, and then volatility started contracting. Before, whenever we dumped on the FTX collapse, we went up towards like low 70s. And then from there, momentum started flipping back up. And that's where we entered. We went from like $16,000 to $25,000, $26,000. We got the summer correction and then the Hamas setup. In our 2021 cycle, whenever we hit our previous highs of like around $65,000, $69,000, we topped at high 80s. While momentum was breaking out of the critical zone towards the downside. As of right now, momentum hasn't really even entered the critical zone yet. We're going to enter the critical zone on this next 2 week close in 13 days, 9 hours. And as long as we're above $69,950, let's say, very nice number, we're going to enter into the critical zone. Volatility is going to move up a little bit, but since it's not going to be anywhere near the 70 or 80% level, we have to expect continuation from there because volatility is telling us that we're going to be the move is still not even close to being over yet. Weekly as well. Weekly is expanding for multiple periods of 0% volatility. We're currently at 73%. Moving average is only at 42%, and we're in the critical zone and we're going to stay up as long as we're above 87,500 or 450. Let's say. On the weekly, it likes to top out in the same place in that 80% towards 90% area, which right now we're at 73% and 42 on the moving average. So that's telling us that we should still be expecting continuation from here. In our 2021 cycle, we went into the high 90s.
By the way, I want to make a parenthesis. This has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now, but there's a Hamas setup in the making on Apple on the weekly, like a mega one. I'm just, we got to check it back later. I just want to note it.
Is Apple about to retake their spot as number one?
I don't know, but it seems like something big is brewing.
Hey, you're right. Last time it had this was in 2021.
It'd be crazy if Apple comes out and says they're going to start web hosting. They're going to fuck AWS.
Yeah.
What is that?
What do you mean? Web hosting? Just like
web hosting.
Like hosting websites?
Yeah.
That's it. Just Apple did that like Shopify.
Well,
that
AWS, AWS does that, not Shopify. So it's AWS, it's Azure from Microsoft, and Tesla's trying to do that with their cars. They're trying to build a decentralized system because the cars have so much compute that they can actually serve as also a cloud. So it's anything on the cloud. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
So imagine if Elon turns everybody's Tesla into a Bitcoin mining machine.
He could. I mean, I don't know if he could actually, so I'll take that back. But they can do some crazy shit. Either way, I'm sorry, boys. We'll get to Apple later. But if anyone's watching, get to Apple. Look at that shit. Y si están viendo, vean Apple. Hay un setup de Hamas en la semanal en volatilidad, preparándose. No está ya dado, pero está preparándose. Sorry, boys. Go on.
But he's like, you already signed that contract when you bought your car. Nothing you can do now.
Eat a dick.
So, and since we haven't really found our current cycle highs yet, we're still going up. Our 73K was not our cycle highs because clearly we're over it right now. So we can't really compare towards that 2021. But ever since, like, if we look at our previous cycle highs, like in 2021, 90s, we look at our other cycle highs in 2018, 2019, 90s. Other cycle high in what is this? Right here in 2017, 90s. Now you can't even see the candles. 2013, 2014 cycle, 90s. 90s. Every single time this thing tops out in the 90s. So is this time going to be different? Probably not. And we're probably going towards the 90s, which tells us that we still have a good amount of more room to go before this volatility is topped out. Jeez, this is kind of readjusting my bearish bias slightly. 5 days currently somewhere at 89, 84%. The moving average is at 61%. This thing likes to go to the 90s. We're currently going to be flipped up on momentum as long as we're above $88,450. 2 days currently at extreme levels on volatility. Moving average is not quite caught up yet, so we could possibly get one more swipe on the 2 day. But what tells me that's not as likely is that we're going to flip down on our momentum as long as we're below $92,300, which we're about like $1,700 below that right now. Daily is at many periods of extreme volatility, and now volatility is starting to contract. As you see, the volatility oscillator has dropped below the moving average. So from here, you should be expecting a mean reversion. And right now, momentum is also going to flip to the downside on the daily as long as we close below $90,900, which we're just a little bit below right now. So if we close over that today, this volatility is probably going to start flipping back up, and we're going to get a double extremes on the volatility. And then from there, you would have a mathematical probability of getting that mean reversion, because then volatility is going to have to come down. And since volatility went up when we were going to the upside, the mean reversion is price going down. And from on a daily setup, on a daily time frame, volatility contracting and getting a mean reversion is going to be a pretty decent size move. That should probably take us towards that low $80,000 area to maybe even that CME gap fill at $77,000.
Oh boy.
Let's check Tether dominance on the daily for momentum. And Tether is going to, conversely, Tether is going to flip back up as long as we're closing over 4.26%, which we're just at right now. Our volatility is also contracting on the daily on Tether. So that's telling us because volatility expanded while we were moving down, that we should be expecting a move towards the upside for volatility to reset. 4 hours kind of expanding on volatility a little bit from extreme levels, like 5%. And we're going to stay to the upside on momentum as long as we're above 4.25%. And it's going to be a rejection of getting into the critical zone as well. That gives us more bias towards that pullback.
I'm glad the pullback's coming now and not when he fucked us this weekend.
Right? took all my money and then started pulling back.
Yeah, it was bullshit. Round trip like
Same.
6 men this weekend. Super fun.
By the way, I walked out when we were talking about like the short. I walked out and I went to dinner and I was like, "Fuck yeah, this is amazing!" Like I even told Belen like I'm in a trade. It's great. I got back home and it's like, look what Bitcoin did. I was like, no, completely out.
Yeah, it was even worse for me because we went out to dinner yesterday and then I came back and I was feeling good. Went to bed, woke up, stopped out.
Oh,
Yeah.
Bitcoin.
We were rejecting the getting into the critical zone in the 4 hour on Bitcoin, and we're going to stay down on our momentum as long as we're below 90,700, 90,800, which we're just below right now. So right now, the higher time frames are still extremely bullish on Bitcoin, and they're telling us that we should be looking for continuation. But the lower time frames, from the daily all the way down to the 4 hour, are telling us that we're probably going to get some type of mean reversion pullback, and it's probably going to happen sometime relatively soon, especially since we're below the momentum pivot on the 4 hour. The invalidation for that is flipping back momentum first on the 4 hour and then the daily. If the daily flips back up, that's going to say that we're probably going to get a double extreme on volatility, and we're probably going to get one more swipe before we get that pullback. But as of right now, we should be expecting to get the pullback from here as long as momentum is still pointed towards the downside on the 4 hour and the daily. And for pullback targets, the first levels would be somewhere around very low $80,000, like right around $81,000 to $83,000. And then from there, what I think is more likely, because at that point we're going to be so close to the CME gap, and CME gaps 90% of the time like to get filled. They become a magnet for price whenever you become close to them. That's probably going to fill somewhere around $77,000, probably towards that 9 EMA, which is around 76,000. Remove all the leverage from the system, take all the degens back out behind the shed and put one in the back of their head, and then continue towards that $100,000 area so the bankers can steal all our coins.
Nice. We talked about the this weekend before all of these moves. We were saying that Bitcoin could go to 70s, and we were like, well, maybe not. Like, I can't remember why or when we said it. Why did we see that before it played out, and now we're seeing it on the charts? I just don't remember.
I think it was because of the sentiment. Everybody was so bullish.
Could have been. I can't remember what it was, but we were dead on, by the way.
If only we had the timing right.
I know. That's the fucking problem. Keep fucking with me.
Like one of my favorite quotes from trading is that being early is the same thing as being wrong.
Oh yeah, it's absolutely right. And also in any business, look at me with my social hub, and now look at Rumble. Like I was way ahead of everyone, saying they're gonna censor you online, and everyone's like, "This guy's fucking crazy." And today, that is worth billions of dollars. Either way, Alex, please get to it, son. I'm gonna do some push-ups.
Perfect. So yeah, I mean, I can't. This weekend was very choppy to say the least. As Farhan mentioned, we were trying to catch a short. That is logical. We have volatility at extremes. We see here we're caught in this like range that Bitcoin has been forming. 92,300 resistance. Oh, my phone fell. 92,000. Let me see here. 300 resistance, and we have 89,500 as support. And so until one of these breaks, we're not really going to see a decision, but we should see volatility soon. If we throw the HBDR off, we actually see the Bollinger Bands. We see what they're pinching currently, which is telling me that theoretically we should see some type of move on Bitcoin soonish. And ideally, we get that pullback that Farhan mentioned. That would preferably take us back to the 4-hour EMA 100, right around that 82,300. And then right from there, I do think we could see a bigger bounce. We know that 4-hour EMA 100 likes to catch Bitcoin when it comes down. This move all the way down from resistance was a 6.4% move, and we see it. Bitcoin never actually closed below it, and that's what kind of sparked a rally. And then it came back down, and then that's what made that high. So I'm all eyes on that 4-hour EMA 100, assuming we actually do start breaking down. But like we all mentioned with shorts, there's the shorts. The environment we're in is just kind of to screw shorts over, make them round trip, demoralize them, make them think like it's not working. And theoretically, that just makes people flip long. It's like if I got stopped out last night and I'm now flipped long, you get really chopped out. And I like to stick with one bias. And for now, I think it's more just safe to just be more cautious. We obviously can keep going up, especially with what we know at the 2-week. That's why we're in a very tricky spot, because pullbacks here are more of like a hopium scenario, as I've been mentioning. When we get these volatility setups firing off, the hopium scenario is, we get a pullback, we can essentially fill some bids, and then we go up higher. But like I said before, when this 2-week starts firing off, very much so like it did in October, we really didn't get any pullback. We just essentially went in October, if you guys remember. We just stayed in this like up only posturing for the whole year almost. No pullbacks for at least like a month or two is insane. And that's why for me, if we do get a pullback, I'm viewing the weekly in Confluence right around that EMA 100 on the 4-hour. I do think that. Oh wow, what the heck. Okay. Don't know why this isn't turning off. It's weird. I do think that Bitcoin at minimum could test the weekly EMA 5, currently sitting right around 82,400, just right around that zone that I'm talking about. But with the HBDR and the 5-day, we throw this on. Oh, the measuring tool. Okay, cool. I don't know why the measuring tool keeps turning back on. What the heck?
Refresh your page. Something is caching wrong.
Okay. Let's do that. Weird. Okay. Yeah, it should be good now. So then, but when viewing the 5-day, it kind of tells a different story. I think it was on spot here. Wants to, and we are at the 80%, and so this 5-day and 2 days is going to be really key. I do think if Bitcoin can get a closure back above, call it 92,000, I do think then we'll see the 100K. But until then, we are grinding resistance. We're consolidating now. And what it's doing is it's baiting, bears, because we should go down, but we're not. And any kind of like pullback just keeps getting bought up. And you can see this daily 5. When Bitcoin's super strong on the daily, it doesn't like to lose to 5. It's, testing the daily 9 is perfectly okay, but this just shows me that it's very strong. Any pullback, bulls have been buying and eating this up, and shorts have been round tripping. Just plays into that kind of demoralizing, gets bulls to FOMO in. But we know the call put option for stocks is at the highest it's been since that Japan dump. We know Bitcoin right now is at 6 days of extreme volatility. We know we're now hitting the 80% on the 5-day. And stocks are, getting somewhat of a little pullback here. Nothing crazy, but they're not as strong as they were last week. We'll just say that, especially after the economic data. And we know also Tether dominance here is somewhat at 5-day support. So Bitcoin's at 5-day resistance. Tether dominance is at 5-day support. As a trader, we have to just try to take always the more probable outcome. And currently, I think a pullback is still on the table. It's really just going to, in my opinion, kind of hinge on if we break this high or not. We're just kind of in that like mode in markets where it all just kind of depends if we break the all-time high. And I want to be bearish and I want to say there's a pullback because I want to fill and short and long it up. But as it stands, Bitcoin's trend is still very strong as well, even on the 4-hour. This could be another 4-hour higher low. Ideally, we break the last high that we had here at 92,200, and then we can actually push up past 93. I do think if we break 93,300, I do think we can easily go to 96. 96 for me is an important spot. I think it's on CME. Let me see here. Might have been a 2-month. Yeah, I mean, just like overall in this zone that we're at. What the heck? Okay, cool. This like the resistance we're at is so important that Bitcoin's monthly easily could consolidate here and then actually throw back and test the median. Something that would be extremely bullish, could play into exactly what we in FAR and see with the pullback scenario. Because currently the median right now is all the way at 73,600. It's easily probably will start moving up on this close in 12 days. There we could actually see maybe that pullback scenario. But until then, this is looking bullish. Bulls are doing exactly what they want, which is consolidating it, kind of trapping shorts, baiting them. For me, as long as that daily 9 is still, especially the daily 5 is still holding, then you really have to just be more like, you have to have your risk if you're shorting very tight. And you need to understand that shorting is a lot harder because it's very player versus player right now with crypto. And currently it's looking like it wants to keep going up, especially with what we know at the 2-week. But we are at resistance, so I wouldn't be longing this. It's wiser just to kind of wait, see where these like more higher time frame closures come, like the monthly, the weekly, and so forth. But yeah, I mean, I'm still in the camp at least. I'm not longing up here. I'm more in short watch. I do think we can easily get a pullback to 83,000, if not maybe to 79,000. But then I would just be looking at that as an opportunity, just solely based on what we know with the 2-day firing off. Any pullback usually with that 2-day, especially with the 2-week median here, lining up nicely with that EMA 5 is telling me, you get a pullback to 79,400. I bet you so many people will be extremely bearish at that point. Bitcoin just lost 90. We're about to lose 80. They're shorting, and I bet you will get a massive rip up. That's why they call it a shakeout, because it'll just be aggressively down, and then it quickly gets bought up, leaving sideliners, people who sold their longs, kind of in the dust. With Tether dominance, though, even though we're at 5-day support, when we view it on the daily, we do see we still are just grinding down. We keep subtly rejecting that daily 9. We're now pressing that 50% resistance, and technically we should hit around 3.9% to all the way to our actual target that we've been talking about for weeks now, 3.79%. That 3.79% will offer a bigger bounce, in my opinion, just simply because of where the liquidity stands. The fact that Tether dominance hasn't flirted with this region in a very, very long time, since 2022. And I guess it also hit in 2024 in March here, but that bottomed us out before making a bottom and going all the way to 6.7%. So this is a massive zone for Tether dominance. Big moves up and down formed from this 3.79%. And it's always wise once we hit a major level on a weekly, we're at the 95%. should be looking for some kind of mean reversion bounce. That could easily look like we come down, start grinding, and then we actually go and either test this 4.69% and just resistance and reject, or grind up and maybe even come back and test that 5.26 before coming down. This would be the scenario where we get our pullback, a deeper one, of course, and it would be still right with this pullback would probably dump Bitcoin definitely a few $1,000s. But all this would be doing is just forming another lower high to an overall downtrend, while also kind of solidifying Bitcoin, making a macro higher low. Because, you know, we always talk about the trend as your friend, but you know, I noticed, especially with like new traders, the higher lows shake them out. They start shorting, and then the lower highs, they start max long. And it's just wise to play the macro trend. And right now we have a higher high. Any zone in here, to me, is going to be looking like a higher low. At least for me, as long as we don't break like these wick lows here, specifically the wick low of 65,260. So like any pullback up to that point, all the way down here even, still would keep the weekly trend, in my opinion. And that, though, alone, forming a higher low, and this is why Bitcoin's so nice, because the volatility is so insane, we have 17% flush out. So that's kind of the hopium. All I can see right now, in terms of like the hopium for longs filling and shorts actually being able to make some money in this market. Because, you know, it's kind of annoying when you get a short like here. I shorted exactly at 91,500. It was looking pretty bearish. We dumped almost 3%. And then as you guys see, just Bitcoin immediately, exactly from that EMA 5, just rips up, takes the short stops, hits resistance, filling some of this wick. And it just plays into the environment that if you aren't catered to shorting, you know, it's wiser just to kind of play the trend, play the higher time frames and more long. Even deleting these meme lines here, you could even form like a channel. You know, we took this wick low and we started doing this right here, and we know this makes sense. Why? Well, we know this makes sense because we know volatility, the Bollinger Bands right now are giving a setup. And so when we're looking at this in the 4-hour, and we throw the Bollinger Bands on, that's why it's kind of nice when we get these kind of, I don't know, channels with the Bollinger Band squeezing, with volatility kind of expanding, still low. It can give us a bias and it makes sense. I mean, if you break this high, you're probably going to squeeze up and make another high. And if you break this wick low here at 86,500, you're probably going to come down. But at least these can help us as traders have a visual, because at least, you know, if we break up here, if Bitcoin starts really moving back up and we start breaking up, as a trader, you know, well, I shouldn't, well, here, probably, you know, wait for some retest here. And that's why I don't, you know, use these channels as like biblical trading, you know, strategies, but it's like true and definite, put all my money into it, but it's still something that helps me and shows just kind of the overall trend. It's an easy identifier, and that's kind of what we're working with. So we have a channel here. You can draw from this wick or this closing basis, and we're kind of approaching the end of it. We should see some volatility soon. I'm on the camp it's going to be down, but the way Bitcoin is still holding, not breaking this 80, you know, essentially the low right at, what was it, 88,700. It's still looking bullish. We'll see the reaction at the top of this Bollinger Band. This is a 4-hour setup, but you know, keep in mind these 4-hour setups are leading upon expansion. This was a 9% move, and then this one as well. Once we broke the top of the band and tested it, that led to a 13% move before falling back into it. And so it's kind of funny because we're just in that environment where tiny little setups, like even like a 4-hour, can lead to pretty big moves for like the trading account. Making a 9% in a day is pretty amazing. So, you know, that's kind of all I see. I'm trading lower time frames because, you know, viewing the daily, you're not really getting much. As a bull, you just want this. You're just patiently waiting for 93Ks to break. You'd be watching for 96 first as major resistance. And then if we blast through the 96s, then you're kind of all eyes just on that 103. 103 to like 101 is going to give us some major resistance. We see right here, the 5-day is 96,000. It's kind of ties into what I'm saying. Major resistance. So, you know, it could be a Bitcoin thing where we do break out here, make another high, take the stops from here. Everyone like me who's happy to short, but they have no risk management, so maybe they're holding it, gets liquidated. We take the stops, and then that's where we can get our actual pullback. But if we end up breaking up, then the next level would be that 103. And at that point, I would be considering this 5-day setup complete. We'd have to be then looking for at least some kind of weekly, multiple weeks of consolidation around here, in my opinion, if not a pullback. Bulls want a pullback because it just takes them straight to business. You get a pullback up here, you flush out the liquidity. It still gives you the volatility without, consolidating and raging for months. If we end up consolidating and raging for months, then we're just going to form a new range and just chill while this volatility resets. And so that's all I see with Bitcoin. We're at a really important spot. Bears aren't obviously rejecting us at this spot, so that opens up the door for that 96,000, in my opinion. Which could just be at the top, around the top of that daily Bollinger Band, while also, that 5-day 80% I just showed. So, that's kind of it. It's nothing's too clear to me to say. We view CME lastly. CME is looking quite bullish, and this 80% back test is giving us technically a target to $4,000, which has a slight premium over spot, of course. So that could be Bitcoin is testing the all-time highs again on spot. But really, I mean, it's been pretty clear and straightforward. I do think, bulls have the momentum here until this monthly close, of course. And then, if we don't end up getting the pullback, the markets don't go up only. We most likely will end up getting it, assuming, if this monthly ends up closing above here or even here, do think upon a new monthly, we at least should see some kind of retest. I don't think we're going to go all the way back down to the 74,000. That's why I think it'd be more wise to just view the monthly median, see where it kind of moves up. And ideally for bulls, it'll move up more into that 85 to 86K, giving like me and Farhan more confluence of that pullback scenario actually playing out. But that's really all I see. I mean, Bitcoin dominance too continues to look good. We're now testing the monthly 50% on that pullback. While everyone was aping into altcoins, Bitcoin dominance is still keeping the overall trend, which is very evident on like the 2-day, consistent higher lows to higher highs. Is this another higher low before we're about to make a higher high? While volatility's, still coming down. So to me, I'm still in the camp that Bitcoin dominance is going to go to that 6.3 to 62.4%, which could line up with Bitcoin actually running up, hitting that 96 to maybe even going up to that 103. But it's funny because I saw over the weekend lots getting bullish over like altcoins, and that also is why I had more of a bearish bias going into Sunday. It's never bullish, at least in my experience. And Farhan, you can chime in here if you agree with me. It's never bullish when we start seeing Litecoin move.
Oh yeah, usually around the top.
Just in my experience, it's never bullish. Let's extend this meme line here. For some reason, when you start seeing the legacy coins, Litecoin, Ethereum Classic, Bitcoin Cash, XRP, start moving and Bitcoin's more or less consolidating like it was over the weekend, generally means we get a deeper pullback. But that kind of, we're not getting it now. It's like Alejandro said, it's all about timing. I definitely thought Friday we would have seen a deeper pullback, considering stocks actually took a pretty nice beating. I mean, it didn't really mean anything though. Bitcoin actually pumped when stocks were coming down on Thursday and Friday. I definitely was bearish on stocks, but I thought it would have bled into Bitcoin. We had some pullback, but really nothing. I mean, not like a Bitcoin pullback, and to the degree of like, equities go down 1 to 1.3%. That usually correlates to like a 2 to 2.5 to 3% move down on Bitcoin in one day. It didn't really do that. So, we'll have to see the resistance. We now pressed it on the daily. Watch 92,400 for like a decision. We easily can come back down and test this, like do this. But it's getting really close, in my opinion, to the decision point where, if this is like it's always been right here, when Bitcoin is just consolidating to a breakout, is that kind of what we're getting now? Consolidation to a breakout, possibly. And then that just ties into what me and Farhan are mentioning, where, okay, we definitely can go up higher. Watch 96K to be a major rejection point then. And if we end up closing like dailies above 96K, we're probably going to go and test that 100K. But, 96,000 is still almost a 5% move from here. So that to me would kind of make sense if we end up breaking up. But we shall see. I mentioned, Bitcoin is following Dixie in the sense that Dixie's going up, Bitcoin's going down, but that actually is no truth to it right now because Dixie's going down and Bitcoin's still going up. So we're still seeing, the balance play in with risk on catching a bid with Dixie goes down. But then again, you're also seeing it not play out where Dixie's going up and Bitcoin's still going up. So we'll have to see where this Dixie close comes in. If you're bullish, you really kind of just want 106.5 to 106.46 to hold. If not, we're probably going to get a deeper pullback to that 105.90, which just has implications. So yeah, that's kind of it. I see almost the same thing with foreign. I kind of wanted it to reject already. It seems strong. Seems like bulls are going to take us to the top of the range around 92,400, and then if we reject that, we're probably going to come back down to, maybe test 90,200 again. But at that point, if we end up breaking on a closing, even like an hourly close back of like, especially that all-time high, we're probably going to bust on through to 96K. So.
All right, let's motherfucking hope so. Let's see what happens. Thank you so much, you guys. That was awesome. We're going to do Farhan's doing Pepe and then Salamis for you, Alex, right after. All righty.
Cool.
Voy a empezar esto. All righty, thank you. Vamos a empezar esto con Bitcoin, damas y caballeros, en español, como de que no todo lo que nos trajeron, vamos a analizarlo y sintetizarlo, ponerlo fácilmente enfrente de todos ustedes. Ya saben cómo nos gusta hacer esto por acá. Vamos a empezar en temporalidades altas, como siempre es importante ver exactamente todos los movimientos y para darnos cuenta, eliminar un poco el ruido, perdón, voy a eliminar mi línea del setup de jamás, y podemos ver que Bitcoin está básicamente en esta vela mensual, en un alto histórico. Hemos llegado casi a los 94,000 en 93,770, dependiendo qué exchange tengas, es donde topamos, pero estamos muy cerca de ello. Está Bitcoin cotizando casi en 92,000, 91,947 dólares. Simplemente viendo esta formación, todo se ve bastante bien, bastante alcista. Tuvimos un periodo de consolidación por acá. Ese periodo de consolidación duró 1, 2, 3 cuartos y de ahí hasta arriba nos fuimos para acá. Recuerden que cada una de estas velas son 3 meses. Y también estamos viendo la volatilidad expander justamente del 33% y justamente estamos en 45% en lo que continúa expandiendo. Esto nos dice que a largo plazo, muy largo plazo, recuerden que estos son movimientos, cuando estás hablando de temporalidades de 3 meses, estás hablando de literalmente movimientos que no vas a ver por un año o probablemente año y medio. Entonces, esto nos dice continuación a largo plazo a la alza. Bien, estamos por encima del promedio del 5, el promedio del 9 y el promedio del 21. Ni siquiera nos molestamos en venir a retestar el promedio del 9. La única oportunidad que hubo fue acá en los 38,000, justamente en el setup de jamás. Y de ahí, desde ese entonces, no hemos podido aprovecharlo. Vámonos a la mensual, como de que no. En el gráfico mensual podemos ver un poco de lo mismo, mejor, aún puedes ver mejor la consolidación acá de precio, básicamente este patrón de taza y, bueno, es copa y la agarradera de la copa, es taza más bien, porque es cup and handle, carajo. Y tuviste la consolidación acá de precio, tuviste el breakout justamente acá. Lo puedes ver perfectamente cuando rompimos esta resistencia. ¡Pum! Nos trepamos por acá y luego venimos a apoyarnos en ella y como resorte nos fuimos de, ¿dónde estábamos? De los 66,800 hasta los 92,000, bueno, hasta los 93,777 dólares, damas y caballeros. Así que eso empujó bastante fuerte el precio de Bitcoin. ¿Cómo lo vemos junto con todos los promedios? Something happened, someone said something. No. No, ok. ¿Cómo estamos viendo ahorita la mensual? Vemos que la volatilidad todavía empieza a irse de lado después de haber caído, pero la volatilidad empezó a caer de acá, que fue lo que acompañó el movimiento, y acá se empezó a dar la vuelta y empezó a irse horizontal y para arriba. No contamos expansión de volatilidad hasta que estés por encima del promedio. Recuerda que lo blanco es el promedio y esta es la volatilidad en estos colores, para que sepas. Recordemos que arriba el 15% es cuando la contamos como empezar a expandir. El 100% normalmente son extremos, para que lo tengan solamente presente todos los que estamos aprendiendo en este momento. Vámonos a la de 2 semanas. En el Bitcoin con el setup de Hamas, ¿saben lo que es un setup de Hamas? Setup de Hamas es un setup a la alza, donde tienes periodos de nula volatilidad y después tienes expansión de la volatilidad, y en la dirección en la que el precio esté expandiendo junto con la volatilidad, eso le va a dar más fuerza y lo va a ayudar aún más. Le pusimos el setup de Hamas porque la última vez que vimos el setup fue justamente en los ataques de Hamas, fueron explosivos. Más bien, la reacción del precio fue explosiva y eso nos llevó hasta acá arriba. También tenemos este setup, podría jugar a la baja, y a ese le llamamos el setup de Nagasaki, para todos ustedes que están aprendiendo nuestro lingo aquí en el eTrading Academy. Bueno, cuando tienes el setup de Hamas y tienes esta expansión, la última vez que lo tuvimos una subida de 120 y tantos %. Depende de cómo lo estés contando y de dónde lo contamos. Yo lo cuento de la expansión de la volatilidad. Estás hablando de periodos de 2 semanas. Estos son 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 semanas de cero volatilidad. Todavía 2 más, entonces 12, 14, y de ahí la expansión. La expansión nos ha llevado para acá, pero sigue expandiendo y todavía tiene ¿cuánto? Vean cuánto le falta para llegar a poder estar completamente en extremos, literalmente todo este camino. Así que esto nos dice que en un periodo de volteando a ver a Bitcoin en un periodo de 2 semanas, básicamente mes a 6 meses, esto va a continuar a la alza, pero nos vamos a acercar un poco más. Estamos en la semanal y podemos ver, seguimos encima de todos los promedios, bastante bien, peleándonos por acá, creando una nueva vela. Es más, yo me atrevería a poner una línea de tendencia acá. Ok, eso soy yo. Vale. Y acá tienes la expansión de la volatilidad, pero la expansión de la volatilidad viene después de estos periodos de volatilidad nula. Tienes la expansión arriba del 15%, ¡pum! El putazo para arriba, que fue lo que hizo la expansión de precio. Y aquí en el 74% ya empiezas a llegar a extremos, donde hemos topeado en 85, hemos topeado también en 73, que es justamente por donde está. Y puedes ver que en realidad acá, voy a poner una línea para que veas, justamente todos los lugares donde ha topado la volatilidad por ahí, lo que nos dice, precaución, puede que este movimiento esté un poco sobreextendido, y eso quiere decir que probablemente tengamos una reversión. Eso querría decir que Bitcoin empezaría a voltearse para abajo. Voy a poner simplemente la diaria porque en la diaria nos cuenta la mejor historia. Recuerda, temporalidad diaria, estos son trades de 1 semana, 2 semanas. Y acá, ¿qué es lo que estamos volteando a ver? Volatilidad en extremos. Aquí vienes del periodo de volatilidad nula, llegaste al 100% y te estuviste en 100% 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 días. Y de ahí la volatilidad empieza a caer, la pueden ver acá, ¿no? Como la línea naranjita empieza a darse la vuelta y estás por debajo del promedio. Esto nos dice que este movimiento está sobreextendido, pero recuerden que hay veces que estos sobreextensiones de movimiento o sobreextensión, cabrón, la volatilidad topada puede quedarse topada por el rato que guste la volatilidad. Entonces, viendo todo esto en el precio de Bitcoin, ¿qué es lo que estamos esperando? Nosotros estamos esperando que haya continuación en temporadas medianas a largo plazo, pero creemos que va a haber una corrección en temporalidad corta. Esta corrección, tenemos 2 diferentes teorías por acá. Tenemos una teoría que nos hace, en el caso A, poder voltear a ver nuestros promedios semanales y en nuestros promedios semanales pensar que muy probablemente el Bitcoin pueda darse una vuelta por acá, caer a los $82,000, 80,000, y de ahí continuar a la alza. Ese es el primer escenario. El segundo escenario que tenemos, en realidad tenemos 3, es que Bitcoin se dé la vuelta, regrese por esta zona, por donde está el promedio de la 9 más o menos, entre los 76,000 y los $72,000. Es más o menos la zona que 73,660. Es más o menos lo que tenemos antes de continúe el movimiento, como lo estamos viendo en temporalidades más altas. Pero también creemos que Bitcoin podría hacer la jugada más grande de todas, irse a los 96,000, que es donde tenemos el promedio, donde tenemos la media del HPDR en la temporalidad, me parece que es la semanal, y de los 96,000, ahí podría darse el madrazo a la baja. Interesante cómo ahorita Bitcoin está empujando fuerte. Tal vez ese vaya a ser el escenario que se dé, donde todo el mundo se ponga bastante alcista. Veamos los 93, 94, 95. La gente diga, a la verga, nos vamos al cielo. 96 y pito para abajo, porque a los 96, digamos, vamos a poner el primer escenario, que tocamos los 96 y de ahí vamos a medir al 82. Es una caída de 14%. Eso no es nada en Bitcoin, nada. Y al 70 sería un 20%, que sería más o menos lo que esperaríamos nosotros, aunque hemos visto caídas de 30% antes, que también coinciden justamente con el 70,000. Así que en temporalidades cortas estamos viendo cómo estamos bastante cansados, el movimiento está cansado de subir tanto. Hemos visto cómo el movimiento está cansado de subir tanto, pero en temporalidades medianas y alta temporalidad podemos ver que literalmente esto tiene todavía empuje. Si volteo del otro lado y estamos viendo USDT, recuerden, USDT dominancia, la dominancia de USDT va en contra del precio de Bitcoin. Si esto baja, el precio de Bitcoin sube. Si esto sube, el precio de Bitcoin baja. Aquí lo que quiero que noten es esto. Voy a ponerlos en la diaria para que vean la dominancia de Tether. Ha estado cayendo como loca, ¿no? Bastante bien. Y vamos a aprender nuestros promedios. Todos por aquí abajo y puedes ver que la volatilidad está sobreextendida. Cuando la volatilidad está sobreextendida y has tenido un movimiento a la baja, es porque este movimiento a la baja está cansado. Entonces, en corto plazo, Tether también nos está confirmando que este movimiento probablemente está exhausto. Y ahora, si nos acercamos, podemos ver que está creando un poco de estructura. El fondo de este movimiento pudo haber sido el 4.13, está en 4.19. Y no nos sorprendería para nada ver la dominancia de Tether simplemente ir a buscar este 3.9, tal vez hasta el 4.5% y de ahí dar continuación a la baja en altas temporalidades. Pero en temporalidades cortas no nos sorprendería ver eso. Vean, en la semanal puedes ver la volatilidad expandiendo, continúa. Y aquí una vez más, puede que estés haciendo techo porque hay bastante resistencia por acá o lo vayas a hacer en casi el 80%. A la dominancia de Tether no le gusta irse más arriba de eso en volatilidad, así que este movimiento no tiene todavía campo, pero no tanto. Vamos a ver el de 2 semanas, ¿dónde está parado? La temporalidad de 2 semanas, la dominancia de Tether. Empezamos a ver que la volatilidad empieza a expandir aquí, justamente. Y el movimiento es a la baja, lo que nos va a decir que va a haber continuación de esto, ¿ok? En la dominancia de Bitcoin, no, esto es CME, perdón. La dominancia de Bitcoin continúa hasta arriba, la gente ya está apostando en altcoins y esto es algo que nos debería preocupar. Continúa vean acá, en la de 2 semanas, puedes ver cómo rebotamos, recuerden, la expansión de volatilidad no puede ocurrir debajo de esto, aunque estés arriba de 15%. Tienes que pasar la línea blanca. Una vez que pases la línea blanca, oficialmente estás expandiendo volatilidad y lo está haciendo, pero ahorita está volteándose para abajo. Esto es lo que nos está llevando por acá. Es la de 2 semanas y todavía la expansión de la volatilidad puede continuar tranquilamente hasta la zona del 73%. Por lo que, atención, este es un rally movido por Bitcoin y puedes ver cómo también en temporalidades más cortas, disculpa, esa es la semanal, y acá en la diaria, el movimiento está un poco sobreextendido. Entonces, no nos sorprendería ver la corrección. La pregunta va a ser, ¿cuándo va a venir esta corrección en todo lo que estamos viendo? Vamos a tener un ojo en Bitcoin y a mí se me hace importante anotar este nivel acá en los 90,000. Creo que va a ser un nivel importante y también no descartemos que lo que podríamos estar viendo es simplemente este tipo de cosa antes de dar continuación en mucho tiempo. Podría ser consolidación de precio. Así que, what are we doing? Pepe or Salamis? Or
Pepe.
which one now? Pay? Pay.
The greatest meme of all time.
The greatest meme coin of all motherfucking time. Is
Basically.
that you, Farhan, or Alex?
Yeah,
Alex is doing
it's
Salamis,
me.
right?
Yeah, I got Salamis.
Hi, it's me, Farhan.
I remember that one video you made with little Shmi saying over and over again.
Hi, I'm Shmi, and it just come up. It's so fun.
That shit was fucking hilarious. What did he say about that? Did he say anything?
He gets a little mad, but then he forgives me. I really liked him. He's just
He's funny
very
guy.
hardworking. Yeah, he is.
Feliz Revolución Mexicana, fellas.
Feliz Día de la Revolución. No, but that's on the 20th.
Isn't that today?
No, today's the 18th.
But everybody's off here.
Oh, because they don't want to mess up the week. Because before, if it was the 20th on a Wednesday, people were like, all right, fuck it. We're not opening this schools on Wednesday. And then when you had it on a Tuesday, they would take Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday off, and your week would start on Wednesday. So that's why.
Wow.
Yes, we like holidays in Mexico. We do not like to
Well,
work.
then I'm definitely Mexican.
Any excuse to drink and eat tacos, they'll take it.
All of us,
Model-
dude, come on. That's the life.
Modelos and tequila.
Let's go.
The 2 week on Pepe, we've just now closed over the blue 38.2. The last time we did that was back over here in February of 2024, whenever we went, this is going to be a ridiculous number because this is a shitcoin, 685% to the upside. Now, are we going to see, what's the market cap of Pepe? It is, I can't see it. Average volume 30 days, 44.13 T. That's, I know for a fact that's not trillion. And I'm too stupid to figure it out right now. So we close over the 38.2. What we could see is a back test of that 38.2 before we get the spring. I wouldn't count on it, but that's also very, very possible. That would be towards this 50% area. And from there, it's going to be quite a bit down because this is shitcoin once again. Not even. It's only like 13%. 13% is a sneeze for a shitcoin. And then from there, we would expect a volatility expansion, which we're already kind of getting, but it's not exactly yet. It's on the edge of volatility expansion. But after the backtest in spring, we should get that volatility expansion towards this 78.6%. Usually, this thing likes to go towards the 100% and the 97.5, which it did right here, and right here went towards 100. The 100% is all the way up here. This is taking a couple zeros off Pepe whenever it goes to the 100%. That would be just towards the 88.3 is 259% up. The 95 is about 300% up, and the 100% is 350% towards the upside. Which, in terms of meme coins, that's not really that much, but it's astronomical. If you tell anybody in Wall Street 350% is not that much, they're going to put you on some antipsychotics. They'd be like, sir, you need to put down the crack pipe. We don't have very much data right now for the jewel, but it is starting to flip back around, giving us this light blue cyan. Got to take it with a grain of salt, though, because we don't have any data at all. The weekly currently closed over not only the 38.2, but the 50% and the 61.8%. Last time that happened, we went towards the 100%. Our momentum is still pointed up into bullish control, and the volatility is pointed up to support it. And the jewel started flipping back around, not even being able to switch into that dark blue. Just went straight from white again towards light blue again, and it's about to enter into the bullish control. Last time we entered into the bullish control in Pepe was in March of 2024. Let's draw a vertical line there and see what happened with price action when we entered the bullish control. Oh, what do you know? An astronomical move to the upside of about 788%. Not too bad. And if we close over the 78.6, which we're finding as resistance right now, that takes us, as if relationship holds true, towards the 100%. So I would feel so uncomfortable targeting the 100% on anything other than meme coins like this that move like that. And that is at another 300% to the upside, maybe 325% towards the upside. I hate coins with prices like this because there's so many zeros. So I'm like 0.000000. So I just skip out the zeros and I just use the numbers 2133. Towards this area, how many zeros are we taking off? We're taking off another zero. That's how you calculate meme coin gains in terms of how many zeros you're removing from the price. Currently on the 5-day, we're getting a little bit of a pullback, but we're still holding at the 78.6 after we closed over it. While momentum is still in bullish control and volatility is still pointed up. And the jewel is also curving back around, about to enter the bullish control. That would give us more probabilities of this area holding and us continuing towards the upside from here after making our spring on the weekly. And but if we do lose the 78.6, then we're probably going to get a deeper pullback, probably going to come back down to retest this 5 EMA, and then from there we would get that spring. And that is still about 20% towards the downside. It doesn't look like that much. Just from here to the 5 EMA is 20%. Two days already kind of giving us the idea of a pullback because we closed this red candle right here, kind of like a hanging man. Usually, whenever a candle closes like this on an uptrend, it's considered a hanging man. On a downtrend, it's sort of like a hammer. Depends on which direction you're going in. As of right now, we're still rejecting this 95%. We're at very extreme levels on our momentum at 94%. Volatility is also at 94%. The jewel is about to enter into the critical zone. Last time we were into the critical zone on the jewel was right here. We rejected it in May. And then we actually entered it in around March, right before that 788% move. Where is the... As of right now, though, we are getting multiple rejections from this 95%, which does bring us back down mathematically towards that 9 EMA, towards this 88.3%. That's going to be like a 25 or 30% dump from where we are right now. And on a shitcoin like this, like whenever we went up this much, in one move, we went up 236% with literally no pullbacks at all. And the type of people who usually ape into these coins, whenever they see one of these type of pullbacks, they get really scared and they think the run is over. Because I've had this personally before, right? I know a couple of people who hold Pepe because I told them to buy. No financial advice, though. I just strongly suggested it. And then they started contacting me like, oh, it went up so much. Now the price is going down. Price is going down. Is it over? I'm like, yeah, but it's just a normal pullback. Like nothing goes straight up in a straight line. But I have been sort of strongly suggesting people start scaling into selling because we are closer to the top than we are not, in my opinion. Daily as well is giving us that same idea of a pullback because we put in a massive shooting star candle. If you would want to short this, I wouldn't suggest shorting this thing because of how volatile it is and how much it moves. I would just suggest wait for the next opportunity, unless you were an absolute true degenerate, which our people kind of are, can't deny it. But your stop loss would be any tick above this wick high. If we go like even $1 above this, we're probably going to go significantly higher towards those 100% ranges on our weekly and the 5-day. 4 hours consolidating very strongly after hitting the 100%. Literally just, if you were to switch this into a line chart, you can actually see that consolidation just sideways. Because this removes all the noise. We're just going sideways right now. That's the candles, turn back on the HPDR. And as of right now, we are still below the median on the 4 hour. The median is where I would consider the area where we would probably continue back towards the upside. How many zeros is that? I don't even know. It is 0.00021, let's say 216. We close over that, then probabilities are back towards the upside again, and this consolidation is probably the extent of this pullback. Switch to the momentum chart. Actually, that's not really going to help us much because it's so many zeros. It's not going to give us a number. Let's check the divergence. Two-week currently right now has multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence confirmed. We have 3 in right now. We've already hit the bullish control zone. The next area from here, since we're now basing off this moving average, is going to be the critical zone. It doesn't even tell you what price that is because there's so many zeros. Can't really get much out of that. Just know it's much higher than we are right now. Weekly is also giving us multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence as well. Volatility is still 87%, so we could get one more swipe before this topped out. And one more swipe in terms of one of these shitcoins could be another 100, 200% move to the upside. 5-day also has bullish divergence, and we're already at the critical zone. 2-day also has multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence. And 4-hour also has multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence. That's also putting more points into the camp that this consolidation phase could be the extent of our pullback, and that we would not really get a real pullback before we continue upwards. And that would make sense because right now, it's not letting, this entire market is basically not wanting to pull back at all to let anybody get on the train. Let's see if the momentum chart will be helpful at all. Yeah, not really. It doesn't tell us the number because there's so many zeros. But what we can gauge from the momentum chart though is that we are rejecting getting into the bearish control, and momentum is starting to flip back up after this summer consolidation and pullback that we had. Doesn't look like that much, but that's a significant dump. That is about 60%, 63% to the downside, which was just a regular correction down to the 21 EMA before we sprung back up. It's crazy how much volatility these shitcoins have. You literally don't need any leverage at all. And volatility is now expanding, and we're above the moving average. We're at 70%. You could easily get another 150, 200% move to the upside before this volatility is tapped out. As we saw right here, where we expanded from even higher levels on our volatility, and we got a move of 566% before we topped out.
This is, I feel like if I were going to use and buy Pepe, because there's someone on our Discord that shared with us that he made, I don't know how much money with the Pepe signal that we did on the live. I feel like you need to trade Pepe on a 2x leverage tops,
Yeah.
and have like a good cushion right there for that move, right? Because otherwise, dude, it's impossible.
Because even on a 2x, you could easily get liquidated on this shit.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And Buddy was using like, I think 60 or 50 to 60x leverage.
Yeah, he's one of us, but a full DJ.
With a little sneeze on Pepe, you get liquidated.
Yeah.
Like with that type of trading, I would suggest just taking your money and going to Vegas instead. Because after you lose everything, you still get a couple of free drinks. You get your room comped. Like, you have a good time. You get a free steak dinner.
I agree.
Have some fun in Vegas instead of burning it all at the exchange.
Yes, indeed.
And right now we are entering into the bullish control and momentum on the weekly as well. Unfortunately, can't say what price it is to close it down because we have so many zeros. We're at 87% on our volatility. So once again, we could get another swipe up. And this thing swipes are several 100%. So 5 days, well, flipping back up in bullish control. On the next open, we're probably going to enter into the critical zone. I can't even find time where we were in the critical zone on this thing ever on the 5 day. So imagine if we're getting 788% moves to the upside and we're not even in the critical zone. 2 day right now is we're basing off of the silver cross. We're just riding the 9 EMA higher. We're at very extreme levels on our volatility. We're at 96%. Moving average is at 87%, trying to catch up. But from there, maybe one more swipe before volatility is topped out. Right now, momentum is about to turn down. Unfortunately, I can't see what price it is, but it's curved down and it's going to flip and it's going to reject the critical zone. Last time we rejected the critical zone was right here, and we got a dump after rejecting it of about 30% to the downside. Actually, not that bad, to be honest. Not that bad.
For this type of coin, it's not that crazy.
The daily is already at many periods of extreme volatility. We're just about now drop below the moving average. The moving average is at 98.57%. Now volatility is at 98.02%. So if we get a close like this is going to confirm volatility contraction. And since volatility expanded while we got this massive move to the upside, we're going to have to expect a mean inversion pullback to the downside, which right now our first area is going to be this 9 EMA. And since the 9 EMA has been holding the whole time, we have to assume that it's going to hold again. And on a close though, like wicks don't really matter. That's why you like to use the line chart. As you see right here, we've been basically basing off of this 9 EMA the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
If we lose the 9 EMA though, we're probably going to get a deeper pullback, and we're probably coming at the minimum down to this 21. And that's that. How much of a pullback is that?
Must be huge.
It's about like 30% to the downside. So another 30%, just like here. Very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
4 hour currently is almost fully contracted on volatility from multiple periods of 100%. We are now at 35% on the moving average and 23% on volatility. So once the moving average gets below the volatility oscillator, that's when we get our indication that the contraction phase is over, and now we're about to start our expansion phase from there. And we're currently flipping back up and rejecting the bearish control zone, and we're going to flip back into the bullish control zone on this maybe next 2 or 3 4-hour opens, which gives us more. I'm sorry.
Front run the shit out of this one. Go to the 1 hour and let's see volatility is giving us something.
Yep, it came all the way down to 2 periods of 0% volatility.
Yeah,
and now we're about to flip back up on momentum as well and reject the critical zone.
Here he goes, dude.
It's kind of telling me on the 4 hour that this consolidation phase could have been it, and that the higher time frames are about to take over, and this thing is probably about to get another 200 to 300% move to the upside from here. And whenever this thing gets those moves, it does it in like a week, because these meme coins, they're all about hype. So whenever people start seeing it go up, they go degen leverage and they go in like full balls deep and no risk at all, no risk management. They just want a lottery ticket. So if you like, you can notice this if you coincide the big moves with the exchange volume, you can see how that's why it goes up so fast in such a short amount of time. So right now our volume is like 31.52 trillion Pepe coins in the last 24 hours.
That must be like $20.
Yeah.
By the way, the market cap you were asking for Pepe is 8.9 billion.
Oh yeah, so we can easily do another 5x from here.
Easy.
The highest time frames we're currently above our previous all-time highs by a lot, and it's telling us that we're probably going to see continuation from here, especially since our volatility is nowhere near tapped out. The medium time frames are a little bit corrective, and the very low ones like the 4 hour and the 1 hour are kind of telling us that the correction is probably over, and we're probably going to see our spring very soon, and we're probably going to get another massive green deal load to the upside.
Fucking Pepe. Who would have thought so?
Look at us. Look at us. Who would have thought?
I'm going to buy some Pepe. I'm going to buy some Pepe. Fuck it. Why not? Lose all my money.
We already did yesterday with the Bitcoin short, so.
1 second. I'm sorry. I was reading this. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, Coinbase is next. For you, sir.
Okay, not Solana?
No, Alex is doing Salamis. You were going to do Salamis because I was unavailable. Let's just say you were talking about a big dump happening on the charts. Let's just say that the charts weren't.
I already had mine after the morning coffee, so.
Yeah. All right. You got me. All righty. Let me do this one, and we'll go into yours, Alex. The Salamis.
Yes, it's been doing some busting action lately.
Insane. Yeah. It's busting in front of all of our faces. Not on top, not all over our faces, but in front of our faces. Okay. We got, tenemos acá Pepe, la moneda favorita de toda la gente degenerada, ¿no? Es una verdadera locura. Pepe está cotizando, déjenme ver cuántos ceros son. 4 ceros y está en 21.20. Vamos a ponerla acá, justamente en donde podemos ver que esta vela nos demuestra que probablemente acá habrá un estilo de resistencia o soporte. Vamos a ver si esto es qué exactamente se va a convertir, y pueden ver que justamente el precio de Pepe está en medio de esta línea blanca en este momento. Vamos a empezar con temporalidades altas rápidamente. Este es un análisis rápido de Pepe porque en realidad Pepe no tiene tantos datos que podamos compartir. Pero si ponemos todos nuestros deliciosos promedios, podemos ver que venimos de estar de un movimiento de volatilidad exhausto y empieza a bajar la volatilidad. Eso es bastante bueno. Eso nos quiere decir que probablemente esté cargando un nuevo movimiento, pero esto es a muy largo plazo, así que yo creo que no necesitamos enfocarnos en Pepe, en la mensual, porque esto es un shitcoin. Pero en la semanal podemos ver que Pepe estaba a punto de llegar a extremos. Está justamente en 88.77%, pero a Pepe en estos golpes a la alza le gusta llegar a periodos de volatilidad extrema y lo hace sin problema alguno. Lo podemos ver acá perfectamente. ¿Qué pasó la última vez que llegamos a estos periodos de volatilidad extrema? Bueno, antes de que viéramos la volatilidad extrema fue justamente esto, donde la volatilidad empezó a expandir. Justamente acá voy a poner una línea para que lo vean. Y el precio de Pepe en extremo se fue hasta un 717% a la alza. Y es justamente lo que estás viendo por acá. Nos vamos acercando un poco más. En la diaria puedes ver que estamos justamente en ese periodo de alta volatilidad, donde todavía la volatilidad está en 98.2%. Aquí lo pueden ver, todavía por encima del promedio. No, el promedio está en 98.57%, volatilidad está bajo el promedio. Esto quiere decir que Pepe está exhausto en la diaria, pero atención. Atención, estamos consolidando, Pepe. Lo pueden ver por acá, que es consolidación, tienes un movimiento al alza, empiezas a tener este tipo de comportamiento. Esto quiere decir que hay gente comprando, vendiendo, comprando, vendiendo, comprando, vendiendo, vendiendo, comprando en esta zona, intercambiando de manos, lo que hace que el precio se vuelva, si lo quieres ver así, normal. Y eso permite que puedas tener extensión en el movimiento. Como estamos viendo en el indicador de Farhan de momentum y volatilidad, en todo esto podemos ver que hay diferentes continuaciones que se están dando con el movimiento alcista. Si tenemos esas continuaciones, estamos esperando a que esto vaya a dar para adelante. ¿Cuándo? Esa es la pregunta del millón, lo que nadie sabe. Y cualquier oportunidad para Pepe hubiera sido comprar en el 5, el promedio del 5, que es la línea verde que estás viendo justamente acá. Pero si nos acercamos a las 4 horas, en la de 4 horas podemos ver cómo Pepe perfectamente consolida por acá, nos está haciendo pendejos por acá. ¿Por qué? Porque está atrapando a mucha gente nueva, porque hizo este máximo y tenía este mínimo. Luego hizo este máximo, que es más bajo que este, y luego este mínimo, que es más alto que este. Entonces, justamente te ponen una zona de qué va a pasar con el precio de Pepe, en donde aquí está la oportunidad del millón, damas y caballeros. No es cierto, no se la crean. Pepe es un shitcoin. Pero en la de 4 horas podemos ver cómo la volatilidad empieza literalmente a apuntar para arriba y quiere empezar a moverse. Y ahora vamos a rápidamente la de 1 hora para que vean. Este es un movimiento de degenerados, donde ya hay expansión de volatilidad después de periodos nulos. Esta expansión de volatilidad se dio acá y el precio se fue de lado, lo que fue una corrección. Esto nos está diciendo que probablemente Pepe esté preparándose para despegar. Y si lo ves en temporalidades más cortas, está haciendo altos más altos y bajos más altos, lo que nos da una preferencia, un bias a que probablemente Pepe vaya a explotar a la alza como los pantalones del tío Salo. Así que atención, objetivo, o sea, literalmente objetivos, estás hablando de 2, 3X, pero vamos a ver cómo se da esto. ¿Dónde está tu invalidación? Simplemente perdiendo esta zona del 0,00021, 1.16. Porque ahí tienes todos tus promedios. Si pierdes todos estos promedios acá a la baja y te das una vuelta hasta el punto 2, esto sería como la última oportunidad muy grande si es que se llega a dar por acá. No lo esperamos, lo que nosotros creemos es que Pepe va a despegar próximamente, es lo que tiene cara de, sobre todo en este gráfico de 1 hora, tiene cara de que está listo. Confluencia en el de 4, déjame ver el de 2. El de 2 está flipeando la volatilidad justamente al promedio, es lo que está buscando en este momento. Yo creo que esta va a ser la señal por acá. Pues ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Pepe Le Pew. Listo. All righty. Let's do Salamis.
Nice. So yeah, Solana's been looking good the past few days. What do we know? Well, we were talking about this zone here, 216 being a pretty important zone for Solana. We see here, as soon as it was chopping around, of course, because it's an altcoin, but essentially, once we SFP'd that daily EMA 5, if we look very closely, we see that EMA 5 on the daily was holding very nicely in Solana. Even though we were under that 216 range, it still was catching it as support. It wasn't until we lost it, and then we quickly got reclaimed after an EMA 9 daily bounce, which would have made sense. It's kind of what you would have been gauging with the 5 and the 9 on the daily, just like this range here, where the 5 was holding, it looked good. We lost the 5, went to the 9, and then bounced from the 9 and made a high. So it's just the same kind of relationship, essentially. But with Solana, we see once it reclaimed that 216, it actually backtested it with the EMA 5 like as close as possible to that 216 as it's been, giving us almost like a spring on next open. That 216 was important, and so that essentially led from that point right now already a 15% pump. So with Solana now at $241, we have to be more on the, I don't know, side of cautious, I guess, that we potentially could easily go back and retest, especially that daily 5, right at 228. Just because of what, history has shown. Solana likes to go back to the daily 5. Even when we bust on through, we still fizzle down and test it. Busted through, came down and tested it. And then also when reviewing the HBDR, we're rejecting that 50% now. And so for me, when I'm viewing this daily now, it makes a lot of sense. Solana closes any dailies back above 250. Nice psychological number. We're probably going to test that $300 zone. That's kind of my big zone for Sol. I was getting that $300 zone based on this 5-day chart. We see the 5-day ranges did step up a little bit. With the 50%, price was holding it. Now it's, I guess, reclaiming it now, or it didn't lose it, but it closed under it on the last 5-day closure, causing this to step up. Now we're busting through it. For me, it makes a lot of sense waiting to see where this 5-day closes, and very much so, just kind of like what I always say in super trending bull markets, you should get some kind of retest here before we, I believe, go and test that 300. The 300 is going to be pretty important for Sol. We're now at the point where we haven't really been in this point in a long time. We're right about to make a new all-time high potentially for Sol, and this is my bull market. If this is kind of like my requirements for like an altcoin, if it's truly strong, and that's if we can break its last previous cycle high. And so this is the spot where bears are going to want to push this down right here. If you're bearish, you really don't want to see Sol actually take this high. You want that to kind of act as a trap. You want the HBDR. It was on, lose the daily. You'd want this 50% to actually reject this here. What that would do is it would trap a lot of longs, eager longs that are, like me, waiting for that, not waiting, but eagerly wanting to get that 300 Solana. What we'll often see is them stacking a bunch of longs here, and then Solana can easily roll over. That's why for me, it's not wise to start longing here. You wouldn't really want to be max longing Solana at this point. What you'd want to do is see the reaction around that 260, wait for a pullback. If Solana can actually hold the retest, unlike what happened here where it didn't, we won't break down. Just like here, it didn't hold it, and that's what led to our bear market breakdown. Now, if Solana obviously doesn't hold the throwback to, the 216, doesn't mean we're entering a bear market. But what that can mean to me is we definitely can get a deeper pullback. And so for now, watch very closely. If we don't end up rejecting here, bears are then hoping for the double top scenario. It's looking more grim though for bears. And, we know that just simply off one little setup that we had that we talked about here on live stream before it fired off. This was this 5-day setup. Leverage is a beautiful thing, but it also can be just an annoying thing when you're getting these volatility setups, because with leverage trading, it's all about timing. And with spot trading, it's all just about waiting. And had you just, spot bought right at this point, when BBWP was about to expand, yeah, you would have been up over 50% on spot, which is pretty good. Leverage trading, this is a little harder, but with what we know, volatility is now freshly above 50%. There's no reason why Solana couldn't go into the 90% zone, if not at minimum back to the 80s to 82%. Just in Solana's 5-day history, we know it likes to go to that zone and find some kind of rejection. It very rarely goes to the extremes on the 5-day, but it does like to at least go to the 80s to 90s before at least finding some kind of intermediate downside or top. And so for me, with the 5-day at 60% is very much like what I was saying with Bitcoin. A pullback scenario is more hopium for Bitcoin, but that will bleed into obviously Solana catching a pullback, and then that could be the big opportunity if it's already not passed. With Bitcoin's 2-week though, Bitcoin looks like the 2-week is just freshly getting started, which is insane to all of us considering Bitcoin now is at $91,000. And so for me, Solana looks bullish. It looks like it's ready to bust up. I'm curious now. Let's see how Sol BTC looks, because, just like with the 5-day, we've been talking pretty heavily about this Sol BTC range. And it's going to be very important for bulls to actually reclaim and bust through that 2.6 level. The 5-day, though, is looking quite promising. We talked about this on stream last time I analyzed Solana. What bulls want is for the 5-day to get a bounce where we talked about, right around that zone here. Made sense. We hit support. It was logical to get a bounce. We rejected, unfortunately, again. And Solana is like on the verge of majorly breaking out. It's just not making it easy for everyone. We're getting the major rally. It seems like it's about to bust on through. It falls on. And then we go back to the bottom of the range. Here, rejected. We had to hit the bottom of the range, broke on through, rejected, came back. Bank came back to the bottom of the range, which my bottom, which sounds funny, my bottom is at 2-3. Major support. That's pretty funny. And so this is looking quite welcoming. We want to see where this 5-day is going to close, because even though we had a nice like almost engulfing here where it just fully wrecked all the longs that scaled here, it's now doing the opposite on the bullish side. And so what we'd want is this 5-day to close anywhere above 2.6 and then just simply hold it on one more closure. You know, if we can get 1 to 2, preferably 3, 5 days above here, then this will give me max confidence that Solana is about to bust on through to that 304 level, which probably means that, you know, the 5 days making its way to $317. Even though, you know, Solana's Sol BTC's 5-day had this nice red candle here in November 11th. You know, we see here it didn't really correlate to Sol's USDT price. What that just generally meant to me was that the Sol BTC compared to Bitcoin, Sol compared to Bitcoin was just weaker, which made sense since, you know, Bitcoin was going nicely up last week. So Solana's looking good. Even though Sol BTC reset, we still held that 216 range. And so it'll just be really keen for bulls to actually reclaim this level on Sol BTC and not reject it like each and every time. Because if we end up rejecting it, then I do think we're going to get another pullback. And the question will be, well, where could we bounce then? Because I do believe if we end up going back here, and now we'll take this off, we end up filling this wick again, you run the risk of us breaking down, in my opinion, because with a nice little, almost like hammerhead at the bottom of the range, with expansion, if you just started to roll over and test these wick lows, you're really running the risk of a major breakdown for Sol. My next level is right around that, you know, 2. We'll call it 199, all the way down to 183, which would be pretty devastating for Sol. That's, I mean, levels we haven't tested since February 2024. And I'm curious to see, it's always hard to do this. 2024, right around here, when Sol had this nice pullback here. I'm curious to see how much of a pullback. So it doesn't look like a lot to me. Like 17%. I guess it's kind of on par for an altcoin. Nothing crazy. But still, I wouldn't want to hold a leverage long at that point. And so that's kind of your gauge. You want this daily. You just want us to keep holding on Sol BTC. As long as we're above here, this is going to theoretically move Sol up. And then ideally what we'll get is that 5-day the 5-day will start expanding. And it's supported by the 2-day and the daily. Like the 2-day is expanding and it still is looking good, and even almost retested the 15%. Now it's above the moving average and it's still expanding, trekking its way to 50%, while Sol freshly just reclaimed 216. And so I do think Sol can easily wick down. You know, I think Solana USD can easily come back down to like that 225, if not all the way back down to like 216 to 215. But I'm going to be looking at that as an opportunity until proven otherwise, simply because this right here, this candle tells me that this is now support. What was once resistance is now support to me. So I'm viewing this as support. We want to have at least Sol BTC reclaim this level for us to get more confluence of that 300 coming. And remember, when Sol really starts to move, it really starts to move. Like, you know, this, what was this? Yeah, this was an 18% daily candle. And so Solana easily could, with ease, come up to that 300. I do believe it'll hinge, though, deeply on that 259 level. And so right now, don't long Sol, in my opinion. I'm not longing Sol. I would rather it wait, do something like this, form more structure, and like the higher lows hold from this low here, and then maybe this low. And then from there, we get the expansion up. That's kind of what I'm viewing Solana as. It's the hopium scenario. If you're bearish, you want this to reject, you simply will have your stop loss at the all-time high of Solana, because you simply know if we start breaking that all-time high on Sol, which is, you know, right around what is it even? 259, almost 260.
Yeah.
So if you're short, you would just have a stop at 260 because you know that if we start breaking this 260, you're essentially going to get probably a God candle of 300. That's just my personal opinion, just simply based on how the volatility setup is on the 5-day here on Solana. And keep in mind, just like on Sol's 5-day, where we talked about this and how Sol's never had this setup before, and I think we were talking about this when Solana was like in the 150s. Sol BTC has never had this setup before, and it's also more. It has lower volatility sessions on the Sol BTC 5-day setup than the Sol USD setup, and on top of it, it's never volatility has never been this low, and we've never had a 5-day setup like this. So
Sol BTC has never seen a Hamas setup.
Never, and it's producing one now, and it's once it breaks this dotted line right at 15%, it's game on. And last time this happened here, right, dotted line broke it. It was game on. Let's kind of see at least what the move on Sol so far has given us. And it was right around this point here, 59%. And that was on one session. So if we know Sol BTC is running on, what is that, 4 sessions? The Sol US pair gave us 50%. You know, if theoretically that is to work, that would put 50% up, right around that, almost 4. It's like 3.8, which is very interesting to me because I wonder if we threw the HBDR on, if we've seen anything around there. Oh well, not really. We see the 80%, yeah, around that 4.1, and there's no reason why Sol BTC would play out the same volatility move as this one. It would actually be theoretically bigger, and so from where we're at now, if from expansion, let's say it starts expanding right around like this point, yeah, I mean, this would make a lot of sense to me. 55% up on Sol BTC takes us 50. That's a little higher than the Sol USD pair move that took us around 50%. And it would make sense because theoretically it should be bigger. But in summary, though, right, and why I'm even mentioning this, because if Sol BTC is giving us the same setup that Hamas setup, we all know what that is, then technically speaking, Sol USD, Sol's pair, USD pair is solely just beginning, which is funny. See what I did there, solely, and
God damn it,
yeah, and it means that maybe Farn's level at like 400 to 500 might actually come into play. We see here the monthly is kind of insane for Solana, and it's like once we break this median here on the monthly, which is closing in 12 days and is currently at I believe that's $222, I think is where the median's at. Then we would then expect the next target to be 650. This will obviously move up or down, but that is pretty insane if you really think about it, because even when Sol's about to make a new all-time high, and maybe maybe I'm talking about Sol going to 600 and this is the top on crypto. I don't know, but when Sol is giving us a BTC setup, and nothing to me is telling me that the top is near at all. We have volatility on the monthly, the lowest it's ever been. We have nothing like even 5-day that's guiding our bias, telling us, yeah, this is kind of getting to extremes. Not at all. And so I would be really I'd be very watchful on Solana. I wouldn't be longing here, even with that Sol BTC setup. If you're trading leverage, all eyes essentially on where today closes, because what you want is, just like I said, you want 260 in the hold. You would expect some kind of resistance around that 248 to 250, the psychological number. You would essentially then want, the wise bid would be this. You see the cluster here? You'd want some kind of move down. We maybe test the daily median, if not the 9, or we're super strong and we bounce from the 5. But around here, and then that to me would make a lot of sense. And with this trade, it could easily be laid out in this sense.
By the way, Alex, next time you got to give us a trigger warning before you use the T word.
T word.
Top.
Oh yeah. It really could be as simple as this. And this is just more like a mock-up. I'm not going to take this, but we're in the environment where it could be like this. You get a pullback, you bid the median here, the cluster of the moving averages. You have your stop right at this wick low here, essentially. you just have to be mindful of possibly we test here again back at 204. But I do believe we end up going back here. We're just going to break down and test that 176 to 180 again. So, this is kind of like the play that, could easily happen on Sol. The risk to reward's insane. Sol's looking quite bullish to me. It seems like for me, it's more now going to be, it's going to get some pullback around here. I'm on the camp that we're going to probably get a pullback within this next week, right around that 220 to maybe 230 if it's super bullish. And there will be a major decision if we're going to grind out another higher low. And then at that point, we'd probably get a monthly closure. And then we just need to see where all these levels move up, because, if we end up rejecting the median and we don't close the monthly above the median, then I'll be more on the camp that, we're probably going to go back down and test a deeper pullback. But until then, we have the actual chance of breaking back above the median. And last time that happened was here. And from that point, when Bitcoin essentially reclaimed the monthly median here, we logically retested it. And then from there, we just trekked up. So that's kind of the environment we're in. It's going to be actually very dependent on this monthly median here, if we're actually going to get those pretty degenerate George levels of TPs with Solana. And it's kind of cool to see that, we're reclaiming this monthly median and Solana's testing the 240s, and Sol BTC is looking pretty insane still. So that's all I see. That's all I have. I'm bullish on Sol as I've been. I think Solana is going to be, I think it's going to, I think it could easily go into some super cycle trend where we just bust out of 200 and hit 400, 500 fast. But again, it'll just be really dependent on Sol BTC level here. I like seeing the weekly closing above that 2.6. Now, since we have weekly supporting it, with also the weekly potentially about to fire off, cool. You just want the daily, if not maybe the 2-day to, mitigate choppiness. You just want the 2-day to hold above this level now. Have it hold like this, you'll see this scenario play out, and then you'll see a nice green dildo on Sol, which probably will happens once we break that 260. But don't long until then, because you run the risk of us either forming some double top and coming down, rejecting here. And that's why for me, it just very easily put, once we get confirmation with Sol BTC, easily could take a trade like this. You have now a logical stop. You're not playing in the middle. And we're flipping a previous cycle high, which easily could happen very fast. It's like what happened on Bitcoin. We busted out, broke the high, didn't fully come down and test it. And then we've just blasted through right here. We just see here, didn't even fully test it, came down slightly and then went through. Same kind of thing with Sol. I do think 300's loading for Solana. It just will really be hinging on, if we hold that 216 level. As long as we're above it, though, I'm bullish on Sol. Sol BTC looks like it's grinding out a Hamas setup now. And we've never seen that on Sol BTC, and it will be bigger than the one that the 5-day on spot gave us. So, theoretically, it's maybe then that $500, $600, $700 Solana price actually the prophecy gets fulfilled, because in 2021 everyone wanted $500 Sol, and that's why I made the joke where it's watch me call for 500 Sol when Sol's about to make its all-time high, it tops, and then I'm just like a degenerate. I'm getting clips for months about that. Yeah, so
nobody's gonna let you forget that.
Absolutely.
Nah, don't worry. As long as I'm here, there will always be the reminder that I thought Bitcoin was going to go to $12,000 in 2021. Okay, that's it. That's all you need to know. That's all that matters in here. I was wrong that one time about Solana going into $1, and I missed it, by the way, by $7, right? Which is not that crazy. And Bitcoin, missed it big time. So now
if you would have told them it was going to $8 when it was at $200, they would have called you a retard.
Yeah, absolutely. So now you want to get even more bullish on Solana? I think I can do that. You ready?
Hard not to with the Sol BTC chart. That's pretty insane. It's pretty crazy.
You go market cap Sol. This chart looks identical to the Bitcoin chart. That's number one, since it started to populate. Not a lot of people know, but Solana has been obviously inflated at a rate of 8% compounded through the years. Therefore, it should be worth way more than what it was back then, right? The market cap top in 2021, I believe, was 80 billion. Let's see. 81 billion. Yes, I remember perfectly fine. 81 billion. I'm actually going to do this right here. And even better, what's the total market cap right now of Salamis? 114 billion. It's pretty good. You would say, well, it's been growing, right? Along with the price. What if I told you this can make a 5x no problem?
Sheesh.
And do you know why?
$1,000.
Let's go check out my buddy Ethereum. Because my buddy Ethereum, wait, is this ETH USD? Yeah, hang on a second. Just ETH market cap. ETH, 1 second. Ethereum spot, nope. All time, is this? Nope, that's the same one. I had just that fucking chart. 1 second. Spot, crypto kraken.
No.
There you go. Ethereum market cap. Here it is in billions. Ethereum's market cap at the top was 571 billion. That's a 5x from where Sol is right now. Now, you're going to tell me, well, that's awesome and all, Alejandro, but if Ethereum went up to that and came back down and it never got up, what does that mean? That means that Solana is about to take over Ethereum because there's no need for Ethereum. Ethereum is
what I'm very, very curious for? I want to pull up that chart and see if there's any bearish divergences on there.
On the Ethereum one?
Yeah, market cap.
All right, bring it on.
What's the ticker?
It's literally ETH, but just look it up like it says ETH market cap right here on crypto cap.
Market cap though looks pretty insane, and like it looks like it wants to go to the 150 billion at minimum, which would be what is that? Fucking 33% from here on its market cap, which is insane. Like its higher time frames look absurd, actually, and that's why I'm saying like the 5-day too on its market cap literally looks like our next target is $176 billion, which would be the 80% as long as we're holding above 110 billion. Solana's market cap looks like it wants to put in a 61% move to me, which is pretty crazy to think about.
Very, very interesting. There's actually on the monthly hidden bullish divergence on the Ethereum market cap.
On this, there's bullish divergence?
On the monthly, but on the quarterly, there's bearish divergence.
What was the reaction last time ETH market cap had bullish monthly divergence?
We've never had hidden divergence. Oh yeah, we've never had a hidden bullish divergence on monthly.
Keep in mind, like if ETH doesn't break its previous cycle high, Sol's looking a lot better if it does, because that's like my gauge. If a shitcoin's a shitcoin, if it doesn't break that.
It's hard for me to understand how people don't really believe in just like technology in a certain way. Like when we all saw the iPhone, right? And we were looking like you guys were probably 2 years old, but when the iPhone came out, we were all rocking Blackberries. And even
Steve Ballmer was like, it's too expensive. There's no keyboard.
Yeah, well, they were like, this is retarded. It's got no keyboard. I grabbed the iPhone because I used to do phone reviews online. So instead of doing cars before, I was doing phone reviews. And I grabbed an iPhone and I was like, holy shit, these guys are done. But I didn't go crazy until I saw Android came out. Android came out and I was like, that's it. These guys are done and they just can't get it together. And BlackBerry went from $128 billion to $2 billion in market cap. Just something that people thought it was impossible, because I literally said, fuck this shit, I'm out. And I literally left because I thought it was so fucked. This is the same thing. If anyone uses Ethereum, like for anything other than sending USDT, if anyone uses Ethereum as a blockchain, it's a tremendous pile of shit, a tremendous one. It's garbage. It makes no sense that people are using it. So in my view, Ethereum has to disappear eventually to Solana or any other thing that might come up. But Solana right now, it's the best and has the most impressive infrastructure. That's why, to me, it's crazy that people are like, no, Ethereum will. Why? Ethereum is shit. They just don't know have to go up.
It's a classic coin, so everyone's conditioned to think it's going to go up.
In my opinion, ETH's market cap on the 5-day looks like it's put in a top candle. It's now hitting the 50% on the HBDR. And keep in mind, Sol's market cap on the 5-day looks like it just reclaimed the 50%. It looks like it's about to bust up 60%.
Yep.
Well, ETH's market cap looks like it topped on the 5-day to me, at least. That's what it's giving me. It looks like it at least wants to go back down to, 314 billion. Is some money going to pour out of ETH into Sol? I do think Sol's super cycle could happen. Super cycle in the sense kind of like what ETH did, where it just like ran up multiple digits in one cycle. I think, $200 Sol now and maybe 6 months, Sol could easily be at 400, 500, 600 even, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah. Why wouldn't it?
The divergence is not confirmed though, by the way. It's not confirmed.
It would look like a super cycle then on Sol for people that bought it at fucking $8, $12, $11. If Sol's at $800, $600.
Oh yeah,
it's pretty crazy.
2 weeks.
It's going to be a god tier trade.
What about the 2 week Farhan?
2 week has confirmed hidden bullish divergence, and now the jewel is starting to flip back around too. It's out of the bearish control. Last time we left the bearish control was in January of 2023. Let me mark that with the vertical line. That was right before this move to the upside we had. About
it's all just gonna pump. Doesn't matter if it's good or not.
All Solana needs to do is make its chain not congested. If it can make its chain always active, it'll beat Solana, ETH.
It's been good for like a year now or two, and also the 8 congestions episode that they had wasn't too bad. People are just.
I keep trying to send USDC on Sol, and Mexi keeps telling me it's not available. Try later.
I have no idea about that. I use it. I use it for NFTs, not to send USDT or anything. I use it to buy all the crazy, stupid shit and also some DeFi apps, like really retarded shit. But it does work really damn well.
I'm very stingy, so I try to not use ERC20, even if it's a $5, $6 fee. I just hate that. I'll send 20 Tether, and that $6 fee will ruin my day. Like fuck.
Nothing else on the chart, Farhan?
No, there's potential hidden bullish divergence on the monthly and confirmed bearish divergence on the quarterly. But you can argue that the bearish divergence has played out because we've already hit the 90 MA. So it's going to depend on how this monthly closes. Because if the monthly does confirm that hidden bullish divergence, we're probably going to retest these highs right here back from March.
Damn, that's crazy.
The quarterly,
I'm very surprised to see that.
Yeah,
quarterly looks bad. Looks like a short trigger to make a lower high, and we're just going to test the quarterly median and reject on the market cap of ETH. So unless it can break $575 billion, then I think ETH market cap is going to go down.
I think so too. I think it's fucked. We'll
and
see.
even it just hitting its 50% on the quarterly, because it's now under its quarterly median now. It's 50% at 155 billion. It's half a haircut, like 50% done. 59%. That's kind of crazy.
Insane.
Yeah.
All right. Let me do Salamis, and then we have, I keep fucking forgetting it, Palantir, Alex. Or whoever's next.
The stock that goes up only.
Yes, sir. Palantir, exactly.
Wasn't it Coinbase next?
Well, you're next, Farhan, with Coinbase, and then for Alex's is Palantir. Yes. Quiero enseñarles algo interesante. Estamos analizando Solana y estamos platicando y estamos dándonos vuelta de ida y ahora sí que estamos dándonos vueltas en esto. Esto es el market cap de Ethereum. Ethereum en total vale 380 mil millones de dólares, 380 billones de dólares es lo que vale Ethereum. Pero el market cap de Ethereum, si lo estamos viendo acá, ahora, aquí no sabes qué va a pasar hasta que juegue todo esto, ¿no? Y probablemente lo vayamos a ver jugar acá en el 2026. Así que digamos que no lleva prisa. Pero digamos que Ethereum hace esto en este triángulo, etcétera, es lo que estamos esperando. ¿Para dónde va a ir? ¿Para acá o para acá? Va a ser la jugada. Ahora, ¿por qué preguntamos eso? Porque Ethereum, este fue su market cap, este fue el segundo tope que hizo, aunque efectivamente estaba creando bajos más altos, definitivamente, no hay duda alguna. Está jugando el mismo jueguito que todos. Pero volteamos a ver el market cap de Salamis. Es más, lo voy a poner en la mensual para que sea fácil de absorber para todos y lo vean, para que sea sencillo de digerir. Y ahora vamos a poner el market cap de Salamis y vean la diferencia. Solana sí ha hecho un nuevo alto histórico. Entonces, Solana como market cap ha hecho un alto histórico. Este market cap del 2021 fue el tope, fue en 81,230 millones de dólares, o sea, 81 billones. El día de hoy, Solana está cotizando casi en el doble. 8 por 8, 16, no es cierto. Está cotizando en 113 mil millones de dólares. ¿Qué me hace pensar que Solana no puede llegar siquiera a ser un 3X? ¿No? Un 3X. Porque eso es lo que cuesta, eso es lo que vale Ethereum hoy. Ethereum en realidad es una... Estamos comparando tecnología. Y la tecnología, no importa cómo la uses o cómo la vendan, cuando estás viendo Ethereum contra Solana, Solana es muy superior. Demasiado. Como alguien que usa estas chingaderas, Solana es mucho mejor que Ethereum. No hay duda alguna. No tiene por qué Ethereum a largo plazo crecer. Es como decirte que los BlackBerrys en el pasado, los teléfonos esos, le iban a ganar al iPhone solamente porque fueron los primeros y todo el mundo los tenía y eran seguros y el gobierno los usaba. Adivina qué, se fueron a nada. Entonces, cuando salió el iPhone se los comieron y cuando salió el Android fue la confirmación. Aquí Solana es el iPhone y vamos a ver cuál es el que sigue con la confirmación. Pero definitivamente, en mi opinión, Ethereum tiene los días contados, a menos de que JP Morgan o algo así haga algo muy, muy extremo. Ahora, ¿por qué tenemos altos históricos en Solana en valor, en valuación total, pero no lo tenemos en el precio? Porque cuando volteamos a ver el precio de Salamis en este momento, voy a quitar esta línea rápido, un segundo. Cuando ves el precio de Salamis, todavía no llega a un alto histórico. Llegó, oh, wow, it ran to 248 now. Holy shit. Llegó a los 248, el máximo histórico está acá. La razón por la que no ha tocado un máximo histórico Salamis es muy sencilla. Es porque ha sido diluido a una velocidad de 8% anual compuesta. Eso quiere decir que como el fiat, Solana está creando más monedas a un rate de 8% anual, lo que sigue haciendo que se diluya el valor de cada moneda. Entonces, si continúan así, lo que tienes que saber es que el precio va a continuar subiendo, pero también si se tarda mucho, eso quiere decir que van a seguir inflando Solana más y vas a tener que calcular cuánto va a subir más basado en eso. No puedes decir que solamente va a ser un 3X porque van a haber más monedas que salgan al mercado. ¿Me entiendes? Entonces, no va a ser tan fácil de decir va a ser un 3X, un 5X basado en lo que Ethereum ha hecho. No podemos decir eso. Pero en este momento, analizando Salamis, vamos a empezar con esta rapidísimo. El truco de los Salamis está escondido o reside justamente en esta tabla. Esta tabla es Solana contra Bitcoin. Solana contra Bitcoin, pueden ver que había hecho un alto histórico en septiembre del 2021 cuando tuvo ese super run que se fue de literalmente $8 hasta $249, que es el máximo histórico. Fue justamente esto, todo esto que vieron acá. De ahí cayó, ahora subió, consolidó y ha estado consolidando. Esto es Solana contra Bitcoin. Y ahorita, ¿qué es lo que notamos en esta tabla? Cada que tienes cierres encima de esto, tienes movimientos expansivos fuertes a la alza, como en esta zona. Y ahorita Salamis está justamente intentando cerrar su vela mensual arriba de nuestra línea de resistencia. Y al mismo tiempo, en contra de esta resistencia en diagonal a la baja. Esto podría darnos el primer breakout, la confirmación de breakout, y tienes dos aparte confluencias diferentes. Esta línea meme y esta línea vertical que viene por acá. Un cierre por encima de estas líneas nos empezaría a decir que muy probablemente sí vayamos a romper a la alza y con fuerza, porque no hemos tenido un solo cierre en contra de esta línea, de esta resistencia. Y de esta lo has tenido acá, pero instantáneamente te dio la reversa. Instantáneamente te dio la reversa. Y acá también se podría dar que instantáneamente te dé la reversa y todo esto continúa a la baja. Pero por ahora, si estamos viendo Salamis en esta tabla, nos vamos a ir a la de 5 días porque ahí es donde reside todo. En la de 5 días podemos ver que empezamos a cerrar aquí arriba. Lo hicimos dos veces. Estas fueron fake outs, pero el precio está consolidando por encima. Este es un triángulo ascendente que está subiendo. Lo puedes ver por acá, creando nuevos mínimos. Y lo que esto te da es continuación a la alza. Entonces, tenemos una gran posibilidad de continuación a la alza en el precio de Solana, simplemente basado en contra de Bitcoin, simplemente basado en el tipo de consolidación que se está dando, en qué zona lo está haciendo. ¿Dónde está parado el market cap de Solana en este momento contra Bitcoin y la popularidad de la red? Y con toda esta consolidación en esta zona, nos hace pensar que muy probablemente vayamos a ver esto explotar a la alza. Podemos ver que también estamos por encima de todos nuestros promedios importantes y, más que nada, venimos de periodos de cero volatilidad. Esto es el setup de jamás, lo saben ustedes. Venimos de periodos de cero volatilidad y acá está el 15%. Una vez que esto juegue, porque nunca lo hemos tenido en este gráfico, pueden ver acá toda la historia de Solana en la de 5 días. Hemos estado sobrevendidos, por supuesto, pero nunca hemos tenido volatilidad tan baja como en esta ocasión y tampoco por tanto tiempo y expandiéndose. Una vez que esto en la tabla de 5 días de Solana llegue al 15%, este setup de jamás se activa, será explosivo y muy probablemente vaya a acompañar al precio en el movimiento a la alza, aunque tengas que esperarte para ver, porque si se da a la baja va a ser un putazo a la baja fortísimo. Ahí tienes Solana con Bitcoin. Vamos a ver el precio de Salamis rápidamente. Vamos a hacer exactamente lo mismo. 5 días. ¿Qué es lo que esperamos de esto? Esperamos que definitivamente los Salamis vayan a buscar ese delicioso máximo histórico en los 259. Lo que nosotros creemos es que la mejor oportunidad para entrar a Solana, de nuevo, estás viendo el gráfico de 5 días, que es el que para nosotros es el importante. Lo que nosotros pensamos es, y les voy a quitar tantito ruido del gráfico, es que los Salamis, segundo, ¿saben qué? Déjenme bajo esto tantito para que puedan ver. Este es el máximo histórico. Esta zona es el máximo histórico. Lo que estamos haciendo es ilustrando lo que creemos nosotros vaya a ser la oportunidad más grande. Creemos que Salamis puede ir a pegar en el techo. Una vez que llegue al techo, tiene que tener una reacción. Probablemente la reacción sea a la baja. Y en este pullback es donde quieres entrar. Ahora, ¿cuál va a ser la zona de interés para que puedas entrar en ese pullback? Vamos a poner nuestros promedios. Puedes ver que el promedio del 5 está en los 208, por la que esta zona de 214 es lo que más sentido tendría. Sería un pullback a los 214 y luego continuación a la alza. Esa sería la primera zona porque este 5 va a subir, este 9 va a subir a esta zona de los 202. La segunda zona de interés sería justamente los 202, donde probablemente el promedio de las 9 vaya a estar en los siguientes cierres y dar continuación a la alza. ¿Dónde está nuestra invalidación? Yo creo que bajando de los 186, esta zona justamente en los 187 sería la invalidación a la baja y empezaríamos a buscar más objetivos a la baja porque romperíamos esta zona bonita de soporte que ya hemos... Bueno, todavía oficialmente no ha sido soporte porque no ha venido el precio a recargarse, pero es lo que esperaríamos. Básicamente eso. Solamente poner atención, ver estos niveles, el 214 pendientes para Solana. Ahorita no es una buena idea entrar en long porque igual y te hace un short, te hace un front run de esta línea, no llega, cae a los 214, ni siquiera a los 214 y luego continúa. O sea, ese juego sucio que conocemos lo puede hacer. Pero es lo que estamos viendo en Solana en este momento en la de 5 días y sobre todo viendo el gráfico de Salamis en la de 5 días. Perdón, ahí está. Viendo el gráfico de Salamis en la de 5 días, podemos ver que venimos de periodos de nula volatilidad, expansión de volatilidad que nos ha dado este movimiento, pero todavía no topamos, estamos en 58%. Y a Solana sí le gusta ir más arriba en volatilidad, lo pueden ver acá, le gusta llegar al 88, al 90, al 93 o en extremos al 100%. Así que todavía tiene camino esta volatilidad para expandir en lo que el precio continúa a la alza. Y para todos ustedes que estén viendo esto y que tal vez no entiendan todo lo que estamos diciendo, les recomiendo darse una vuelta aquí rápido a Elite Trading Academy. Tenemos el curso de Cero a Trader, cuesta $24.99 y es todo, que literalmente nunca has visto una tabla, puedes aprender absolutamente todo lo que estamos diciendo aquí. Puedes ver el curso, dura una hora 40 minutos, acabarlo y entender todo lo que estamos hablando acá. Todo es gratis, el curso no es gratis, disculpen, porque si ponemos el curso gratis, la gente dice que no hay valor, pero importante. Y tenemos lenguajes acá, puedes escoger español, inglés, porque, perdón, yo veo todo en inglés, y tenemos nuestros diferentes productos. Pero se me hace, si les gusta esto y les gusta entrarle a todo, la manera más sencilla del curso y vámonos para adelante. And also, I'm going to say this, If you guys are watching this and you guys like trading and but don't fully understand everything, we have a course that's incredible. It's our course Zero to Trader. That means anyone that has no fucking idea of what they're doing can watch this, and in an hour and 40 minutes, you can watch these lives and understand everything we're talking about. We just want to make sure you all understand, and we created this just based on what we thought we wanted to see when we were learning. And it's all in one place. The course will keep refreshing itself, and we have live classes for everyone. So we do it every 2 weeks. Not this Thursday. The Thursday after, we're gonna have another live class with you guys. So either way, just wanted to mention that. What's next, boys?
I think Coinbase, right?
Yep,
Coinbase. Yes.
Brian is bold.
Brian BB. Bold Brian.
BB Brian.
BB Brian. Has nothing to do with the BBWP.
Or the BBC.
Absolutely nothing to do with the BBC. By the way, someone tagged me on Twitter. Alex, you might not be familiar with this. There's a restaurant in LA, and it's actually everywhere. It's a Canadian restaurant called Joey's. And it's kind of like a casual eatery. Like, it's nice. It's okay. But it's like a corporate thing. So there's many locations of this Joey's thing everywhere, whether it's Canada, the United States. I think there's some in Mexico too. So someone tagged me on it and was saying that this is something to do with Israel and whatnot. So just so you know, Alex, Joey's is a fine establishment, but after 5 p.m. on a Thursday, it turns into something else. You go to the bar of any of these Joey's restaurants and you'll find MILFs over 50 years old, titties hanging out, like ready to go, just casually. That those super tan ladies are just talking to each other, and then they open the doors and a BBC, fresh BBC, just walks in by the pound, and it starts to become a thing. And if you're there, you're gonna feel a victim of assault just by looking at what's going on. But dude, so if you're in a relationship and your wife goes or your girlfriend goes, I'm going to Joey's, and it's Thursday after 5 p.m., you know what's about to happen.
Yep. Wallahi, you're finished.
Yeah, that's
yes, absolutely.
You are now a Cardano holder. So
you are now you're not only a Cardano holder, but now you become Charles Hutchinson's or whatever.
You might have voted for Kamala.
Sir, I have your chair right here in the corner.
I got your VIP chair right here where you like it, in the corner,
facing the bed.
Oh God, ready?
God, we're such retards.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I have these vertical lines marked off whenever the momentum started flipping back up on Coinbase, and every single time we've had a very sizable move towards the upside. Right now, momentum is just about to break into bullish control. It's right on the edge. Usually, whenever we at a minimum, absolute minimum, whenever momentum flipped up, we got a move of about 79.88%. The other time, we got a move up of about 213%. And then 254%. And as of right now, from here, we're getting a fresh move back up, and we're getting a move up of currently 87%, which is absolutely nothing compared to our previous times. And the difference is this one, whenever we only had a 79%, is that momentum was absolutely topped out. Volatility was topped out. Right now, volatility is only at 50%. And we're just about to close over this 50% on the HPDR. 50% is right now at $319. So it's less than $1 away from where we are right now. We close over that. That takes us towards the 78.6, which right now the 78.6 on Coinbase is about $553. So if you were to take the measurement from when momentum started flipping up towards that $553 number, that's about roughly 200%. Very interesting, because this was 200%. This was 200%. 200% again?
I think it's so doable.
Yeah. Coinbase is insanely bullish right now in terms of like the monthly. Because now we're not only are we just about to close over the 50%, but we're significantly over our highs from March and April, whenever Bitcoin was at $73,000. And our HPDR ranges have stepped up significantly. So that gives us a lot more room to be able to move up to the upside again. If we hit the 100% like we did over here and over here and over here, that would take us towards $679, or a move of about 280% towards the upside. Very similar to this move that we got right here. And the volatility is even lower than it was back then when we got that 200 and something percent move to the upside. So another 200% move to the upside doesn't sound too crazy, especially from where we're coming with volatility. 2 week currently is upwards on momentum. Momentum is in the bullish control, and volatility is pointed up. The jewel is starting to flip back around with right below the bullish control and rejection of the bearish. And within the next, I want to say 2 candle opens, it should take us back into the bullish control. Last time we entered the bullish control was on the Hamas setup. We're currently, after closing over the 61.8, we're basing off of it and getting expansion from there. With volatility still at 65%, we can continue a little bit, actually not just a little bit, we can go a good amount higher. And somewhere around the 97.5% to the 100% is where I would look. And that is currently about $400 to about $500, right next to our previous all-time highs at around no, it's above our previous all-time highs.
Way above some.
Our opening, our opening price was whenever this thing was first listed was around $400 something, and that would be our retest or a test of that 97.5 would be our current opening highs. Whenever Jim Cramer was like, I like Coinbase to $400, then it immediately collapsed down to about $30. So please,
which, by the way, he just said to not worry about Nvidia, that they'll be fine. He just said that.
Oh, it's over. It's over for him. Haven't we been mentioning for the last couple of weeks that Nvidia is closer to a top than not?
Absolutely.
Now we have the Cramer confluence. That's all you need. Forget the bearish divergences. Forget all of that. All we need is Jim Cramer.
Touche.
Did you know that the inverse Cramer index is actually outperforming Pelosi?
Yeah, dude. Which, by the way, that tells you that shows you, right? There's no company that's gonna hire a guy that literally would have made you so much money just by being wrong. It's just propaganda. Nothing shows propaganda like that. That was to me like unreal.
But have you considered this? Maybe Jim Cramer is the greatest trader of all time, and he's just doing a psyop. Whatever he thinks is gonna happen, he tells you the opposite.
Well, that's what they're doing. It's not him. It's literally everybody that's on the market telling him, tell them that Nvidia is going to go up, that they don't have to worry about it. So he comes out and tells them, and he's 100% betting against it. Like, he's not doing what he's saying. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Isn't Jensen selling right now?
Not sure.
I think I saw something like that because I saw a post on Twitter about all of the CEOs who are selling their stocks right now. Bezos has sold a shit ton of Amazon stock. And I think I saw Jensen on there who was selling NVIDIA in the 130s and 140s.
I'm sure.
Let me switch to weekly. We got a little bit of a gap right here on the weekly, which I feel like might be a trap for now. I think it is going to get filled eventually. But as of right now, we're closing we're above the 88.3. So if we do close above that, that should take us to like the 97% to the 100%, which is right around like $350 to $360. And from there, because our momentum and volatility are at very, very extreme levels, I would expect a mean reversion, come back down towards this 5 EMA, maybe this meme line, fill this gap, have these HBDR ranges step up, and then from there we would get our next move into the 400s. 5 days, same thing, over the 88.3, approaching the 90s right now. And we're at the same level on our momentum and volatility in the low 90% area. 2 day got a little bit of a pullback. We tested back to the 5 EMA, and now we're getting expansion to the 5 from the 5. And usually the 5 is your first indication that this is an uptrending market. And once you lose the 5, then you should be on more of a cautious watch. And as of right now, we are still holding the 5, so probabilities are still to the upside. Somewhere around that 350 to 360 area, I would look first. Probably get somewhat of a rejection there, and then we'd probably break into the 400s. Can't wait to screenshot Coinbase at 420.69.
You'll get there.
The daily is currently brushing right up against that 88.3 after coming back down, deviating the 5 EMA. If we close over the 88.3, that takes us towards the 97.5, right below $400 at $377. So in that mid $300 area. In the 4 hour now, the ranges have stepped up significantly. We've made our way back into the 38.2. We're brushing up against the median. Median's at $317.44. We close over that median because now volatility has completely reset. It's at 0%. Momentum is breaking, has fully reset and flipped back up and just about to break back into the positive. So if we close over this median, we're over it now. If we close over the median, momentum is going to break to the upside. Volatility is going to flip up, and that's going to give us a target of hitting the 97.5%. Last time we actually hit the 100, so it's possible we could hit that too. But currently, the 97.5 is at $418, right below 420.
So, but we're above the median right now. The median is at 317, right?
Yeah, we'd have to close over this in 1 hour and 17 minutes.
Ooh,
and that would give us
pretty promising.
And that would give us our probabilities of going towards that $400 area.
Got it.
Switch towards the momentum chart. Damn, Brian really is bold. I guess he's losing even more here.
It's probably his balls are now
losing it. Yep. All of it's gone. All the pubes are gone. Back here has been gone. I still have this on my chart from back in what do you call it, summer of 2023, right? I put this and then here, but I had the buys in like the $70 area. Unfortunately, I was a little too bearish and I had my sells at the 180 to 200. Still not too bad. I had my brother follow along this one. Only one stock he owns is Coinbase.
That was great, dude. I wish I would have gotten in before. I got in at 120, 116, 126, and basically got rid of it when it got to what? Like 240, 230. That's when I was like, all right, I'm good. It was almost like a 2x. But there's another chance right here.
Because right around this area is when the ETFs announced that they were going to be using Coinbase for their custodian. And Coinbase kind of didn't really do anything from there. And I was like, why is it not going up, reacting to this news? This is extremely bullish. And that was one of the best opportunities of all time because Coinbase was just lagging. And once it actually started moving, it really started moving. And right now, the first time around on our current cycle, mid-cycle highs at Bitcoin 73K, we rejected this critical zone. We came back down to the edge of the bullish control, and now we're flipping back up. And we're going to be flipped up on momentum as long as we're above, let's say, $269. Very nice. And we're going to enter into the critical zone as well. So Coinbase has never been in the critical zone on the monthly ever. So as of right now, if we enter the critical zone, we're coming from pretty low levels on volatility. We're at 51%. We can easily get towards that move towards $550, probably even beyond that with this low level of volatility.
I'd say so myself.
2 week is currently expanding after tapping that 15% on the volatility. And now we're at 58%. We're going to reject the bearish control and we're going to be flipped up as long as we're above $169. Very nice. The last time we got out of the bearish control was right here in January of 2023 when prices went from $55 all the way up to about $180. Weekly is currently expanding from very low levels on volatility below the 15%. Now we're at about 87%. So we could getting somewhere close to a local top, but we still have about 10% more to go on volatility before it's tapped out. So we could see another swipe up towards that mid $300 area where we were talking about, right around like 360s, maybe possibly 370s. At that point, volatility would be tapped out. So then I would be looking for a mean reversion pullback, probably to fill this gap right here, and then we will continue towards the upside. And we're going to enter into the critical zone as long as we're flipped up above prices above $235. Same thing on the 5-day, same volatility setup where we came below 15%. Now we're expanding from it. We're at 83%. We're going to enter the critical zone as long as we're above $220 and let's say $221, solidly above that right now. 2-day is getting pretty high in volatility. We're at 93%. Possibly we could get that one other swipe up. The 2-day is giving me less probability of that because we're so high on our volatility. How high does 2-day like to go? So on our previous local top, we went up towards like 96%. So we got like another 3% to go on volatility. That kind of makes me rethink that whole 370s, to be honest. But we're going to flip up on momentum. We're going to re-enter the critical zone as long as price is above $250. So as long as momentum is pointed up, though, we would not be expecting a long-form pullback. At the most, we would be expecting consolidation. Daily is at many different periods of 100% volatility. And now volatility is sort of trying to contract a little bit. If we get a daily close like this, it's going to confirm volatility contraction, because now the volatility oscillator has dropped below the moving average. Moving average is 99.68%, and the volatility is at 99.6%. So it's just barely below the moving average. And we're going to
tell you?
That tells you that the volatility is starting to contract, and we're going to get a mean reversion from whatever made volatility expand.
Got it.
And right now we're flipped down on momentum as long as we're below $326.30. So it's also going to get kicked out of the bullish critical zone. Also puts significant more doubt on that idea of 360s to 370s. 4 hours already contracting from many different periods of 100% volatility. We are now at 83% on our volatility, and moving average is at 90%. So from here, this is the 4 hours kind of saying that the mean reversion is basically here, and we should just make a lower high at this point, and then continue down to retest our lower moving average somewhere around like maybe the 55 EMA, which is at about $240, and that would fill the gap that we have on here as well, right at this point. Momentum is going to be pointed. It's going to flip back up. Interesting. As long as we're above $312.40. Let's go to the lower time frame then. And we got the on the 4 hour, we got the double extremes on the volatility. Where usually whenever you get double extremes, it likes to do a pullback after that. 2 hours currently also contracting, but we're just trying to flip up. Not quite. It's still going to be contracting as long as we're below the moving average. And momentum is going to flip back up as long as we're above $286.50. So I'm stochastic, and we're going to be rejecting getting into the bearish critical zone. On this next open, we should probably we're very likely also going to enter the bullish control. And the hourly is also going to be pointed up as long as we're above $312.50, and we're going to enter into the critical zone as well. So the high time frames are looking extremely bullish. I'm seeing somewhere between $550 roughly as like a very, very realistic target, not even a crazy target. And the medium time frame is a little corrective, but if you go all the way down towards like the 1 hour and the 2 hour, it's kind of telling me that this correction is probably over. We probably get one little move up, and probably and then from there, I would expect the higher time frames to start flipping, staying up in the critical zone, and then and the volatility to reset. Maybe a little bit of sideways from there, and then I would expect another massive dirty green dildo to the upside until around like 370s, 400. Hit our previous IPO open prices. I'd expect some type of reaction from there, probably a pullback the first time around, and then a solid green candle through there towards like mid 400s, maybe $500. It's very interesting to see how the hourly and 2 hour are very, very strongly pointed up now. So I guess the pullback might be over.
Yeah, I'm thinking your consolidation won't take you further down than $300 if there's going to be a little bit of consolidation here, and then just continue. This is just what he does. It's fucking crazy. What was I going to say? So SMCI next, and then at some point we got to talk Rivian, because what they did was such a fucking piece of shit move. They literally got everyone out. They were like, all right, now we're breaking down. Then, as soon as everybody was up, oh, no, price went up and just like went beautifully into support. So we got to talk about that at some point.
What I'm very interested to find out, at the end of the quarterly, we should get the filings from like the huge buyers. I think somebody must have bought a shit ton of Rivian.
Yeah, well, yeah, but it's just like these fucking funds that know what they're doing. That was a move done to fuck everyone out of their position.
Yeah,
it was everyone that like actually was smart and was like, all right, we're getting in because this shit's gonna go up. They were like, no, it's not. All right, everybody got out. I mean, even at the academy, we had the stop losses, but the take profits hit. So hopefully everybody made money. Yeah.
Right.
So I
emphasize, like, we have 3 TPs, but we want to take majority at 12:30.
Yes. Yeah,
Just
yeah,
for
yeah.
that reason, because you brought it up always that Rivian loves to do this shit. Consolidates, squeezes up, makes everyone think they're about to catch a generational long, and then it just
And-
fizzles right back.
And then fuck you. And here we
That
are in
is-
the fuck you zone.
That's the
It was
reality of
incredible.
this market now because everybody knows TA. So you got to make it look real bad before you pump it.
It's true. It's true. There is so much more people. Like, even if I understand half the shit that you guys say, it's pretty crazy. All right, let me get started. SMCI Farhan, and we'll get into Palantir right now.
Cool.
Vale, ahorita nos vamos a Palantir y ahorita después a SMCI, pero también vamos a platicar de Rivian después, que estaba diciéndole qué jugada se aventó el mercado con Rivian. La jugada perfecta para que todo el mundo que se colocó perfectamente. Por cierto, en la academia, en Elite Trading Academy, a los que están suscritos a las señales, les mandamos la señal con todos los take profits, le pegamos a todos los take profits. Así que todos ustedes pudieron volver a entrar una vez más en Rivian, pero vamos a platicar de lo loco, exagerado de los mercados. En fin, estamos viendo Coinbase en la de 5 días. Habíamos platicado siempre, cada que venimos a estar por esta zona, tenemos estos movimientos explosivos a la alza, movimientos explosivos a la alza, y es justamente lo que estamos viviendo en este momento, sobre todo cuando vemos esta consolidación desde el principio, tienes oficialmente el breakout, y normalmente cuando tienes este tipo de triangulillos, digamos, esto es movimiento, ¿cómo lo puedes medir, no? ¿De dónde rompes el triángulo a la alza? Esto es ridículo. Vamos a ver si se compara con los de Farhan. Sí, 579. What is your price target, Farhan, on Coinbase?
Around $550.
So if you measure this all the way to the bottom, it takes you to 579, and you just place it right where the breakout happened. So just a little stupid confluence with lines. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay.
The most beautiful price target I've ever seen.
And I've seen price targets. I've seen them all. Ok, estamos en $318. Importante para nosotros, estás viendo un gráfico de 5 días en este momento. Importante para nosotros entender una cosa acá. Coinbase, en simplemente la media del HPDR está en 317. Si tenemos un cierre hoy, en 1 hora y ¿cuánto? En 3 horas y 35 minutos tienes un cierre arriba de 317. Esto nos da un objetivo de $370 en el HPDR, un objetivo con más altas probabilidades de pegarle. Eso es lo que seguiría. Pero vamos a analizar esto de lejos porque en temporalidades altas se ve bastante alcista esto y es imposible fallar el ver esto. Siempre platicamos cuando vienes en un triángulo, cuando llegas al apex, que es el final, te va a dar el movimiento a la alza o a la baja. Ahora, normalmente en este tipo de escenarios, el movimiento a veces regresa a retestear el soporte, que estaría en los 230, y después da continuación. No nos sorprendería ver eso, pero apestaría absolutamente nepe, y no lo tiene que hacer instantáneamente, pero normalmente lo vemos pasar. Entonces, solamente para que tengan eso y estén pendientes. Vale. Volatilidad en este tipo de escenario, podemos ver que Coinbase también está muy por encima de su promedio de la 9 y del 5, y ahorita se demuestra como sobrevendido. De nuevo, puedes tener volatilidad en extremos en el 100% y se puede quedar ahí por un buen rato. Este es un gráfico trimestral, así que puede darte otros 2 periodos de esto, que sería una absoluta locura, y esto empujaría el precio hasta el cielo de Coinbase. La de un mes. En el gráfico de un mes podemos ver cómo Coinbase simplemente en toda esta, en esta zona empezó a bajar, la volatilidad empezó a bajar debajo del promedio, y una vez que bajó debajo del promedio, ¿qué hizo el precio? Consolidó. Entonces, cuando esto se dé la vuelta y pueda superar, aquí vamos a poner bastante atención a cuándo podemos ver la volatilidad, la línea verde, pasar por el promedio a la alza, y ahí nos pondríamos listos para el siguiente movimiento explosivo de Coinbase. Les digo, estos son meses y han visto toda la volatilidad, cómo se mantuvo en extremos por un rato en Coinbase y aguanta ahí por un rato. Y ahí vieron, este es el movimiento una vez que trepó hasta, o sea, literalmente este movimiento empezó de aquí abajo hasta acá arriba, una vez que trepó la volatilidad encima del promedio, y una vez que bajó, consolidó. Lo que vamos a esperar es a que esto se dé la vuelta una vez más a la alza para que nos dé más empuje a la alza. Oportunidades acá siempre decimos cuando estás en una tendencia alcista, estás arriba del 9, el 5 y el 21. Tus oportunidades siempre son cuando vienes al 9 o hasta el 21. A veces el 55, pero tus oportunidades de entrada las tuviste acá y quien haya comprado, como dijimos, para mí la oportunidad estaba más allá de esto, la confluencia de esta línea es donde estaba. Y justamente en los 180 fue que mandamos la señal de compra de Coinbase y Coinbase ha hecho desde ese entonces, ¿cuánto? Ha hecho un 77%, bueno, en realidad un 80 y tantos por ciento, pero hasta el precio de hoy, 87%. Bastante bien. Vamos a acercarnos un poco más en la de 2 semanas a ver lo que está pasando. Yo creo que aquí lo explica mejor que nada. Puedes ver que cuando la volatilidad subió por encima del promedio, y lo vamos a poner, puedes ver acá, justamente acá, vamos a poner esta línea vertical para que puedas ver qué es lo que pasó. Justamente después de esta, el precio de Coinbase hizo ¿qué es? Un casi 90% una vez que la volatilidad se flipó para arriba. Está la volatilidad en 59% y todavía tiene camino para expandir. Acuérdense que a Coinbase no le importa estar en volatilidad extrema a la alza en el 100% por un rato. Así que todavía tiene camino para crecer esta deliciosa vela verde que está en 319 ya. Vámonos a la semanal, donde podemos ver que está un poco ya más empezando a llegar a extremos el movimiento. Estamos en 88.30%, pero cuando nos echamos para atrás podemos ver que a Coinbase no le molesta nada llegar al 100%, por lo que todavía tiene camino para expandir. ¿Qué nos dice esto? Que esta vela todavía tiene camino para arriba. El setup de 5 días es idéntico. Vamos al de la diaria. En la diaria has estado en un periodo de volatilidad extrema y acá el promedio ya está por debajo de la volatilidad. Cuando el promedio está por debajo de la volatilidad, te dice que hay una corrección. Puede que esta corrección haya sido justamente esto y ahora podamos ver la extensión del movimiento. Lo que nosotros pensamos es que Coinbase va probablemente a hacer esto y se va a ir a buscar la zona de los 370, 380 antes de dar continuación, tal vez corregir, ser rechazado y venir para acá y después dar continuación con un objetivo de $570 que también coincide con el objetivo estúpido que les puse en la formación del triángulo. Así que Coinbase se ve alcista a tope. Encima tienes un cruce plateado acá, el 55, el 21 se va por encima del 55, el 5 arriba del 9, el 9 abajo del 21 y todo esto está organizando bastante bonito para Coinbase. Y también cuando volteas a ver todo el sector cripto casi en altos históricos, pues, ¿qué más confluencia estás buscando, carnal? ¿Quieres que te haga la tarea también? All right, Alex, we're ready, son. Sorry. Now I can get back to my push-ups.
Okay, Palantir.
Palantir once.
Yeah. Wow, what a god candle.
Damn, dude, that's insane.
Damn, Daniel. It did it.
Daniel. Those bands, they really did.
Okay. So on my chart, we're now in the abyss, the fun abyss, because it's in price discovery mode. So where the HBDR comes in handy. What we do know, the monthly is really healthily going to close back, not back, but it's going to close above $44.93. Another major rejection high for Palantir, and now we're making an all-time 52-week high. Very impressive stuff. We view the daily. I'm curious to see how, so we retested the 34 and then just kind of launched. We never even retested this 44, and we've just been kind of up only. It is welcoming to see, especially when we had a volatility set up here, which is cool because we get a lot of daily volatility setups on Palantir, actually. And, this one from expansion actually let me actually first mark the 15%. Because remember, once BBWP goes from under 15% to above 15%, we know that the move is firing off. And this one actually, when it started to fire off, was right around here, actually. 56%. Wow, that's insane. Damn. So that's pretty impressive. So now we're going to take it with the HBDR now, because like I said, we're in kind of no man's land. And we see here, if you're bullish here, we're approaching the max of this monthly chart currently at 67.89. And so you should at least expect some kind of pullback. And that's kind of what we're getting now. granted, we haven't fully hit it yet, and this monthly is closing in 11 days. Bulls could definitely push up to 67.89, but at that point, you have to really be on defense and more on higher low, macro higher low watch. You're running more of a risk holding, let's say, a trade rather than like, you know, an investment down here, but a trade. Longing, you know, going into longs essentially around this zone is a low probability area. You should be more even if the chart's very strong. And granted, we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 green months, so literally 6 months of just green. We are going to get a pullback, and we know in the chart's history, we've actually never seen this strong of continuation in Palantir's history ever. The only time we single-handedly ever had some kind of thing like this was when we had 3 months up, 1, 2, 3, and then we had a nice 24% correction. You know, this one 2 months, and then this one led to a 13% correction. Just showing you more of the, you know, per green candles, like green candles versus red candles, and this is very extreme. And when we, you know, are in extreme bull markets, you get extreme moves, and that's why, you know, 49 almost, you know, I wonder what this whole candle is from wick low to wick high. 60.8% is an extreme move, and that's why you should be more cautious. We know volatility is now at that extreme level. We're at 98%. Really not much more that we can do from this point. And it is nice to see, you know, back in May here, volatility was at the lowest point in Palantir's history. You know, right before we actually broke out from this channel, which is interesting. Broke out, hit, rejected. You know, still the monthly 5 held through and through, and we've just been expanding from there. This was in May, June. Interesting. And so the monthly is telling me it's time to be cautious. We could go maybe to 67, 68, but at that point you should be looking for a pullback or at least some multi-month consolidation, in my opinion. Now let's just go down. So then the two week, you know, kind of tying into what we see on the monthly, where Palantir easily could like form this wick, go up, tap that 68 you know, dollar level right at that 90% on the 2 week. But then, you know, that's where we actually could start seeing some kind of rollover maybe to fill out some of this inefficiency. And nothing's guaranteed, especially when you're dealing with a chart like this. But we mainly deal with probabilities. And the probability of just longing here without these ranges moving is right now currently low probability of any longs really working. Maybe you catch a move to 68, but we as traders shouldn't be using maybes. It's just more what's a higher quality setup. And right now, de-risking, going in cash, not shorting it, but just being more on like short watch and cautionary is definitely welcomed here, especially when you get, you know, as big of a move as we got. I'd really be watching that $68 to $69. That $69 is a perfect number, perfect TP. You know, bought the breakout around 28, TP around 69. It's a meme foretold. But the 2 week is telling us kind of what we see with the monthly as well. It makes sense. We're at extreme levels, and it doesn't mean we're going to immediately pull back from here, because, you know, what we saw here in June, July is we can stay at extremes for, you know, many sessions. But, you know, we always eventually do kind of steam and cool down. This you know, kind of downside did end up bringing volatility down a bit until it kind of based off here. And that's when we went on our channel. So it doesn't mean we need to like dump and it's over and Palantir's topped, but you know, you definitely shouldn't be telling your grandma to buy this on Thanksgiving, probably.
Trust us.
Yes, trust me. That last, you know, 2021 Thanksgiving was a fun one, and then 2022 Thanksgiving was an interesting one. We'll just say that.
Got a lot of us in trouble with the fam.
Oh yeah. How's the Bitcoins doing, Alex, in 2022 bear market? Well, grandma. Yeah, but.
Oh.
Yeah, so the weekly here, 90%. So again, right, we have the monthly, the 2 week, and now the weekly saying we definitely could bounce from here and definitely go to the $68, $69 level. But, you know, we're going to be watching closely to see where this closes and where this actual BBWP moves up, because it is still, granted, above the moving average here. Cautionary signs always when we start losing it. You know, it doesn't, I wouldn't base a trade off that based on these two readings here. You know, it doesn't mean we're nuking and that's it, because it quickly can get reclaimed. But generally, you know, bigger, deeper pullbacks or bigger resets come once we actually fall below it. And that's kind of, you know, we're still healthily above it, and we easily could come and bounce from that. But, you know, it's volatility is just getting up there. It's not the extremes yet on the weekly, but it is on the monthly and the 2-week. And we are almost at the 90%. With Palantir, it is nice to see, you know, if it does break this on a weekly or get a weekly closure, we would have a move to 80, which is kind of crazy to see that. It's 18.6% away from the 95%. So with that, you know, it tells me it's probably going to reject around here. A lot less likely to move up 20 more percent. But, you know, never say never, I guess. 5-day will be key to see where this 5-day closes. We essentially want this 90% to hold. And then, you know, we just want these ranges to actually kind of at least step move down. We want this 95 to turn to like 90 to 85. Like we want these to move down. When we're at the 90s and 95s, you're just kind of hoping for consolidation so these can actually step down, meeting more price action, giving us more of a higher chance of breaking out again. But we do see, you know, we don't close above here. We're forming an interesting wick. It's nothing of concern, but, you know, both bears are somewhat stepping up here. And especially with what we know with the resistance on the monthly and the 2-week, right around that $68, $69. Are they front running it now? Horny bulls are scaling in, possibly. And that's why, you know, I do think we easily could get a nice closure here. We'll see where it goes. But if we end up not holding the 90%, basically, if we start closing this 5-day red, it could be more tying into maybe a local top scenario, just solely based on where we're at on the HBDR historical ranges and volatility, and the fact that we've had 6 months of green on up literally on Palantir. I don't think it's too irresponsible to say possibly a tiny local top leading to a pullback, maybe leading to a greater like higher low where we form price structure. The 2-day here is nothing I'm concerned yet. We'll watch to see where this forms. There right now we're losing the 90%, but this again closes in a day. But volatility again here, so nothing of concern, not lost the moving average, but just kind of fizzling out. It's still pointed up though, and we could go up to the 98%. We know the 2-day likes to hit the extremes on Palantir, so definitely could still, and that could tie into us actually moving up a little bit more, maybe hitting that 68 to 69, and then this actually rolling over, and you know, just a place it historically does like to roll over right around that 98%. Let me see now, just real quick, the daily. Yeah, again, ties in. So like you'll know here on the daily, if we start breaking down, you'll get more confirmation if what happens. Well, if this daily 9 starts to get lost, so if we get any daily closure under 50, like $58.80, that'll be your sign that, okay, well, maybe this is going to actually start breaking down. I don't like to scale in shorts when we get a close like that. You know, like let's say the candle closes around there, we lose the 5, something that's been holding us since we broke out and reclaimed it back in November 5th, so a few days ago. But, you know, we were most importantly losing the 9 too. The 9 likes to hold on Palantir. Last time we lost the 9 here, that led to a greater dump to, you know, that daily 34, EMA 34. And so for me, I would really be watching for, if you're trying to short or catch more of a weakness for Palantir, watch the daily 9. If we start losing that, it's not a short trigger at the 9, but I'd be watching for a short trigger at the 5. That way, you know, if we get a closure like that, we can pop up, maybe form some very low time frame, lower high, reject, and then come down and test the 34. The 34 currently is sitting at $48.95. So, you know, it's pretty far away from price now. And if we're super bullish, we don't just go straight to the 34. We generally lose the 9 and then go to the 21, which is at 52.93, which should be at least your first on the daily kind of bounce zone if we start rejecting here. Now, if we start losing this $44, call it $45, you know, then we're back in this range. That's not going to be looking the best because you would have expected this to hold something that was major resistance, and, you know, now not flipping into support. And then we're all eyes on that daily EMA 100, which could act as a nice opportunity for Palantir. Now, obviously, this will take a lot of time to happen. It's not just going to immediately dump. But, you know, where we're at now, it's always wise to just think more in defensive mode, because what you don't want to do is start scaling longs here and then maybe we maybe go up a little more. You know, get horny, teases you, and then boom, you know, we just come all the way down, and that's not a fun trade. So I'm always on the camp of taking extremity trades. It's just way higher probabilities, a lot easier to make money. Here is not the place to long. You should be really looking to de-risk around $68 to $69 if we get it. And you should be watching very cautiously about, you know, where this rejection takes us now. Because if we start losing that 9, it could mean that we're not going to get a move up. We're not going to break this high, essentially. That's what that would tell me. And so then that makes it an easy short, because generally, at least in Bitcoin, you generally will like reject here, come up, people will start shorting around here. And then what always happens? We get some kind of squeeze, and then we come down. We always form some kind of structure like that when we short. That way our stop loss around this high is always valid, if that's the thesis we're going to play. You know, I'm more in the camp that we'll get some kind of bounce, especially with, you know, kind of us hitting the daily 9. We haven't hit the daily 9 since we broke out. You know, there's like the daily 9 acts as very strong support in bull markets, especially when you break away from it for so long and you've just been holding the 5. You know, when people front run trades, they start saying, oh, the 5's getting lost, let me short it. Goes to the 9 and it just springs from it. So that's why from here, I'm still saying we easily can go and test like that 68 to 69. But right there, then I would be expecting some pullback. Now, let me check the quarterly to see how the HBDR looks on the quarterly. And remember, this is closing in a month. And I do believe the 6 month too is closing. Yeah, the 6 month is closing as well. Look at that 6 month. Again, just literal up only for this chart. 6, 12, 8, and 24 months of just green. And we're now making a 52-week all-time high for Palantir. I don't think, you know, calling for some higher low on the macro would be insane. Even with what we see on this 6 month rejection here, would be very clean to get some kind of like harsh pullback around here, leading to a, you know, it's just either getting bought up, and then we get a nice bounce, and then we just consolidate, or, you know, it just keeps going with the trend and going up. But with the HBDR, there's, I guess, not an update on the 6 month. Let me check the 3 month real fast. Probably not. If the 2 month doesn't have data, yeah. And so we'll just see where this moves. Not a lot of data with this chart in general. That's why the monthly is better key, and we are at that like 100%. So your best bet if you're bullish is just some consolidation. But I'm more in the camp we're going to get a pullback. Watch very closely. What I'm saying is, you know, we easily could go back down, maybe go to 32% down, if not all the way to like 20%, would be very fine, especially when you get a 50% monthly candle. And yeah, we just want to see that daily 9 keep holding, keep with the trend. If we start breaking down, then yeah, all eyes on like 52 to 53, if not all the way to 48, like I've been saying. And that's all I see with Palantir. You're not really working with a lot. There's not a lot of data with this chart, but it's very strong. It looks good. It's nothing but other than just kind of how high we are when where the historical price ranges line up with like the 100% on the monthly is really guiding my thesis for like a pullback here with volatility too at extremes on the monthly. But other than that, like when we start going more in like the lower time frames, still looking marvelous. And there's not really anything telling me, yeah, this could get bearish. You know, we need at least a trigger. So that trigger for me would just be the daily. Then you'd watch for a lower high, maybe reject the 5 and then come down. So wouldn't be really looking to short this or long it though. Shorting though is easier because you at least have some invalidation. But longing this up here, it's kind of hard to catch a stop because you could have it at the wick low here, but that easily could get filled up. You can't really have a stop here because it lines up with the 21. Like it's just hard to long this when it's at the 195% zone. So for that, be more cautious. You know, don't be degenerately scaling longs. Don't be shilling this to your grandma. Watching maybe for a short setup potentially if the daily gives. But very strong chart, 6 months of up only, should constitute some consolidation, if not a pullback. So we'll see.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. And we got Enovix for you.
All right, cool.
Wouldn't be a live stream without it.
Yeah, literally. It wouldn't be a live stream without it.
Yeah, of course. I'll say this. There's the rumor on the street, on the Wall Streets, is that Palantir is the new NVIDIA. So we'll see.
Well, it definitely looks that way. I mean,
yeah.
I'm curious real quick. NVIDIA on the monthly, yeah, I mean, it had 6 green candles. Yeah, it definitely did right here, right when it previously broke out. So, I mean, definitely could be 6 months of green candles is pretty insane on Palantir. Right in like 2023, early 2023, it had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it had over 6. So it's pretty crazy.
Fucking
but
insane.
see, even Nvidia, as bullish as fuck as it is, it always still comes down to what? The monthly 5. You know, and so even
that's what it uses, really, not really the 9. The big, massive opportunity is the 55, right? Like, never touched the 100.
And generally, that's what you would expect. Like, you can almost think of it. All right, this is how I think of it. Like the 5 and the 9 connect is like a range, aside from the 21 to 34. And like, if we're super bullish, you should catch support at the 5 first. But if you're not, then the 9 should be like the last point. And that's kind of why I like using the 9, because I'm more for extremity trades, like when Bitcoin lost the EMA 5 on the monthly. But right, it still held the monthly 9. It can understanding the dynamic with the 5 and the 9 can really help at least understand like the structure, the strength, and yeah, Nvidia is strong. I mean, the 5 holding tells me it's very strong, but even so, it still had a red candle within all the streaks of the green. So Palantir having a 1 or 2 red monthly candles after hitting the 100% on the monthly HPDR wouldn't be the most insane.
Couldn't agree more. Thank you, sir.
Hope you're hungry, bud. You're about to have some fresh chilaquiles.
Oh, stop.
Really?
Stop.
Oh, wow.
Oh, God damn.
Home cooked meal.
Just flexing on Alejandro right here. Down.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, boys. All right. Well, I like RFK, he started making America healthy again today. Well, which was yesterday. That's what I'm doing today. I'm starting to do it.
Eating that chilaquiles.
I'm gonna get Alejandro to be healthy again one more time.
I mean, think about it. We had Elon, and Elon talks funny too. He talks interesting. And then we had Trump. He just Trump. And then we had RFK all eating McDonald's. That conversation, God, the tones, the vocal.
That was the most epic troll picture of all time
ever. And I love that. I know the people that don't understand it. I feel so bad for them.
Look at him. Look at him. He talks about being healthy, but he's eating McDonald's. That's the exact point of the picture.
You guys go down too. It's like he doesn't eat that 24/7 like you, Karen. He's not going to stuff every fucking day too. It's great.
Yeah,
funny.
Absolutely.
They just walk right into being trolled every time.
Every time.
Vale, pues, tíos, estamos viendo Palantir. Palantir viene, pueden ver, vamos a poner volatilidad. Se me hace importante poner volatilidad en este tipo de gráficos. ¿Por qué? Estamos viendo altos históricos y puedes ver también lo fuerte que ha roto esos altos históricos. Palantir, para empezar, nunca había tenido un cierre. Es muy importante eso. Arriba de los 27.56. Nunca. Dio en esta trimestral, nos dio esta gran vela de tope, que fue confirmada justamente con esta en los $18, y de ahí vimos que el precio cayó hasta los 6, casi un poco abajo de los $6. Eso fue lo que le pasó a Palantir, pero desde enero del 2023 ha estado en solamente modo de subir. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 velas de 3 meses. Son 24 meses, son 2 años de solamente subida para Palantir. ¿Cómo se ve la volatilidad? Es lo importante para ver qué tan exhausto está el movimiento, aunque es imposible predecir. Simplemente viendo esto y decir, ay, güey, la volatilidad ya está en 100 y además el promedio está abajo de la volatilidad. No, no importa. Y un hack para la gente que ve esto y dicen, ¿cómo sabes dónde está el promedio? Aquí el promedio está ilustrado en blanco, en la parte derecha. Y en la parte de arriba, el 100% de acá es la volatilidad. Entonces, así es como puedes ver dónde está cuando no se puede ver, para que gente lo vea. Ahora, ¿esto qué quiere decir? Que ya se acabó el movimiento, nadie sabe. ¿Puede esto continuar? Y esa es la cosa. Esto es también algo que no tiene tanto historial, pero vean, aquí en el 2022 estuvo 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 periodos mensuales con volatilidad extrema. Y ahora hemos solamente tenido 1. Entonces, y también puedes ver lo abajo que está el promedio, que está en el 64% comparado con el 100% del que ahora está. La volatilidad acaba de expandir justamente ahorita. Entonces, esto podría tener más movimiento. Así que no lo esperamos, pero podría pasar. Vamos a ver la de 2 semanas, se encuentra muy parecida a la mensual. Pueden ver perfectamente cómo acá también tenemos los extremos de volatilidad y acá los tenemos, pero lo que pasó después cuando cayó la volatilidad acá, hasta acá, fue simplemente ¿qué? Consolidación. Esto fue consolidación de precio antes del siguiente movimiento al alza, que fue justamente acá, donde la volatilidad expandió hasta acá y ahí volvió a contraerse, que fue consolidación y de ahí expansión, que fue acá hasta arriba. Entonces, ahorita estamos expandidos en esa volatilidad. Los voy a llevar a la semanal rápidamente y podemos ver que estamos llegando a extremos, pero aún no hemos topado. Ahora, esto nunca ha estado en extremos, ha estado en extremos bajos, pero estás literalmente a punto o haciendo el alto más alto de volatilidad que ha tenido la tabla. No, pero no estás muy lejos. El alto más alto que ha tenido de volatilidad la tabla está acá y eso es en el 97.32% en la semanal. Todavía no llegamos a esos números, pero aquí estamos y lo pueden ver por acá. Rápidamente para ver Palantir en la semanal, quiero que vean esto. Tenemos nuestro cruce plateado acá que nos ha llevado hasta acá con muchísima fuerza. Al precio de Palantir no le gusta bajar del promedio de las 9 y el 5. A veces se recarga en el 21, pero eso es la fuerza que lleva. Es importante aprender eso en tus sistemas para saber cuando algo está en bull market o no. En bull market nosotros consideramos lo que algo está en bull market cuando está por encima de la mensual 9, que es la azul que tengo yo acá. De nuevo, quieren ver los precios, pueden relacionarlos con la parte derecha de la pantalla para todos que son nuevos, porque hay casi 6,000 vatos en esta cosa. Ok. Ahora, vemos que aquí Palantir tiene un pequeño mini gap en los 58.49. Yo esto lo voy a tomar como nota personal por acá. ¿Por qué? Ok, vamos a acercarnos, vamos a hacer esto en la diaria y vamos a cerrar este análisis rápidamente. Podemos ver que Palantir ha estado sobreextendido y ha tenido toda esta extensión, esta expansión de precio en lo que la volatilidad ha estado expandiendo y también viene de un periodo de cero volatilidad, lo que da esta expansión arriba del 15% y el madrazo hacia la alza. Ahora, la volatilidad está apuntando para abajo, el promedio está arriba. ¿Qué nos dice eso? Que probablemente va a haber consolidación. Estamos esperando consolidación, que es probablemente lo que vamos a ver. Vale. De acuerdo al HPDR también y todo lo que nos está diciendo Alex, lo que esperamos es probablemente a Palantir hacer esto. Y después dar continuación, dejar que todos los niveles, que toda la volatilidad se resetee, que se baje el entusiasmo de todo el mundo, que el precio empiece a consolidar acá, empiece a cambiar de manos y podamos ver aún más empuje a la alza. Muy importante eso acá. Una cosa que vale la pena también decir es, ¿estás viendo cómo vino a recargarse en la 9 para dar este spring a la alza? Tenemos nosotros niveles importantes en Palantir. Uno, un cierre arriba de 67.50. Un cierre diario arriba de 67.50 nos empezaría a hacer pensar que esto todavía tiene camino para llegar a los 70 o hasta $80. Por ahora estamos viendo que probablemente vayamos a ranguear. ¿Cuál es el lado opuesto a esto? Perdiendo los 61.31. Los 61.31 y teniendo un cierre abajo de ellos acá, nos dice que probablemente vamos a visitar estos nuevos promedios, que es lo que yo pienso personalmente que va a pasar, pero igual y voy a estar mal. Tenemos que medirlo poco a poco. Esta sería una gran oportunidad y mega oportunidad, obviamente, si llegas al 21. Lo que no quieres ver es al precio de Palantir romper esta zona de $44 a la baja. Eso te querría decir que llegaste, hiciste un cierto tipo de tope y tal vez hagas esto un rato y después empieces a hacer esto, si es que se llega a dar ese escenario donde se rompa esta parte a la baja. Pero por ahora, Palantir se ve muy bien. No hay nada diciéndonos que vaya a corregir a la baja. Lo único que estamos diciendo es que lo único que podremos ver es consolidación de precio a la derecha y eventualmente dar continuación, porque en todas las temporalidades que estés viendo Palantir se ve alcista de a madre y la gente en Wall Street le dice el nuevo Nvidia. Así que veamos cómo se juega eso y tienen Palantir con objetivos y con todo Bastante interesante y qué potente empresa la de Peter Thiel, porque Peter Thiel le hace falta dinero. Así que buenísimo, bien por mi amigo Peter, ¿no? Qué bueno que le esté yendo bien. Ahora vamos a Enovix. Is that right? Alex, we doing Enovix now?
Yes, I'm doing Enovix.
Or am I we're skipping SMCI, but I can see Farhan. I'm sure he's making chilaquiles. Oh, there he is.
No.
I thought you were eating chilaquiles, son.
No, it's not even ready yet.
Good.
Maybe before or after, maybe right before we end, we can talk about Rivian.
Yeah.
So
Aren't I doing SMCI?
Yeah, you are. I'm just putting it up myself. This is my
I
chart.
thought that was Alex's. My bad.
Yeah. No, this doesn't look good, so it's not.
Is it like back when you took the camera and everyone commented, "Get ready for the epilepsy"?
Yes, it's basically that. When you see this type of chart, it's a fucking disaster. You know it's mine, not Alex. SMCI. All right.
All right, so I'm gonna start on the quarterly. The quarterly now, we've been getting a couple of red candles. This is our third consecutive red candle on the quarterly. We're currently down about 81.9% from the top. That's literally a crypto pullback. Like Bitcoin doesn't even pull back that much. But the reason why I think this would be the bottom area where we're probably going to make our next macro higher low here is because one, we're bouncing right off of the top 38.2. Now we're over the 50% as well. The 50% is usually the level to maintain at above the 38.2 to keep the trend up towards the upside. And it's a rule by Gann, who's one of the most legendary traders of all time. And if you switch down to the monthly, the other reason why we are very, very likely to get some type of bounce here is because now we are below the 100% range on the monthly. Statistically, you have a 0% chance of closing below here. I mean, you technically can if there's just more sellers than buyers, but it's so low probability that the higher probability play would be to expect that it would close higher than here. So this would I guess it would be kind of a long trigger as long as you're below the 100%, because probabilities are very, very heavily in your favor. And not only that, but we're bouncing off perfectly off of this 100 EMA. I'm not saying though that we can't continue lower from here, because what can happen is if we close above this 100, and then on the next monthly open, the ranges step down, then from there you would probably dump again. But as of right now, your probabilities are going up higher than they are going down. And what gives confluence to that is that momentum is at absolute extreme levels. We're tapped out at 100% on momentum and 100% on volatility. And now the jewel is about to enter into the bearish control as well. So from there, the probabilities are with the bulls rather than the bears. You go to the 2 week. 2 week also did the same thing. We went below the 100%. Now we're getting that mean reversion bounce. As this setup looks though, this is currently in a downtrend. So what I would expect is that us to go up towards this 100 EMA and this 5 EMA, find a rejection there. And then our 2 week and monthly HPDR ranges will step down. And then from there, probably we find our next macro low somewhere around this $12.70 area. I wouldn't bet on it. Like, it's not a very high probability, but it's more probable than somewhere where you would just blindly take longs, because that's always going to be possible. That would be on our quarterly. Where is that on the HPDR? Right down to the 9 EMA on our quarterly, which we have not. 55. The 55 only started appearing right here too. So we have literally never tested the 55 EMA on the quarterly.
I mean, I only have one line on my chart, and it's exactly where price is like trying to figure out if it's going to be above or below. Seems like just by looking at it with my eyes, does seem that it's a little bit of a bottom.
Yeah, it's giving a lot of bottom vibes. The way to confirm it for me that this bottom is in is I'd want two things. First of all, the first indication is we closing over the weekly over this 200 SMA. That would give us probabilities of going back up to retest this 9, which, because we have a silver cross to the downside, if we are bearish, we would reject here. But to invalidate this and to say that we're back in up-only mode, we'd have to close over this 55, which is currently at $33.80. If we close over that, then we're probably breaking these highs and we're probably going significantly higher. That's currently over $122. So it does pull back like crypto, but it looks like it likes to pump like crypto too. And the weekly is also at very, very extreme levels on momentum and volatility, sitting at 98.69%. Very nice. 5 days also at that 100% range, bouncing from there, while momentum and volatility are at very extreme levels. 2 days also giving the same thing. Very extremes, but we're already getting the bounce now off the 100%. Finding some resistance at this 5 EMA. If we continue to find resistance at this 5 EMA, what's more likely is that the ranges are going to step down, and then this thing is going to get another dump towards that $12 area and retest that 55 EMA on the, I believe it was the quarterly. Yes, quarterly. This retarded cat is chasing his tail. The daily now was giving that exact same 100% momentum and volatility reading, but as of this moment now, momentum is flipping back up, and now we're above the moving average, and volatility is starting to contract. So that technically would tell you that whatever upside move we get right now would be corrective. And we are currently finding resistance at this 9 EMA because we do have a silver cross to the downside. If we get over the 9 EMA, that would basically give us a free move towards this 55 EMA at the 100%, and it would be a gap fill of this gap that we have right here. Technically, this would still be resistance, and you should be looking for a lower high here before the ranges step down, and then this goes down towards $12. If you get a close over this green 55 EMA though, right around like 30.
It's 39.23, I think.
Yeah, 39-ish. If you get a close over that would take us towards this 200 SMA, which is right now significantly higher than price action, around like $70. And then from there, you probably go into the 100s and retest those previous highs that we just made. 4 hour right now is giving the same thing where we're bouncing off the 100%. But and like I was telling you guys before, like just because you're bouncing off the 100% doesn't mean that the absolute bottom is in. All it means is that you're probably not going to continue from there. Because as you see, we did make lower lows, but we waited until the ranges stepped down, and then we ended up making lower lows, which is the same thing that could happen on the monthly, where we bounce from now, maintain that 100%, have the ranges step down, and then we make another lower low. The 4 hours just about to close over the 38.2. That is at $22.23. If we close over that, that'll be confirmation that we're going to get that mean reversion bounced, probably towards on the daily. That number would be about like 21 EMA, roughly about like $29. Let's go to the momentum chart. I may be whipped, but it's very nice to have lunch ready after a live stream.
That's right, Alex. This is whipped. Wait, what's whip team?
Hashtag team whipped.
Team whipped. Exactly.
Yeah.
Team whipped. Fuck.
Monthly volatility started contracting from several periods of 100% after this move down, and now volatility is starting to expand again. So if this volatility does expand while momentum is pointed down, we're probably going to dump from here, to be honest, towards that $12 target bit that we had on the 55 EMA and the quarterly median. Right now, momentum is going to be pointed down as long as we're below $83.50. We could do a 3x right now in price, and we would still be pointed down. We could do basically a 4x in price right now to flip momentum back up. And we're going to enter into the bearish critical zone. Last time we were in the critical zone, let's see. We kind of tapped it right here. We barely stayed in there at all. And price was about 85 cents to $1 then. I can't even see where it went because these candles are so small. And that was literally our bottom. That was literally our bottom from when we entered the critical zone.
Am I? Oh, no. This is weekly. On the weekly, it's up 20%.
So after we found our bottom in the critical zone, we moved up 435%.
God damn.
This thing really does like to pump like crypto. And we have the famous Christmas tree formation right here.
Mm-hmm.
2 week as well is getting to very extremes on volatility. We're at 96%. Moving average is right under at 93%. After this move to the downside, telling you that the macro move is probably getting close to being over and that we should be on long watch instead of being on short watch. And momentum is going to flip back up as long as we close over $22.48. We need 8 more cents to go in 11 days. I feel like we can pump this 8 cents in 11 days and flip momentum back up and then get out of the bearish critical zone. And then from there, we should at the very least get a bounce towards this 55 EMA, which we just closed below. $40. That's almost a 100% move. Even mean reversion bounces can give you like double your money on this shit.
Damn.
Right now, volatility is getting to very extreme levels on the weekly. We're at 91%. Momentum is at 88%. We're now back over the moving average, giving us our double extreme. So from there, like if we do come from here, it's going to be a very, very aggressive pump, which doesn't make sense since the target is $42. So that's almost 100% towards the upside. So that does line up. And we're gonna be downwards on momentum though, as long as we're below $24.96. Bulls have 4 days and 3 hours to pump this thing over $25, and that would give us increase our probabilities towards hitting that $40 number. If this does flip to the downside though, the opposite is gonna happen, and this volatility expansion is gonna lead to another dump, taking us towards that $12.50 area. 5 day currently also at extreme level highs on our volatility, and we're pointed down on momentum as long as we're below $25.82. 2 days already at extreme levels, 2 periods of 100%. The moving average is just about to catch up. It's at 96.98%. And we're going to flip up as long as we're above $20.55. So that's telling you because volatility is at very extreme levels. Once it starts contracting, momentum is pointed up. That's when we get our mean reversion bound. And daily is already contracting. First, it expanded from many periods of 0% volatility, and then we got a dump of about 59% to the downside. Now volatility is contracting. We're below the moving average, and we're flipped up on our momentum as long as we're above $19.05. Same thing with the 4 hour, where we are at 100% volatility for multiple periods. Then we started contracting again, and now volatility is expanding. It's above the moving average, and it's basing off the moving average. And momentum is pointed up as long as we're above $17.56. So
Which we are.
Yeah. So the very, very, very high time frames, like the quarterly, are saying that we should be on higher low watch, and we're probably going to find a low somewhere around here. If not, if we lose the current low that we have right now, that takes us towards $12.50. The medium time frames are kind of like extremely bearish. I was going to say kind of bearish, but they're very bearish. And the very low time frames are giving you a mean reversion bounce idea. So if you close over on the weekly that 55 EMA, that gives you your basically confirms that you're going to get that move up to $42. And then from there, if we can maintain that and we don't sharply reject, the uptrend is on the quarterly is probably going to take back over, and we're probably going to go over $100 on this thing. If we do reject, we're probably going to make lower lows after the ranges step down, and we're probably going to hit that 100% again. And if $12.50 doesn't hold, then Lord save, have mercy on the bull souls, because this thing is probably going to go somewhere below $10. I don't want to say zero, but might as well be zero.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, what's the difference, right? Rivian actually next. It's pretty good. Timing wise, it's like Vinny. Okay. SMCI, estamos viendo SMCI, que es también un fabricador de microchips, que pueden ver que no le está yendo tan bien como Nvidia, damas y caballeros. Estoy en una tabla semanal, simplemente quiero enseñarles qué tan abajo estamos. Al día de hoy estamos 81.76% abajo el alto histórico que hizo el 4 de marzo del 2024. ¿Cómo de que no, damas y caballeros? Y está haciendo la formación del famoso árbol de Navidad, o el nepe con las dos bolas, también podría ser. y normalmente eso es bajista, pero todo en esta vida tiene un principio, un medio, la mitad y un final. Esto podría ser la final de el fin de este movimiento. Vamos a abrir con temporalidades altas como la de la trimestral. Podemos ver que hemos literalmente estado en 1, 2, 3 periodos de caída y esto acompañado de nuestros promedios. Podemos ver que estamos abajo del 5, del 9, cayendo el 21 y vamos a buscar ese 55 que anda en los 280 o no. Hemos venido de un periodo de mega alta volatilidad y la volatilidad ahora está cayendo debajo del promedio. Lo pueden ver acá, ya les dijimos, cuando está abajo del blanco y acá te pone los números. La volatilidad está en 95.77 y el promedio está en 98%. ¿Qué nos quiere decir esto? Que este movimiento se acabó o que hay una gran posibilidad de que se acabó. En temporalidad mensual estás viendo un poco de lo mismo, pero más abierto, aunque la volatilidad empieza a expander intentando pasar el promedio. Una vez que pase el promedio y vuelva a continuar a la alza, eso, dependiendo de dónde se esté moviendo el precio, es lo que va a empujar también más el precio. Viéndolo ya más de cerca, puedes ver también, a esto le gusta estar en volatilidad extrema, lo pueden ver, le encanta y nunca baja de lo más bajo que ha llegado es 22. No, en el 2021 estaba abajo, o sea, abajo, pero lo más bajo que ha llegado desde el 2022 es literalmente donde venimos acá. ¿Qué pasó acá? Ok, vamos a poner esto para que lo puedan ver, porque este fue el punto de volatilidad más bajo del año, bueno, de hace años, y aquí fue justamente donde la volatilidad expandió por encima del, ¿cómo se llama? Espérame, ahí está, por encima del promedio. ¿Qué pasó en ese entonces? En lo que la volatilidad expandía, tuvimos este caidongo de, bueno, hasta el fondo fue de 77%. Entonces, eso fue con la expansión de volatilidad. Luego volvió a caer, se reseteó y volvió una vez más a subir y eso fue lo que nos llevó hasta acá, pero la volatilidad está yendo de lado. Esto nos dice que podría haber continuación, no estamos seguros. Algo que vale la pena notar es esto. Bastante, en realidad Palantir te lo está poniendo, Palantir, SMCI te lo está poniendo bastante sencillo. Tienes tu SMA 200 aquí abajo. Lo perdiste, veniste a retestear, te rechazó y ahora estás acá y vas a volver a intentar retestearlo. Lo que estás buscando si eres alcista en SMCI para ver si ya hiciste un fondo es poder retomar este nivel de los 23.29 o tener un cierre por encima, un cierre semanal arriba de los 22.48. Estás en 22.25, no estás tan lejos de eso, pero faltan 4 días y 3 horas para cerrar esta vela. Básicamente, puesto sencillo para el ojo buen cubero, queremos poder empezar a consolidar por encima del promedio de las 200 y empezar a subir. Una vez que logres consolidar por encima del promedio de las 200, vas a tener una alta probabilidad estadística de poderte irte casi a los $40, que sería un súper pompazo. Pero ahora, déjame rápido, te pongo la diaria para que veas lo que estamos hablando. En la diaria puedes ver volatilidad viene en extremos, pum, caída y la volatilidad empieza a bajar, está por abajo del promedio, en lo que el precio está subiendo. Esto nos podría validar que podremos ir a visitar el promedio de las 55, que se encuentra en los 39.78, a dar esa vuelta por acá en no mucho tiempo en realidad, por acá es lo que esperamos, que sería un gol, o sea, estás literalmente hablando de un 100% en esto, pero del otro lado, si el precio pierde el promedio de las 5 en los 20.92 y lo ves darse la vuelta para abajo, esto podría continuar caída y esta caída se iría por ahí de los 12.50. Si se va a los 12.50, hay una más alta probabilidad de que no los aguante por ahí y continúe cayendo, aunque si nos ponemos a ver la de 4 horas, puedes darte cuenta cómo volatilidad está expandiendo por encima del promedio y al mismo tiempo el precio también. Lo único que parece estar haciendo es un retesteo de estas líneas antes de dar continuación o empezar a crear un bajo más alto. Este sería tu primer bajo y te gustaría empezar a ver estructura con un bajo más alto, ya sea acá o donde sea. Entonces, eso es más o menos lo que estás buscando por acá en SMCI. Vamos a ver cómo se comporta el precio. Cierre semanal arriba de 22.48 es esencial para los alcistas. Abajo de los 19.90, no, es en la diaria. Un segundo. Abajo de los 20.89, prepárate a ir a... No, bueno, en realidad perder este mínimo. Si pierdes el mínimo de los 17.15, te vas a ir al nepe, pero tu primer aviso va a ser los 20.88, que es donde está el promedio de las 5 por acá. Así que ahí tienen SMCI con todas las cosas que le puede pasar. Alrighty, Enovix. Let's get to it.
Nice. The chart that only ranges.
It should be called Rangeovix.
Rangeovix, yeah. Maybe it'll change. Let's see.
That sounds like an antibacterial.
Rangeovix?
STD medicines.
Well, I was going to say, it sounds more like an STD medicine, something that you would apply to your penis or a horrendous looking and smelling vagina.
Damn. Anyways, well, we see here, Enovix is trying to hold that $8.54. Nothing's really changed since last time we saw Enovix. It's still holding. We're still forming these like almost not. It's not a doji. It's just more like indecision, but not really. It's just bouncing, I guess. But these wicks are showing me, longs and shorts are getting like screwed because whenever it tries to break out, longs think this is finally it. And it just leads to nothing, closing right around the same place it opened. And then when we dump, shorts think this is it, we're breaking down, and so forth. So currently, though, I mean, as long as $8.54 is holding, I guess we can look at this as bullish consolidation to a degree, because we just know at least that $8.54 is a zone where Enovix likes to catch big moves up, especially after it holds it. And then once it does get lost and then reclaimed, could be at least a sign for maybe a squeeze. And so what we have here is we see it is weak because we know it's rejecting consistently its daily 9 right now. And right now, bears have momentum, or at least the upper hand. The idea is, bulls kind of want to step up here. They can kind of form this channel, and they could just keep, bouncing on it, ideally, not breaking the previous low. Giving us maybe a chance to squeeze up. But the issue with Enovix is it's been slowed down so much that any moves up are just rally straight to resistance. And the first major resistance we have would first be the 9, which is a 10% move from there. And then, okay, maybe by the grace of God, Bull Jesus, bulls actually come up to the 34. That's a 21% move. And then, okay, maybe we squeeze and pass through that to the 100, which is going to be major resistance to the 36% move. So just, we're dealing with a really volatile like stock, but also these major moves up, like when Enovix is up 36%, I can imagine there's a lot of people with FOMO longing up here. But, as history has shown us, that daily EMA 100 is a major point for Enovix for moves up and down. It likes to be above it and then squeeze up. And when it's below it, it likes to dump. Simply put. And what we don't like is like SFPs from it. When we reclaim it and then quickly lose it, can often act as like a bull trap. So that weekly EMA 100, I think I said daily, it's the weekly EMA 100 is pretty strong for this chart. So for me, it's like what I've been saying. If Enovix can get back above, especially on a weekly closure, around that $13, it'll start looking really good. Then the last point is just that SMA 200. Not a lot of data with that, but it's still there. Right around $14. But for me, I'd be really at least calling for this to be maybe a local bottom once we do end up getting back above $13. What that'll do is it'll break this last wick high we had that led to this dump. Usually people like me at least put their stops around here. We catch a move. If you don't TP, the squeezes up to that zone, once we break that wick high, often lead to big squeezes up. That often then leads to a pullback that would theoretically be a back test. Very much so like what happened here, but instead this led to a deviation to a bearish retest to the breakdown. Very cleanly too. And then here, we deviated it, but then, we still, I guess, held the support at $11.90. Also the daily 34 right here. and then we try to move up, but then essentially once we SFP'd here, it still led to more downside. And that's why it'll be really important for bulls to actually kind of hold this if we get something like this. Now, I understand this is like kind of like unlikely right now, considering where we're at in the chart, but this is still an idea. And this is kind of what bulls would want. This is like the ideal bullish scenario to actually test that $17 zone. But, for now, we still have to look at where we're at, and we're still in a nice downtrend on the weekly. If I throw this trend wave catalyst on, it kind of becomes evident of what I'm showing with this diagonal meme line. We're not really breaking the lows here, which is nice, but it really will be apparent for Bitcoin bulls to actually break, this last rejection high here, where we rallied up, we rejected, and then we came down. That'll be really important, because what that'll do is it'll start forming more uptrend structure, where we're forming a higher low to possibly a higher high. That'll be really, really ideal. But right now, as it stands, if bears want, they could press this down and reject that EMA 5, and then we could actually make a lower low, breaking this right here. We end up breaking this kind of like local bottom that was formed here before we bounced. It's going to lead to a bigger breakdown, which then would probably mean that this meme diagonal breaks down actually, and we go and test that's $5.84. But with Enovix, it does like the range. The weekly is not really telling me much, considering we still are, even 10% away from the EMA 9 on the weekly. But I guess granted, it is nice that bulls are trying to defend this. We're a little cautious though, because last week's closure was pretty ugly, and we even lost this zone. If we even just delete this line here, what we see is we lost this. Now, it'll be really key for bulls to hold this again, and maybe that'll give us that SFP move that Enovix likes to do, where it just barely loses support and then quickly gets reclaimed, leading to a nice girthy candle. But until then, I'm kind of cautious after viewing that weekly, because we just kind of want it to hold. Ideally, if that weekly can hold, what that'll do is mean the monthly held again. And then what you'd expect, just like last month, what I said, you'd then expect this month to kind of open up, test it, and then you just want it to spring. Kind of like what happened here, but instead it rejected the monthly 9. And that's just, again, what I keep mentioning with Enovix. It's going to keep getting sold down, even on 20-30% moves, because all that means is it's just retesting major resistance that it rejected from before. The daily here is now at daily resistance. We're now at that daily 5. So we want to see the reaction around here. For this to really start looking more constructive for possibly a good weekly closure, for it to actually reclaim and hold an SFP, I guess, would be for the daily to start reclaiming back above $9.10. If that can happen, then we have a good chance of testing this. I do think we can easily blast through the 34 on a wick basis and actually test this, EMA 100 on the daily and the daily SMA 200, right around $10.50. That to me then would be a major point and a decision maker if we're actually gonna, test and go back to $12. But until then, that's just hopium. We easily could reject this 5 and start breaking down, leading to what we saw with the weekly, giving us a terrible weekly closure. And then this just solidifies it with the actual breakdown. So, I mean, I'm saying a lot more bullish stuff than bearish stuff, but I will say, technically speaking, the bears are in full control. And the only hopium now is that $8.54 hold. But the fact that the weekly didn't hold that tells me that, yeah, that's already kind of getting weak. We see here the daily median too, right around that daily 5 is pressing right now, telling me that there's pretty strong resistance at this point. And then, we have that 80% nicely at my meme line at $7.30. So it'll be very important for Enovix bulls, especially, to reclaim on a daily closure back above $9.10. You'd reclaim the 9, you'd reclaim the 5 if you use that. But most importantly, you'd hop back and reclaim the median on the daily. That'd be
Where's the median on the weekly?
Let's see. So the median on the weekly is all the way at $11.66, which just ties into like that $12 zone that I mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
Very important. I mean, the reason why I bring up the measuring tools, because even if Enovix gets a major move up, it's like this is still major resistance, and it's we really want this wick high to get reclaimed. But until then, any rallies into it, even a 30% move, could just keep it. Could be what we've seen all year, which is just a range and a range, right? But then also it could just be forming just another weekly lower high, essentially, if you take it on this one, which I am. So that is the issue. And then what Alejandro brings up is that weekly median's right there too. So what that's telling me is, yeah, any squeezes up, assuming we don't reject here, because we on this last weekly closure, we lost to 50%. We've rallied up to it. We know we're now testing the daily 9, the 5, and the daily median. Should reject, but more so, we're on the weekly. We see the 50% got lost, and we've rallied straight to it. This technically would be the rejection point. You'd expect this to reject, and we'd get a measured move down to $7.69. I'm just going to call it, right around that $7.40 because my mean line's right there. Pretty strong point for Enovix. If it doesn't hold that, then yeah, we're probably going to go back down and test these lows. And then bulls better hope and pray that we get some bounce there, because if not, and these ranges, which yes, the 100% is directly at that wick low, but if these start moving more down, then it'll just solidify that, yeah, this is just full on bearish, and we're just forming consistent macro lower lows, which means that the overall trend is heavily down. Very evident on like the 6 month. We start filling this wick with a girthy 6 month candle. We know that the monthly is closing next month. Yeah, I mean, like this is kind of like literally this red line is like last stand for bulls. We want to get a bounce. We hit it, cool, we bounced. Now, I mean, they just want to keep holding this $8.54 level, the monthly here. We see here the monthly 34 as well was a pretty big point for Enovix. It was the last major SFP. After we reclaimed it, we tried to hold it, formed an ugly shooting star, and then went down. We then see we squeezed up. We rejected the monthly 34 again, and then basically closed right where we opened. And now on this month, we're hitting the 50% on the monthly, which again is nice. A good confluence is somewhat right around the zone, $8.54 that I talk about, which tells me that if we start losing that, like especially on a weekly, this could bleed into the monthly, losing this 50%, which then gives us max confluence that we're probably gonna hit the monthly median right at $6.40. And if we lose that, then yeah, it just plays into this chart's like gonna lose $6 essentially and go to like the 4 or 5s. So bulls really want to step into here. But what I was mentioning with the 34 on the monthly is any rallies to that. So now we know the daily SMA 200 and the daily EMA 100 is right around this zone, $12.30. We know the weekly median is right around that $12 as well. But then also we know the monthly 34 is sitting right at $12.87 with the 95% zone matching it. So it just plays into like bears have more strength to nuke us from here. Any squeezes up, you need to really be looking at that, not with FOMO eyes of, oh my gosh, Enovix just moved up to $13. I need a long this when it's like consolidating around here. It should be more like, okay, it's now at the point where we were talking about on live stream. Does it reclaim this wick high and actually start consolidating? Because if it starts doing this and consolidating in this small range, it's bearish to me because we aren't breaking this wick high. But if on the flip side, we start doing this, and we start going and actually reclaiming this and flipping this wick high and reclaiming all the levels I just talked about, okay, cool. Now it's bull on, and we definitely could go and fill that to $17. From there, it's just waiting. I mean, still could catch a 30% move. Let the degens get chopped out and gamble, and let the real traders catch the easy move. So, that's what I see with Enovix. Before I go, let's just check volatility. Because, with a bigger move, you're going to need volatility. We see here the monthly is at the lowest it's ever been, which is interesting, and it's approaching the 50%. So it'll be interesting to see if this starts curving up. That's the 2 month, I mean. It's the lowest the 2 months ever been. The monthly here hit the lowest volatility back in September 3rd, and now it's starting to move up. The moving average, it's approaching it, so we'll see the reaction around there at 36.6%, but it's still grinding up, and it's curving up at least. And we see here once it reclaimed the moving average, boom, slingshot it up. So that's kind of what we want here. We want to see it reclaimed at 36% on the monthly, and then that can give us at least a bigger move up to at least the bullish targets I'm talking about. Because if we start breaking down here, this thing's going to $4 to $3 and then probably going to stay there for a long time. So the more interesting trade is the bullish one, in my opinion, especially when you really start seeing all like the structure trying to form. And you know, we see we're at the point where bears are in control, but it's still some hopium, and at least I can be your daily hopium dealer. We see the 2 week here is now breaking above the moving average, bouncing from the 50%. And then how does the 2 week
and the weekly?
And let's check the weekly too.
Just started
with the weekly too, and it was even at the point where volatility was right around here in February 2024, where we got this move. And so this move here took us, 50% down. When volatility started to move from this point, and we're right around that area now. We're starting to expand. Is that what this weekly was? Was that the, this weekly rejection? Is that why we're seeing volatility starting to move up a little bit now? It's kind of, concerning. I don't know.
I think it coincides with when you lose the median on volatility. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
On volatility, when you lose the median and volatility goes below the median from above, that was the move towards the downside that you saw, that you were saying. Was it this move right here? Just go right.
So this one here.
Let me show you on my chart. Fucking same thing, and just see what you think. So you see here, volatility went below the median, right? It was above in this move right here, and then it went below. And when it went below, volatility expanded towards the downside, and that's what it was. And that's what it was. Now, it went back above it right now, and now the question is going to be: is it towards the upside, or will it have continuations towards the downside? Right, like that's exactly what you're staring at.
Yeah, exactly. And again, the hopium here is that this holds this price structure that we see, and as a trader, you have to identify this before it happens. So that's why right here, where I'll put this back to red. Why not? Where this red line is, it's going to be really key, because if we can actually break this, then in my opinion, the trend's up. This is now an uptrend in the making. After this would be the higher low, and that would mean the trend's up. That's the one point. The second point is $8.54 lines up right around where we're consolidating. That's all bulls have, though. We have two things. We have possibly an uptrend in the making, and possibly, if the weekly can reclaim this again, $8.54 holding. And then if all those two things stay true with volatility expanding, then there should be no reason why the daily wouldn't reclaim the 9. And that's why, for me, that'll be my first sign of, okay, that's interesting. Maybe the bulls are trying here. And it'll be solidified once we reclaim this level here. Now, this is at $10.50. And my major point here is first $11.91. And then the big point for bulls is $13. We'll be exact. It's right around $13.19. And so basically, if we reclaim the 9, we have a good chance of going back and testing this cluster right around $10.50. Now, we start reclaiming this EMA 100 and this SMA 200, very much so like right here, that could be what sparks us up. That's why it'll be very key for bulls to reclaim this, because then, you have to think of it like this is the first range, the second range, and the big one, the big boss, the final range. If we can blast through all those and reclaim them and keep the uptrend, which should just be consisting of higher lows and higher highs, great. But if we start rolling over here with volatility kind of at that point where it was when it started to, break down again, then we run the risk of falling. And with the weekly looking good, but what this weekly did is, yes, it reset volatility on this down move. So now we have volatility because it got capped out when we started going up, and then we came down. It got to almost extremes again, moving up. We fully reset it. Almost like, let me see here, and then we reset it once it reclaimed this average, was right around there. It's like once it reclaimed the average, it still came down. And that's why we just want to, that's all we have, the 2 points. And that could be enough. Could be enough. It could be, maybe. But see at least how the HBR looks too. And that's why, again, if we can start reclaiming, like especially on a weekly close back above $9.10, then yeah, I do think that'll definitely could be the move. Call it this. If we start reclaiming the weekly 9, That'll mean that the daily then has reclaimed obviously the daily 9 that I mentioned. And then we can actually start targeting the weekly median, which again lines up right around that daily level with the cluster here. So it's very simple. We just want the daily 9 to hold, reclaim. We want the weekly to actually hold $8.54. And then essentially we reclaim the weekly 9. But if we start rolling over, so if you're bullish, you'd actually expect this kind of low to hold. And it makes it easy because you would essentially then theoretically you'd want this. Let's say you enter here. Let's say Enovix reclaims the 9. You're going to take some kind of like degenerate spot trade. You would essentially just not want this low to break, because if this low ends up breaking, then yeah, it greatly increases the chance of a breakdown. And so for that, you would simply just target something like this. If you're going to go with, well, this is an uptrend, then you would target the higher high break. But if not, you're going to be conservative. You're just going to simply target right around either that SMA 200 or just the mean line. Either way, you're still profitable. Reclaiming or targeting that SMA 200, it's not a good RR. That's why it's better spot, just simply because you know where you're wrong. But for me, it would be like more like that. Enovix, though, it's been disappointing each time I look at it. There's not really much happening. It could be trying to do something here, right here, just like it did here and here. There is the volatility could support it. Bulls just need to really start lifting it up now. Weaver said it. Volatility is there. We're now at the bot. We're at the last stand for bulls. So now they got to step in. And if they don't step in and we start losing, especially on a daily close back under $8.30 or even a wick under $8.07, it's probably going to dump. And I wouldn't want to hold this. $7.30 might hold. But from that point, I mean, that's still a 16% dump. So better just to wait. Every time I look at Enovix, I always come to the conclusion that it sucks. It's a terrible chart. It's not clear. It's trying to bait people to front run this. And that's why I think patience will be really constituted. And the easier trade, as I've been saying, is this one. Just let the bullshit play out. Let the trend flip actually back, long the higher low, and then target $17, if not higher, would be very easy while all the degenerates here get chopped out. It's not going to just, in my opinion, sling like this and this. It's probably going to do something like this. So we reclaim the 9, calm down, retest it, almost lose it, come back up, go to the EMA 100, maybe go above it, come back, maybe lose it, test the 34, and then blast through. It's going to be like choppy. But then once we get this reclaim here, that's where I want a long. Uptrend now, it's confirmation, volatility is expanding. This is holding true. This will probably start expanding out with this chop scenario, and then we can just start following the trend up. Once we start, getting that, reclaimed, then cool. And remember, we just have to remember the weekly SMA 200 is now populating. So yeah, that's all I see with Enovix. Not really much. It can go up, it can go down. I'm more in the camp. It's grinding out some higher low though. That's why I talked more about the bullish scenario. I'm hoping that bulls can step in here because it's just more fun if they do. If not, it's very simply put, probably going to go back down to $5, if not $4 or $5.
I just think this whole chart, and we're going to do Rivian to close, but I think this whole chart just fucking comes down to this meme line right here.
Basically,
If you go down, you're fucked. If you bounce up, great. That's basically it. Fucking incredible.
Literally, it's a range and a range and a range. Like, it's just funny. It's this chart sucks.
Oh yeah, it's fucking crazy.
Do you have some bumps around your genitalia? Maybe you need Rangevix.
Thank you, sir. So basically you're done, and we're gonna do just Rivian now because I thought that was, well, not interesting, but someone requested it on the chat, so there you go. Ok, estamos viendo Enovix en este momento en la tabla. Esta es una tabla semanal. Simplemente quiero enseñarles todos los rangos que Enovix está jugando en, y pueden ver que literalmente el precio de Enovix ha estado dentro de este triángulo desde noviembre del 2021, en realidad desde su incepción, pero esta resistencia que hemos tenido acá creó un SFP por acá y básicamente hemos estado en él. Cuando lleguemos al Apex nos va a decir exactamente antes de febrero del 2025 si todo sale bien, si va a ser para arriba o para abajo. lo que quiero hacer es simplificar esto porque esto es una tabla que le encanta rankear, lo pueden ver. Le encanta hacer altos más bajos y bajos más bajos, pero justamente ahorita está en la zona de el ser un hijo de perra. ¿A qué me refiero con eso? Bajo más bajo, alto más bajo, alto más bajo, bajo más bajo, bajo más bajo. Pero ahora, por supuesto, empezó a crear ¿qué? A crear este bajo más alto, aunque tienes este alto más bajo. ¿Qué es lo que te dice esto? Incertidumbre. ¿Para dónde va a ir? ¿Para arriba o para abajo? En todas las temporalidades, como lo quieras ver, aquí hay una cosa bastante sencilla para todos ustedes. Esta línea diagonal meme que hemos pintado por acá, esta es la línea básicamente en la arena para Enovix. Rompes esto para abajo, tu primera zona a ver es si va a aguantar la línea en los 7.58, pero básicamente lo puedes relacionar con este mínimo acá, que está en los 7.38. Si llegas a romper eso para abajo, vas a ir a buscar nuevos mínimos. Punto. Esto se vería así. Bajaría, luego subiría, como siempre, de regreso a donde rompió. Luego caería acá, te diría, no, ya rebotó porque esto es un alto más bajo que este y de ahí continuaría la baja. Es lo que creemos si llegamos a romper esto y a tener un cierre semanal debajo de los 8.85. Eso básicamente es lo que estamos buscando. Abajo de esta línea, la caída de precio es bajista. Continuación acá, donde nos empezamos a emocionar. Arriba, como les dije, el 8.85 en la semanal. Y sobre todo, cuando volteamos a ver en la diaria, queremos retomar el promedio del 5. Perdón, un segundo. El promedio del 5, que está justamente en los 8.84, es justo lo que dijimos, queremos cerrar arriba de eso. De ahí quieres cerrar arriba del promedio del 5 e ir a visitar esta zona. Ahora, si el precio de Enovix empieza a trepar, la zona interesante va a ser justamente donde hizo el alto pasado, casi en los $13. Tu primera resistencia va a estar junto al promedio de las 10, que es en los 10.50, y la segunda en estos altos en los 11.61, y de ahí esto. Si se va en esa dirección, pues va a haber buena lana, pero si se va para abajo, también va a haber buena lana a la baja, porque pues básicamente crearías más estructura bajista y continuación de la misma. Así que tienes Enovix metiéndole el nepe a todo el mundo que lo compró. No. Si lo hicieron bien, no. Pero si no, Rivian. By the way, what a play by Rivian. Congratulations to those fuckers. What a close.
One day.
This is
signal on it. That was it.
The most stupid daily close I've ever seen in my life. Ever.
Yeah.
What is that? By the way, if you look at this, what's the chart? Weekly? Nope. Monthly? Nope. 1 second. 2 weeks.
Oh, that monthly could get bad. Wow.
Oh, yeah. 2 weeks. No, there's one. Could be 2 day or 3 day or something like that. Hang on.
Oh.
Yep. Where you see like exactly the play. Exactly. I'm sorry. Whenever you're ready, Sir Farhan.
And they say the crypto market is manipulated.
Yeah.
That's the beauty, though, of the trading signals. We don't just get crypto. We gave this literally the Rivian trade out at the bottom before it pumped up over 20%. Took less than a day, too, for all the TPs to hit.
So we're gonna start.
Yeah. That was insane.
2 week. Oh, yeah. That was a epic fallout.
Cool. Mm-hmm.
What was that? Like more than 20%, I believe.
On a stock, bro, in one day.
It was 25%. Yeah.
Pretty crazy. On the 2 week, we closed below the median. We lost it. And then that fake move, which is the upside, basically just rejected the median, rejected the 21 EMA. As of right now, we're still below every one of our major moving averages. As long as you're below the 5 EMA, I would have to still say that it's leaning more to the bear side and that we would come down towards this 38.2, which is right around $8.77. Right now, our momentum is a little bit sideways while volatility is contracting. So that's telling you whatever move we get right now with volatility is contracting is a corrective move. And right now, we're getting a move to the upside. So statistically, that move would be corrective before we continue lower. The invalidation would be closing above this median. Median's at $10.92. Last time we closed with the median, we got a significant pump to the upside. This was about like 122% when we close over the 2-week median. So we can get over $10.92. That probably takes us somewhere around the 95 to 97% range on the HPDR, which is roughly $25 to $26, which is another 100 something percent move to the upside. And if we do close over the median, then this momentum will start shifting up into the positive area and the moving average support. And then the volatility will start expanding from very extreme levels. It's gonna go down somewhere, continue going down on this next open, and then it'll be probably around like 5%. And we get volatility expansion from there. The last time we had a major dump on volatility expansion, that was about close to 50% towards the downside. But then again, we get, yeah, right, that's it. And then again, when we got volatility expansion was another major dump. This thing basically likes to just expand on volatility when we're dumping. Here we got it to the upside, but then here's another dump on volatility expansion. So the way to confirm that the volatility expansion would not be to the downside is you got to close over this median. Otherwise, that volatility is probably not only going to take us to this bottom 38.2%, but probably towards the 61.8, which is right now just below $8 at around like $7.75.
So what you're saying is not completely all fucked. Like we can still do the close above 1090 or 1080, whatever it was, and continue up.
Yeah, if we close over 1092, then we should see a very nice pump.
Got it.
Weekly, currently, momentum is pointed towards the upside, while volatility is pointed up as well. And the jewel is starting to flip back around, rejecting the critical zone, and it's giving us this first indication of this light blue cyan. It's not quite confirmed yet. It is possible if we reject this, would flip back to white. But if we get a close on this, that's going to add more points into the bulls camp, and we're probably going to close over that median and continue higher. And also very interesting to note that we closed over the median on the weekly, right? And then we went up to that $12, and we got a major dump from there. But where did we stop? We bounced perfectly from the median. And as of right now, we're still over the median. One thing that's not the best sign is that the ranges have stepped down, which is a little bearish. And we're currently rejecting the top 38.2. If we keep rejecting the top 38.2, then the idea of closing over the median is on the 2-week, it's going to be invalidated. And we're probably going to come back down towards just the bottom 38.2, 790 to maybe 775. But if you close over 38.2, then we're probably going to close over that median, and we're probably going to see a very nice pump towards the upside, probably around 100%. Same thing with the 5-day, where we got a close over, and then we corrected back down perfectly towards the median, and now we're bouncing from there. But we're still below the 38.2. We have 2 days and 3 hours to go. If we close below this number of, $10.92. If we close below that, we're going down towards the bottom 38.2. That's at $7.94. Probably a little bit below that because we're still on very low levels on volatility, down towards 768, right next to 775. 2-day as well, where we got that dump from $12, we bounced towards the median, and now we're above the median, but we're still rejecting the 9. So as of this moment, we have not tapped the 38.2 yet, so we're not really in fear of us tapping the bottom 38.2. But as long as we're below this 9 EMA, I would wait to see where it moves on the next open. And if we're above it, open above it at that point, then we would have probabilities of going up to retest this 38.2 at the 21 EMA. If we get a close over that, that takes us towards roughly, I want to say, the 95 to 97% area on the HPDR. That's about $15 to like 1675 area. And our momentum is starting to flip back up from the neutral zone on the HPDR momentum, and the volatility is starting to flip up as well. So that would give a little bit more into points on the side of the bulls. Daily put in a nice inverted hammer or a regular hammer right off the median. Perfect bounce off that median. And now we're back tested it, and we're currently getting expansion off of there. We're rejecting the 38.2 currently. We have 2 hours and 9 minutes left to go. If we close over that 38.2, we're very likely going to get a significant move upwards. Let's see how, because our volatility is only at 33%. So that would take us, once again, towards that 97% number, around like $13.50, maybe $15. Then that would be a close over our 2-week median, and then probably green dildo to the upside towards like $25.
So standing the line basically is that 1060, 1090.
Yeah.
Right?
If we keep rejecting 1092, then we're probably going to go down.
Yeah.
On the 4-hour, though, what the bulls like to see is that the ranges have stepped up significantly. And now the bottom of the 38.2 is at about, what is that, $11, $12. So as long as we close over this median right now, which the median is at $11.12, we're decently below that right now. If we close over that, then we're probably going to go towards this top 38.2, and that number is right now just below $13. But since our volatility is at extreme levels, that's probably going to be somewhat of a local top between $13 and $15. And then we probably come back down towards this mean line right around $12.50, and then continue towards 25. That's assuming that we close over that median. That's a big if.
Yeah.
Go towards the momentum chart. Ding. Momentum on the 2 week is starting to expand. We're just now getting over the moving average. And statistically right now, the probabilities would be down as long as we're closing below $12.99 to $13.
That was on the 2 week.
Yeah. So that would be the probabilities that we don't close over that median. Right now on the weekly, volatility is starting to contract. We're below the moving average as of this moment. And momentum is starting to flip back up in the bearish critical zone, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $9.71. But since volatility is contracting right now, that's telling you that this move to the upside is very likely a corrective move, and then we're probably going to end up going down. Same thing on the 5-day, where volatility is contracting and momentum is pointed up above $9.77. 2-day currently is expanding from many periods of 0% volatility, and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below $10.62. Oh, that is not good. That is not good at all. This is also going to be a rejection of getting out of the bearish control zone. That's going to take us.
Hamas setup, and that Hamas setup will take us to fucking
that Nagasaki setup.
Basically.
Yeah, this Nagasaki setup probably takes us below $8.
Whoa.
Daily is also expanding from many periods of 0% volatility. We're rejecting the bullish control zone, and we're about to get flipped down on momentum as long as we're below $12.42. Four-hour currently is expanding from also many periods of 0% volatility, but now we're at very extreme levels. We went to the high 90s, and now volatility is starting to contract a little bit. We're below the moving average. And momentum is pointed down as long as we're below $11.12. Currently, 2-hour is about a freshly silver cross towards the downside. As long as we're closing below this 55 EMA at about like $10.50, let's say, it's going to silver cross to the downside. This is going to be a rejection of the 9 EMA. And then, but since volatility is starting to contract, this momentum pointing to the upside doesn't really matter. What's really going to take precedence is if we close below this 55. Then that silver cross is going to play out, and the Nagasaki setup is going to play out, and we're going to go below $8. So right now on the very, very high time frames, it looks quite bearish. The only saving grace is if you can somehow close over that $10.92 area, then we should see a very, very significant pump, probably volatility expansion on there, get a 100% move. But if you go down towards the lower time frames, it looks like that's probably not very likely, considering momentum is pointed heavily towards the downside. And whichever ones the momentum is pointed up, volatility is contracting. So it's telling us that it's going to be a corrective move, and we're probably going to end up rejecting and continue towards the downside. So basically, over 1092 on a 2-week close, we probably see $25. And if we don't do that, we probably go below $8.
So just extreme.
Yeah, so very, very extreme levels. It's very hard to say anything right now until we get our next opens.
Excellent. That's great news. Perfecto. Well, boys, you guys are done. Thank you so much for everything.
I was going to say, I can already imagine the reply guy saying, so basically you're saying it's going up or down.
Yes, of course. And they're right, by the way. They're right this time around. All right, my boys. Enjoy your day. Enjoy your chilaquiles. And just know I'm very jealous and hope you get that right.
Yeah, you as well.
Thank you. Vale, vamos a cerrar esto con Rivian, damas y caballeros. Estamos viendo una tabla diaria. Voy a ponerlo rápidamente en la trimestral para enseñarle a todo el mundo lo que hemos estado viviendo con Rivian desde el principio. Todos nosotros los degenerados que queremos que nos cae bien Rivian. Vamos a ver Hemos estado cayendo, por supuesto, desde que Rivian salió al mercado, pero un poco como lo de Enovix, hemos estado rangueando en este triángulo para abajo desde los 41 que fue en el 2022 hasta literalmente ahora, donde se está acabando el triángulo, lo pueden ver, y ahora es momento de la decisión. Y estamos justo en medio del triángulo pensando a dónde va a ir esta maldita indecisión. Esa es la pregunta más grande. Más allá de enseñarles volatilidad y qué no en esta tabla, yo creo que lo más sencillo es el setup semanal o el de 2 semanas. Un segundo. What's going on, Vinny? Ok, aquí lo tengo. Vamos a ver rápido volatilidad en el de 2 semanas. Está acá. ¿Cuál? Ah, no, es el diario, perdón. El diario es el que nos está dando este setup de básicamente jamás con la volatilidad expandiendo y ahora está aquí abajo. Ahora, de lo que estamos viendo acá, vean la vela que jugó esto. O sea, esta vela fue la del viernes, que hizo a todo el mundo pensar esto ya valió, cayó hasta los 9.55. Esa vela solamente, y ahora, esto es solamente mi estúpido análisis de imbécil, lo tramposa que fue esa vela me hace pensar que la psicología detrás de este trade, a mí, no les estoy diciendo que me copien, por favor, ni tampoco que piensen como yo ni nada, solamente estoy dando mi punto de vista. A mí, la psicología de esta vela horrenda, me está diciendo que se la jugaron a todo el mundo. Abrieron acá, la tiraron hasta acá, a los 9.54, y la volvieron a cerrar acá, en los, ¿qué fue? En los 10.04. Eso fue una jugada para que todo el mundo que compró acá se saliera. Porque dijeron, güey, ya, sí va a haber un nuevo mínimo. Pero no hizo un nuevo mínimo a este mínimo del 9.50. ¿Qué es lo que estamos buscando? Porque también al mismo tiempo en la diaria estás viendo que tuvimos un rechazo del 21, del 50, del 9 y del 5. Y todo está por esta zona del 10.50. Si eres alcista en Rivian, esta semana tienes que tener cierre encima de los 10.90. Si no tienes un cierre arriba de los 10.90 en Rivian, probablemente este pato ya se coció y ya valió Berta. Pero si empiezas a perder esta línea meme en los 10.04 y barres estos mínimos en los 9.50, vas a crear un nuevo mínimo y nuestros objetivos están por ahí de los 7.50 dólares. Entonces, Rivian está en un momento bastante interesante. Todas las temporalidades se ven mal, pero también podría ser que todo esto cambie si simplemente podemos tener esos cierres arriba de los 10.90. El primero es de empezar a cerrar diario encima de estos promedios en el 10.50, 10.46 y tener un cierre semanal arriba de los 10.90. Una vez logrado eso, podremos decir que somos alcistas y nos vamos al cielo, pero del lado contrario, esto se iría literalmente al chanfle. Vamos a ver qué pasa. No estoy en el negocio de adivinar nada, no gano nada con ello. Cada quien juégala como puede, pero muy interesante. Y qué gran jugada en la comunidad. No sé cómo nos salió esa, honestamente, que un día mandamos la alerta, les dijimos dónde llevarse sus tipis, etcétera, y que haya pegado todo en solo un día fue una locura. Así que mínimo tenemos otra oportunidad acá, sea a la alza o a la baja. Vamos a ver exactamente qué juega. Y eso es todo. Eso es todo, damas y caballeros, en Elite Trading Academy. Muchísimas gracias a todos ustedes por acompañarnos. 4 horas y media de degenerados. Lo aprecio. Aquí tengo a mi cuate Vini, que está conmigo disfrutando de analizar las tablas. Y para todos ustedes que quieren aprender un poco más de trading, váyanse al Discord. Discord es absolutamente gratis. También mandamos señales y todo para que participen con nosotros y con la comunidad. Está aquí en los datos de abajo. Y para los que quieren aprender todo lo que estamos diciendo, no les queda claro algo de lo que estamos platicando, pueden verse ese curso. Es 1 hora 40 minutos de videos. Y con eso les prometo que van a poder entender todo esto. Y si no, cada 2 semanas tenemos una clase para solamente esas preguntas para ustedes. Les mando un abrazote, cuídense mucho, muchísimas gracias de nuevo. Nos vemos al rato, como que no voy a sacar a Vini a caminar y vámonos. ¡Vámonos!